A man stands at the peak of a massive corpse pile. He asks Lui why he did this, reminding his old brother of everything they survived together, but Lui just points to the start of the Great Calamity. Terrifying monsters crawl out of bizarre spatial tiers. Pure chaos. Soon, people name these rifts dungeons, and anyone who touched them unlocks strange, game-like powers called classes. So, they form the class core to conquer the dungeons, marching forward in triumph. Lui stares closely at our hero, admitting this power is exactly why he must die because he has grown too powerful to control. God-tier class users threaten the entire Empire's order. And him? Having broken past the legendary SSS rank, he has become their biggest threat since supreme power must stay in the royal family's hands for the Empire to remain stable. Fuming with rage, the hero demands to know if this cheap excuse justifies slaughtering his family and closest comrades. Lui sneers, repeating that everything he does is solely for the Empire's stability. Too fast to breathe. Suddenly, Lui triggers a massive, devastating blast. He secretly rigged the hero's armor ages ago, ensuring the explosion forces a deadly toxic poison straight into his wounds. Lui knows that after a tough SSS battle, he can't fight back. To make sure of it, Lui even deploys a massive army to finish the job. Slipping into darkness, our dying hero flashes back to his happier memories spent with him. Game over. The triggers for his hidden skill, Mirror World, finally activate. This unique SSS rank hidden skill is the ultimate reset, turning back time itself. His physical body dies, sending his soul deep into a dark lake. Now skip ahead several decades, and honestly, this is where things get pretty dark as a couple of bullies torture a helpless kid. One thug punches his gut, ordering his friend to dunk him again. Mocking his misery, they decide to hold him under even longer to teach him a lesson, claiming he is just faking it. They find his terrified face absolutely hilarious, planning to drag him back up just to beat him down again. No air left. The helpless kid has no idea why he always has to be the one suffering like this. Suddenly, our hero's dormant soul begins to stir. Nearby, a nerdy kid with glasses runs up, begging the bullies to stop before they kill him. One jerk spins around, sneering that if the weakling is seriously on the verge of death, he should simply cast a spell to heal himself, because that is what a useless chanter is supposed to do anyway. Then he calls the Four Eyes a total hypocrite, reminding him that he was the very one who brought them to this spot. So, if the kid actually dies, his blood is on the nerd's hands. Shaking in fear, the glasses kid stammers that they forced him to do it. He snaps. The thug winds up to hit him. But right then, a bizarre event occurs as a blinding, powerful light bursts from the lake. The bullies immediately panic and run for their lives, screaming that a new dungeon is spawning and they have zero chance of surviving a fresh rift. Meanwhile, the terrified kid with glasses keeps his eyes locked entirely on the drowning boy. Spotting his classmates still trapped deep underwater, he rushes toward the rope to save him. Suddenly, the entire lake completely evaporates and vicious monsters materialize. He desperately clawed at the tight knots, completely oblivious to a monster suddenly lunging straight at his neck. Out of nowhere, the tied-up kid snatches him by his shirt, pulling him out of the attack's path. Instantly, he thrusts out his hand, unleashing a powerful skill called Glacial Impact. But wait for it, the system warns him that he actually cast Basic Heal on Minor Demon A, failing because its health was already full. His classmate panics, completely baffled as to why he is actually trying to heal their enemy. As the beast lunges forward to strike again, he conjures a glowing shield, blocking the deadly claws just in time. Pulling up his stats screen, our hero discovers his new name is Yoon, a member of the weak chanter class. He finally realizes why he cast a healing spell. This is definitely not his original body. Usually, touching a dungeon binds your soul to the system, handing you a random starting class that can never be changed. From there, hunters level up and grow stronger by clearing dungeons, unlocking skills unique to their class. But wait, he was once a warrior who reached the absolute peak. Right before dying, he triggered his secret technique, Mirror World. He remained trapped in that reflective void until he heard the desperate, dying cry of this bullied boy. It hits him. He actually revived inside this weak kid's body. It's not exactly a pleasant situation to wake up in, but he silently thanks the dead kid for granting him a second shot at absolute revenge. The glasses kid screams to Yoon that they are completely surrounded, begging him for backup since he can only handle 3 of them at best. But Yoon knows this new body is dangerously weak. Even these basic mobs are completely out of his league. At this speed, he can't even run. Checking his skill window, he realizes every single ability is completely useless. Basic Heal barely restores 1 to 4 health points, and Entangling Vines rarely immobilize anyone. This chanter class is just garbage. Sure, it has support utility, but every other class outperforms it. No wonder people look down on chanters. Raw instincts are his only hope right now. Yoon Chae dodges another lethal strike, knowing he needs an escape route before his stamina completely hits 0. So what does he do? He bets everything on his hidden SSS rank skill Mirror World. Yoon Chae dodges a claw, touches the beast, but the system displays a failed activation. He isn't sure if his level is simply too low or if the ability requires an actual physical mirror. He tries casting it on the beast a second time, but the system shuts him down again for the same reason. Observing this failure, Yun-Che realizes that Mirror World definitely needs some kind of reflective surface. Since he can't fix his level right now, he decides to test the skill on something else. Yun-Che targets the monster's weapon, but it fails. He even tries casting it on the beast's filthy loincloth, only to get slammed with another insufficient level warning. Chaoji panics from behind his glasses, screaming at him to stop playing around since their defenses are about to collapse. Suddenly, a pillar of dark energy crashes down, summoning a terrifying level 10 elite monster called the Malformed Overlord. Chaoji looks up, realizing they are totally dead. Taking down an elite boss like this usually requires a team of level 10 hunters. Then, multiple energy beams rain down, causing Chaoji to collapse to the dirt, paralyzed by absolute fear. Hundreds of savage beasts materialize right before their eyes. While Yun-Che desperately tests his skill, the entire monster horde charges straight at them. He can't even target the random rocks, leaving him wondering if the level difference is just too massive. In desperation, Yun-Che casts the ability on Chaoji's makeshift shield, but the system warns him that he cannot reverse another person's magical skills. Wait, here's the genius part: if he can't reverse someone else's magic, that means he can reverse his own spells. Yun-Che instantly activates the SSS-RANK skill on himself, successfully inverting his very own Entangling Vines ability. Suddenly, chaotic thorns erupt from the earth, sending thousands of deadly spikes shooting upward. As a beast lunges at Chaoji, another monster glowing with a wild red aura slams into it, saving his life. Chaoji is totally bewildered by the sudden infighting, but Yun-Che realizes his skill's effect has completely flipped. Instead of locking them down, it now inflicts total confusion. Normally, Entangling Vines only targets a single foe with a tiny chance of keeping them still, but the reverse version, Chaotic Thorns, strikes multiple targets with a high chance of causing madness, forcing the beasts to rip each other apart. That's the power of the Confusion debuff, which forces infected monsters to attack literally anything nearby. Yun-Che can't help but grow killer, seeing how a completely garbage support spell just turned into a massive weapon. This gets him thinking about the insane potential of reversing the rest of his healing spells. Mirror World definitely lives up to its legendary SSS rank status, because it doesn't just invert magic, it heavily boosts the spell's overall power. Had he used the standard version, the success rate would be absolute garbage. The restraint would only last a single second, nowhere near the absolute chaos unfolding right now. Yun-Che snatches a discarded sword from the dirt, eager to see what happens when he inverts his other abilities. His eyes lock onto his next option, the skill, Empowered Strike. Normally, it costs 20 mana points, lasts 30 seconds, and gives a weak 5% attack buff that disappears the moment you cast another spell. But once Yun-Che reverses it, the skill transforms into Trick Blade. It costs 40 mana points, lasts 60 seconds, and stacks a 10% attack buff with every single cast. He activates Trick Blade immediately, and his blade begins to glow with a dark, surging aura. Now, every single spell he casts will crank his physical attack power up by 10%. He has 60 seconds to abuse this. With Trick Blade active, simply spamming his support magic turns him into an absolute physical monster. This potential is beyond insane. Suddenly, Yun-Che levels up, reaching level 6. He looks around at all the beasts killed by their own allies, realizing these high-level mobs give massive amounts of experience. A stray beast tries to ambush him from behind, but Yun-Che easily reacts in time, blocking the strike. Yun-Che glances at his stats: 480 health points and 120 mana. Best of all, leveling up fully restores his energy. While the monsters roam in utter confusion, Yun decides to test out his Trick Blade, activating Chaotic Thorns and burning his mana. This immediately triggers his Trick Blade. Right away, his mana points drain at an absolutely terrifying rate, but each point consumed boosts his attack power by 10%. Down to 12 mana, he boasts a massive 120% damage buff with 44 seconds left. His eyes gleam with dangerous excitement. He locks his gaze onto a monster charging right at him. Seriously, think about how insane that is, reaching 2.2 times his normal attack power with absolutely zero effort. The beast strikes. Our boy cleanly deflects the blow. He slips behind. Slashing its back, he rips open its stomach. Watching this, Koji stands completely frozen in utter disbelief. How could a level 5 chanter fight like this? Since when did support classes possess such terrifying combat skills? Ignoring him, our boy keeps moving, systematically wiping out the monsters one by one with his level 6 stats. With 120 mana and 1 point regenerating per second, he can theoretically reach 2.3 times his base attack. A level 11 monster drops instantly. Our boy just smiles. Though he knows his current power is barely enough to scratch these level 11 elites, a massive hand suddenly claws out of the ground. Yoon watches intensely as a terrifying level 21 boss, the Battle Fiend Chimera, bursts from the earth with a deafening roar. It immediately turns and obliterates the surrounding minor mobs in a single hit, filling Koji's eyes with pure terror. Meanwhile, our boy is just pleasantly surprised to find a hidden level 21 boss. As the beast charges straight at him, Yoon tries to unleash his chaotic thorns. The skill fails. The boss is immune to chaos. Right before the strike lands, Koji leaps in front to summon his shield. Yoon is genuinely surprised, especially when a very familiar face suddenly catches his attention. A blonde-haired boy yells out, calling him an absolute idiot for charging ahead after being explicitly told not to. Yoon's eyes widen. The boss strikes with devastating force, shattering Koji's barrier and slamming him violently into the dirt. Yoon immediately rushes to his side, stretching out his hand to quickly activate his support skills. He casts basic heal on Koji, but it only recovers one single health point while leaving him with 54 mana. Trick Blade activates. That is another 10% damage boost. He quickly fires off another basic heal, landing a lucky critical hit that restores 5 points as his mana plummets to just 1. Realizing a Chanter's healing is laughably pathetic, he urgently asks Koji if he has any spare health potions on him. Koji weakly mentions he has an emergency flask, so Yoon barks at him to drink up. His Trick Blade still ticking down at 85 seconds. The boss starts slaughtering other monsters. Yoon knows he cannot fight it yet, but the minor mobs are almost completely dead. But he has a plan. Brandishing his weapon, he tells Koji to wait while he clears the field. He strikes like thunder, slicing monsters to absolute ribbons. Just as his Trick Blade duration hits 0, Yoon levels up, fully restoring his health and mana to 80-20. He spams Chaotic Thorns. Trick Blade reactivates instantly, and here's where his math brain kicks in. Every cast boosts him by 10%, meaning he needs a massive 400% attack power increase to survive. He slaughters even more monsters to force another level up, instantly capping his mana back to 110. He triggers Chaotic Thorns again, gaining another 10% damage boost while his mana drops down to 101. He spams Chaotic Thorns once more, securing another 10% boost as his mana points fall to 92. He realizes he must cast this skill 40 times in under 50 seconds, meaning he absolutely needs to hit level 10. Koji watches in pure disbelief, jaw on the floor as Yoon levels up repeatedly. The boss winds up a deadly strike, but our boy suddenly begins to glow. Hitting level 12, his Trick Blade boasts a 510% boost for 95 seconds, more than enough to shred this boss. He strikes like lightning. The beast's arm drops. He blinks behind it, unleashing a storm of slashes that sends the boss into agonizing pain. Before it can even react, our boy cuts its massive body to ribbons. Just like that, he solo defeats a level 21 boss, boasting over 10,000 health points. Taking down this massive boss instantly shoots him up 3 levels, bringing him to level 15. Koji stands completely speechless, pinching himself to make sure a level 5 support class didn't just solo clear a brand new dungeon. With the Lord dead, the clearance message finally pops up. Walking over with shaky legs, he asks Yoon if it is really him. While the system prompts Yoon to gather the loot dropped by the boss, Koji desperately begs to know how he got so insanely powerful. Yoon flashes back to his past, looking closely at Koji's familiar face before asking what his relationship is to the legendary Cao Benben. Chaoji was completely stunned, unable to figure out how Yuno knew his great-grandfather's private nickname. Yuno was actually pretty surprised to learn this kid was the great-grandson of Cao Benben. He begins to remember Cao Benben, his eyes filling with sadness since everyone he once knew was killed by Lui. Before Yuno can ask anything else about Cao Benben, Chaoji looks away, muttering that they do not need to talk about him right now. He adds that if Yuno does not want to answer his question, he can just stay silent instead of humiliating him. Yuno is pretty confused by the sudden shift. Chaoji then points out that, for some reason, Yuno has been hiding his massive power this entire time. He warns that they need to head back to class, since tomorrow their school is visiting the Modern History Memorial Hall and skipping would make them stand out. Hearing this, Yuno squeezes his fist. He is absolutely furious. He decides to play along for now, knowing he cannot expose his true identity to anyone just yet. If Chaoji digs too deep, he'll get suspicious. Very suspicious. Plus, that Modern History Memorial Hall should have all the records of what went down after his death. The next morning, they are taking the subway to school, and seriously, you won't believe how much things have changed while he was gone. Having been dead for so many years, the world's massive mutations blow his mind, especially seeing dungeon products used to power regular transport carriages. He spots so many things he has never seen out in the open, though some of them used to belong only inside deep dungeons. Opening his system inventory, he wonders if monster drops are the only things that can be brought into the real world. He equips the Chimera Bone Ring, a level 14 accessory crafted from the rib of the battlefield Chimera, that brutal dungeon lord of flesh and bone. It allows the wearer to attach a literal chimera limb to their own body. Next, he pulls out the robust physique skill book from his inventory. It is an excellent quality passive skill, completely universal for any class. He realizes that gear like this and rare skill books can be brought out easily using his inventory. They can even be traded in the real world. Right now, he has the Resilient Physique passive active. It's a permanent passive skill. It constantly reduces all incoming physical damage. Anything not stored in his inventory after slaying the Dungeon Lord must have vanished with the collapse. His eyes gleam with deep confusion. He still has no clue what transpired after his demise. Soon, they arrive at the Memorial Hall, and the first thing he spots is the massive statue of Lui, the supreme ruler of the Empire, the very emperor credited with putting an end to the dungeon disasters. Their teacher begins leading the class through the massive exhibits of the History Memorial Hall. The guide explains that over 50 years ago, this very ground served as the chaotic battlefield for a legendary rebellion. Back in those dark days, humanity was suffering terribly from constant dungeon outbreaks. He notes that when the terrifying SSS-RANK dungeon appeared, plunging everyone into fear, King Lui personally led an elite army to conquer it. Despite losing countless soldiers, the king succeeded. He conquered the nightmare. But right at his moment of victory, a pre-planned rebellion struck. The mastermind was none other than Yuno. He was once deeply trusted by the crown, only to turn into a horribly ungrateful traitor. It makes Yuno absolutely furious, seeing how history has been completely flipped. I mean, his own team cleared that dungeon, only to get stabbed in the back. The teacher clenches his fist, preaching to the students about the unbearable pain of betrayal during such a critical moment. Yet their brave king rose above the tragedy, fighting back with unmatched blood and courage. Alongside the hero Ding Khan, the king successfully crushed the coup. Hearing that name, Yuno's eyes narrow with dark curiosity. Did that hero even exist? He seriously doubts it. Suddenly, the bullies who had tried to drown Yuno in the lake show up, looking totally baffled to see him standing there. They wonder how this is even possible, since both Yuno and Xiaoji got dragged straight into that newly formed dungeon. One bully mutters that it was already cleared. He assumes some high-level master must have been nearby to clear a fresh dungeon that quickly. To him, the two of them just got incredibly lucky, but Yuno's focus is already locked entirely on them. Recognizing these punks as the same bastards who used to torture this body's original owner, Yuno watches as the other students crowd around Dingshu to hear his story. The classmates gasp in utter disbelief, asking if they actually got caught in a live dungeon outbreak. And even more shocking, how they managed to survive such a deadly disaster inside. Dingshu throws an arm around Xiaoji's shoulder, loudly boasting about how lucky they were to escape that nightmare in one piece. Then he leans in, whispering viciously that they almost got dragged down too, and demands to know how they plan on paying back this debt. Xiaoji starts panicking, shrieking that everything is completely Dingshu's fault. He even threatens to report him, hysterical that his boneheaded move almost got both him and Yun killed. Dingshu grabs Xiaoji's head hard. He asks what the hell is going through his mind, realizing this idiot has absolutely no clue what is actually going on around them. Dingshu forces Xiaoji to look at the massive statue standing right in front of them, showing his traitorous ancestor being trampled by the hero. He points out that the traitor was Xian, and Xiaoji is his direct descendant, mockingly asking if he really thinks anyone in this place would ever take his side. Dingshu starts screaming that Xiaoji can insult him all he wants, but he absolutely cannot disrespect his ancestor. This leaves poor Xiaoji in utter shock. A crowd gathers, knowing Dingshu is the grandson of the legendary hero, Ding Jun. Hearing this, Yun's eyes burn. He's absolutely furious. The surrounding students realize this kid is Xiaoji, the direct descendant of the traitor Xian. To them, a traitor's bloodline insulting a legendary hero is just completely twisted. They whisper about how his ancestor Xian slaughtered so many innocent people, and if the hero hadn't stopped him, who knows how many more would have died. Dingshu puts on a sad show, claiming he doesn't care about the rumors behind his back, but he will never allow his ancestor to be insulted, not to his face. The teacher walks over, places a heavy hand on Xiaoji's shoulder, and tells him to apologize. He says that as an educator, he has always been fair, reminding Xiaoji that the hero actually showed his family mercy in the past. He finishes by saying that even if Xiaoji lacks gratitude, he has no right to insult a hero, before turning around and walking away. Dingshu places a hand on Xiaoji's head, whispering that if he beats him to a pulp right here, the crowd will only cheer. No one helps a beaten dog. And Xiaoji is the most hated mutt here. He yanks Xiaoji up by his hair, sneering and asking if he really believes the descendant of a true hero could ever be wrong. He raises his fist to strike, but suddenly, a brutal kick sends him crashing down. Xiaoji's eyes go wide with shock. It is Yun, his gaze burning with fury as he asks if the hero's family is too busy to discipline their brat. The students immediately start recording, completely shocked to see Yun standing there. They murmur that he feels like an entirely different person, unable to believe he actually dared to strike Dingshu. To them, he is completely insane, and some remember he is only level 5, the weakest kid in their entire class. They wonder what got into him to make him challenge Ding Shu. He has no parents and is usually too gloomy to make any friends, so they assume he finally snapped. Ding Shu wipes his cheek, bruised, snarling that Yoon is just a worthless punching bag who should be grateful to be alive. He cannot believe this loser actually blindsided him while he was not paying attention. Furious, he and his lackeys charge straight toward our boy. But Yoon moves like literal lightning, dodging every single swing and dropping them before they can even blink. Ding Shu falls to his knees, hacking up blood. The crowd starts whispering in shock because, let's be honest, absolutely nobody expected Yun to move with that kind of speed. The watching students are completely baffled, struggling to understand how any of this is possible. Is Ding Shu really just a weakling? Hearing this, Ding Shu completely explodes with rage. He cannot accept that a trash tier, level 5 support is suddenly overpowering him. He instantly activates his skill, Hell, boosting his attack power by 25%. He equips his fire-forged hammer, granting him 314 points of attack power. Convinced Yun just got a lucky strike, he wastes no more time and lunges forward with everything he has. But our boy easily punches him straight in the jaw. He activates his skill, Blade of Trickery, boosting his strike by 80%. Ding Shu is stunned. Yun follows with a kick, sending him crashing hard onto the concrete. A campus guard rushes in, seeing Yun stepping on Ding Shu, and quickly calls out for a healer. The crowd is left speechless by how fast Yun is. They keep remembering that this guy is only level 5. Even the blonde girl and her friend are completely stunned. The guard yells that fighting is strictly banned inside the hall because of potential property damage, then demands to know why the teacher cannot control his own students. The teacher glares and stomps toward Yoon. Not only did this kid insult a legendary hero, but now he actually dared to assault his direct descendant. To the teacher, Yun is totally shameless. He unsheathes his sharp sword, and Yun immediately locks his eyes onto him. Our boy activates his ring, and the exact second the teacher lunges to attack, his steel blade shatters into tiny pieces, leaving the room paralyzed. Yoon calmly suggests they put aside the debate about who is shameless for a second. He points out to the teacher that despite his constant claims of being completely unbiased, he clearly only listened to Ding Shu's side of the story, openly asking the man if he is just trying to curry favor with the hero's family. The teacher tells him to drop the nonsense, but then his eyes lock onto the ring of Yoon Che. He wonders what kind of gear it is even without his full strength. That ring actually blocked his strike. While a pretty heavy aura flares from his body, Yoon Che calmly claims it was just a casual joke, trusting the teacher isn't that corrupt. Everyone else is completely shocked they cannot believe Yoon Che actually blocked a hit from a literal teacher. The teacher quickly promises to thoroughly investigate the root cause of this whole fight. Secretly, he wonders where on earth Yoon Che got that gear, and if the kid has some powerful backing. It is the Chimera Bone Ring, and its durability is already down by 37% despite its epic quality tier. Still, it is just gear drop from a level 21 boss, so blocking a level 35 teacher is pushing it. Yoon Che casually asks to be dismissed from the hall along with his buddy Koji. Koji stands up and follows him with a totally confused look. The crowd still cannot believe Yoon Che blocked that strike, wondering if a regular student is even capable of such a feat. Meanwhile, the teacher orders the other students to cast heal on Ding Shu. As Yoon Che and Koji walk out of the hall, our boy feels a heavy wave of sadness wash over him. He cannot believe that in the end, none of his old comrades survived and Ben was murdered by that fake hero. Glancing at Koji, he realizes the boy will answer any question right now without hesitation. Clearing his throat, Yoon Che casually mentions that his history knowledge is pretty terrible. He asks his friend to recount the exact deeds of this legendary hero, Ding Kun. Koji gets quite nervous, admitting he might not remember every single detail perfectly. Apparently, the hero Ding Kun uncovered the conspiracy of the evil traitor Yun Che beforehand. He explains how Ding Kun set up an ambush near that SSS-RANK dungeon to back the king, supposedly crushing the entire rebellion. Hearing this, Yun Che is pretty surprised. Memories of his past life flood back the exact moment his team was ruthlessly ambushed. Koji explains that Ding Kun trained relentlessly from a young age to solve the dungeon crisis. After the king promoted him, he became a national protector. He spent years fighting across the land, famously saving Winterfell City from its legendary Great Cataclysm. Staring at the ground, Yoon Che recalls the grim image of his past self standing atop a mountain of rotting corpses. With a pretty somber look, Yoon Che asks about the sword held by that hero statue. Koji explains it is the Flowing Cloud's sword, adding that according to official history, it is the weapon the hero used to personally execute the vile traitor, Yoon Che. This was legendary top-tier gear. You can see the absolute fury in the eyes of Yoon Che. Not only did they steal his glory, but they took his sword too. Now, Ding Kun is officially dead meat. Outside the massive Ding family compound, several high-level guards are patrolling. Suddenly, the eyes of one guard flash as he senses something nearby. Just a short distance away, he spots Yunche and Koji slipping quietly into an alleyway. He shrugs it off, figuring they are just ordinary kids passing through the neighborhood. Seeing how sharp the guard is, Yunche wonders if he is a scout class. Koji nervously whispers that they should get the hell out of there. He insists there are way too many guards, and even if they sneak inside, they are dead meat the second Ding Shu returns. Even though Yunche desperately wants to shred that fake hero Ding Kun right now, he knows it is impossible. Koji mentions that Ding Kun spends all his time hiding in a high-level dungeon. Unlike his past life, you cannot just enter dungeons whenever you want anymore. The high-level dungeons are heavily guarded by the military, requiring an exclusive entry pass. However, Yunche is positive that a branch of the Ding Kun family must have one lying around. He asks if it is really necessary for a simple branch family of the Ding Kun lineage to have this many high-level guards patrolling. Koji explains that they are descendants of a global hero, and they even own a private dungeon right on their estate. Wait, a literal dungeon right in their backyard? Even Yunche is completely caught off guard by this. According to Koji, low-level dungeons are bought and sold privately all the time, but regular people without extreme power cannot even dream of owning one. With constant guard protection, Ding Shu can farm monsters and level up whenever he feels like it. Meanwhile, ordinary students only get access to dungeons during school dungeon practicals. They literally have to fight each other just to kill a single mob. Yunche realizes how corrupt this era is basically. The richer you are, the higher your level. Koi nuts. He reveals that normal citizens graduate around level 15 to 20. Since they lose dungeon access after school, they stay stuck at that level forever, unless they land a high-risk dungeon job. Think about standard dungeon miners or rangers. They usually struggle to hit level 30 by middle age, but private guards at Ding Shu's house are different. Their family dungeons easily boost them straight to level 30. To climb any higher, your options are extremely limited. You either get recruited by the army, join a top guild, or pass academy exams. That is the only way to get clearance for high-tier dungeons and actually level up. And you already know, our boy is not about to let that vital pass slip away. Xiaojia begged him to turn back, arguing the level gap was way too wide, and Yuno could not possibly handle those high-level guards. Yuno knew his current power was not even close to taking down that hero, let alone the Supreme King Lui, who was heavily guarded. But Yuno knew those level 30 guards only have small-range scouting skills like Eagle Eye, Enhanced Hearing, or Summoning Minor Spirits. Those basic abilities were not nearly enough to watch over this entire massive compound 24 hours a day. Besides, this was not some high-stakes, life-or-death dungeon, so most of these guards were getting pretty lazy. Sneaking in would be a breeze. Xiaojia panicked, but Yuno just smirked, took a running leap, and scaled the wall. He thought to himself that compared to the almost flawless security of high-level dungeons in his past life, this was a joke. Xiaojia warned him that even if they did manage to break into a private family dungeon like this, they could easily get killed with zero consequences. Yuno grabbed Xiaojia by the collar, asking if he actually wanted to change his life. Xiaojia admitted that he desperately did, but his plan was to wait until after he joined a guild. Yuno scoffed, asking if he honestly believed a guild would help the great-grandson of the notorious traitor, Chao Nen. Xiaojia's eyes filled with deep pain. Yuno yanked him up onto the wall, telling him that destiny is changed in the present, not by betting on some weak what-if that he did not even believe in. Yuno was not about to pass up the golden opportunity sitting right in front of him. It was time for Xiaojia to make his own choice about whether to follow. As Xiaojia broke into a cold sweat, Yuno wondered if this descendant would make the same tragic mistake as his infamous ancestor. Xiaojia stood up, unable to just watch his friend walk into a death trap. Yuno instantly hushed him, pointing out there were zero signs of summoning-type scouting magic around. So, as long as they keep quiet, extremely quiet, stayed out of sight, and timed it perfectly, slipping inside would be easy. Yuno grabbed Xiaojia, executed his flawless plan, and successfully entered the Ding family compound. And just look at what they discover waiting for them underground. They slipped inside the dungeon, immediately spotting two monsters, one level 6 and the other level 8. Yuno noted that while these levels were slightly higher than before, the actual monster count was pretty low, likely because the Ding family cleared them out regularly. Pointing at the two small mobs, Yuno told him to go ahead and test his skills. Xiaojia immediately panicked and backed away, protesting that there was absolutely no way he could defeat them. Yuno shoved him forward anyway. As the monsters lunged, Xiaojia instinctively summoned his heavy shield to block. Terrified and unable to comprehend why Yuno trusted him so much, Xiaojia regretted his entire life choices. He wanted out. Now, Yuno told him to fight back, but Xiaojia panics, asking how he can find an opening. Yuno assured him that he had his back, so nothing would go wrong. Gritting his teeth, Xiaojia chose to trust him and bashed forward. Suddenly, the other beast lunged at him from behind, but he reacted in the nick of time, cleanly dodging the strike. It was exactly as Yuno had suspected. Xiaojia's natural combat talent was actually pretty good. He was just too timid. constantly panicking and relying solely on defense, but his subconscious grasp of spatial positioning was incredibly sharp. Even though he constantly looked like he was on the verge of death, his health bar barely took a hit. He struck back, but his shield shattered completely. Seeing this, Yuno moves like lightning, instantly putting the beast down. Qiao just stared in utter shock as a level-up notification popped up, bringing him to level 7. Yuno explained that experience points are distributed based on combat contribution, meaning Xiao Jia only got a fraction of the share since Yuno finished them off. Yuno brandished his crescent bone blade, a weapon forged from pure resentment within a leg bone, boosting his physical attack by 62 and his spiritual attack by 11. Noticing how nimble Xiao Jia was, Yuno asked him how he had been distributing his stat points. Xiao Jia revealed that aside from spirit, he generally balanced his stat points evenly. Yuno frowned, knowing shield bearers rarely build agility. Xiao Jia sheepishly explained that without that speed, no school party would ever recruit him. He muttered that absolutely nobody wanted to wait around for a slow, clumsy shield bearer, because by the time he arrives, the others will have already wiped out all the monsters. Yun sighs, explaining that they need a long-term perspective. He explains that advanced class promotions after level 60 require very specific attribute stats. Take the Bastion Fortress class, it needs 60 stamina and 90 defense points, meaning he cannot just assign his stat points randomly. Chao Ji points out that ordinary people only reach level 40-something in their entire lives, wondering how Yun can even dream of level 60, which is legendary S-rank territory. Yun pats his shoulder, smiling. S-rank? From now on, they can aim way higher than that. But first, he has to start planning his very own class progression path. His weak support class only survived because of his hidden skill, Mirror World, and if everything goes smoothly from here, he will likely swap to a much better class. And here is the kicker, his SSS-RANK Mirror World skill can actually level up. Inside the Ding family private dungeon, Yun tears through monsters with absolute lightning speed. His Trick Blade skill gives him a massive attack boost, but it runs dry right as he confronts a level 17 zombie greed demon. The standing demon proves Trick Blade is strong, but useless in long wars. With his stamina and mana nearly empty, Yun realizes his body just cannot handle prolonged combat, but the payoff is massive. Yun jumps 2 levels, hitting level 17, while his health, mana, and overall stats shoot straight up. Plus, harvesting 2 shadow creature souls from elite zombies feeds 2,000 experience points directly into his SSS-RANK Mirror World skill, proving it can grow. Satisfied with his rapid level gains and new skill experience, Yun collects all the dropped loot. Suddenly, danger spikes. He retreats to higher ground, spotting Ding guards on high alert. Below, a newly geared, level 8, Qiao Ji nervously begs him to stop. With fewer monsters around and heavy security patrolling, he fears their cover is blown and things are way too risky. Yun agrees. Fighting under these conditions is a nightmare, forcing him to dodge guards while managing his Trick Blade cooldowns. Since direct confrontation is suicidal, Yun pulls out a newly acquired skill book, Brick Spell, which allows him to conjure physical bricks from mana. Reversed by Mirror World, it becomes Void Technique, rendering small physical objects completely intangible. It turns out not every reverse skill is meant for war, some have incredibly stealthy utility uses. Yun checks his progress. His ultimate skill needs 30% more experience to level up. Standing on the cliff, he marvels at the absurd strength its reversal offers. Seriously, just think about how completely broken he's going to be once this thing finally levels up. With fire in his eyes, Yun hatches a bold strategy. This private dungeon is a goldmine for his Mirror World progression. If he can somehow slay the dungeon boss, the skill will jump to level 2, a massive payoff that outweighs any guard danger. They creep through the dark cavern, ducking behind boulders as guards continuously spam search skills, putting them in constant jeopardy. Yun carefully peers ahead and finally spots their target. Sitting on a high stone throne is a giant, dark figure, bound tight by glowing purple chains and surrounded by heavy security. The dungeon boss, watching from hiding, Qiao Ji is shocked to see a dungeon boss being kept as a captive slave. Yun stays calm, remembering their academy did the exact same thing, meaning elite clans monopolize bosses all the time. Scanning the room, Yun notices the stairway guards are pretty relaxed, before locking his gaze onto the glowing purple chains binding the beast. Recognizing those chains are high-tier suppressors, he calculates his moves. Charging straight in against this many elite guards is an absolute suicide mission. Yun knows a direct assault on the boss is impossible right now, but a perfect opening suddenly presents itself. A lone guard wanders off. Perfect, time to pick them off one by one. Masking his face, Yun activates Trick Blade for a massive 150% damage boost, executing a flawless stealth strike. The guard falls instantly, completely paralyzed as Qiao Ji watches in awe. Yun looms over the target like a grim reaper, demanding answers. Shaking with fear, the guard begs for his life, ready to spill everything because the Ding family does not pay him enough to die. Yoon uses this leverage to press him about his ultimate goal, slipping past security and infiltrating the main family compound. When Yoon demands to know about the hero dungeon pass, the guard gasps, revealing the old master keeps a whole stack of them in his private study. Confused, the guard thinks Yoon is just some crazy old master fanboy. Terrified by Yoon's cold silence, the man swears he is telling the truth, having personally seen the old master handle those passes daily. He warns that the items are only temporary, and they will get caught without an insider. But Yoon remains completely unfazed. Grabbing his collar, Yoon tells him not to worry. With a freezing glare, he commands the guard to hand over his entire inventory, planning to strip his gear and steal his identity. Meanwhile, back inside the main Ding estate, Yoon grabbed the guard by the collar, demanding more. He was totally disappointed by one single, cheap skill book. The shaking guard desperately begged, swearing that was all he had. He explained the Ding family keeps all the good dungeon loot in their inner manor, leaving outer guards with scraps. Yoon learns Sunlight Baptism, a passive skill granting temporary defense after a heal. He activated Mirror World to invert it into Moonlight, blessing a top-tier offensive skill boosting his attack power after healing. But he realized this skill book, just like those dungeon passes, was inside the main manor. Pointing to the massive, lavish Ding family residence, the guard explained that low-level guards never enter without a direct summons. Security inside is absolutely insane. Aside from Ding Shu, everyone there is over level 50 with high-tier gear, rendering regular guards useless. Yoon yanked the guard closer, demanding to know if the pass was really kept in there. The shaking guard nodded quickly, warning him that the powerful level 42 family head was in there too, a monster. Yoon stood zero chance of beating. The family leaders are level 42, the third is 52, and their old master is a massive level 57. If those two powerhouses came back, sneaking in would be suicide. Having got his answers, Yoon cleanly knocked the guard cold. He made Xiaoji wear the guard armor as a disguise, telling him to wait for his signal. Since that high-level family head was safe inside the walls, Yoon decided to draw him out rather than fight directly. Heading back inside, he watched the dungeon boss. He figured out the Ding family was using high-level chains to keep this boss alive, turning the zone into a private farming spot. But relying on simple chains to secure the dungeon boss was a massive, exploitable flaw in their setup. The guards thought they were perfectly safe, because nobody could ever unlock those heavy bindings. But they had no idea Yoon knew exactly how to release them from his past life. Yoon quietly approached the main lock and undid it with absolute ease. The heavy chains shattered, releasing the furious boss. The massive beast went wild, sending the guards into a total, screaming panic. This chaos was the ultimate distraction to draw the family head straight out of his manor. And get this, the plan worked like a charm. Alarms echoed everywhere as the level 42 family head sprinted out of the unguarded manor, screaming for immediate reinforcements. As he and his guards rushed off to handle the crisis, Yoon slipped in and grabbed the level 60 combat chains used to bind the boss. Feeling the pulsing high-tier gear, he knew his plan was a total success. With the Lord and his heavy guards totally occupied, he and Xiaoji had a clear path inside. Just as Yoon cleared their path, some unexpected visitors rolled up to the Ding family main entrance. Servants bowed as the second master, level 42 Ding Hao, stepped out of a luxury car alongside his arrogant son, Ding Shu. Ding Hao casually dismissed the recent loss to Yoon as a minor slip-up, but Ding Shu snapped back that he was not just there to greet him. Ding Hao then held the door for a girl named Yoon Sha. Two young women stepped out, a stunning blonde and her dark-haired friend, who had to be Yoon Sha. Up at the top of the steps, the mustached family head stood waiting with a smug smile on his face. Suddenly, his smile vanished, turning into confusion and then pure fury. He brutally kicked a bowing servant out of his path, shouting at him to get lost. Leaving the poor guy on the ground, the furious family head marched straight toward Ding Hao, Ding Shu, and their two female guests, clearly looking for a fight. Watching from the woods, Xiaoji, disguised as a guard, kept watch on the estate. Suddenly, Yoon appeared right behind him, startling the poor kid. Xiaoji admitted he was terrified, pointing out that sneaking in now with the powerful Ding family back was practically suicide. Yoon just calmly asked why he was stressing, leaving a shocked Xiaoji wondering how he got back so fast. Yoon explained the monster he unleashed was actually a dungeon lord. Capturing a level 31 boss alive is incredibly tough, meaning that Rampaging Beast is going to keep their main heavy hitters busy for quite a while. Since they won't be taking down that boss anytime soon, this is their absolute best window of opportunity. Yoon then asked Xiaoji what he had spotted. The kid looked back at the mansion with a deeply sorrowful expression. He whispered that the servant who just got kicked was his youngest uncle, Chowie, a level 17 combatant. Yoon stayed quiet, listening as Xiaoji revealed a dark piece of their shared history. He explained that when Yun rebelled in the past, the family had already been brutally executed. Xiaoji added that, in a weird way, their deaths spared them from the endless years of public shame and agony that families of labeled traitors normally endure. Hearing about the horrific suffering the family of his old friend went through because of all those fabricated historical lies, Yoon showed a face of heavy sadness and absolute resolve. Watching from the trees, Xiao Ji continued the sad story of his family. After being branded as traitors, the Chow family faced endless, cruel harassment from the entire empire. Their homes were bulldozed and their lives completely shattered. It got even worse when the celebrated hero, Ding Kun, secretly ordered his men to target and torture the surviving Chow family members. Beaten and broken, they had no other way to survive. The remaining members of the Chow family had to work for the very people who ruined them, the powerful Ding family. Now they live in poverty, constantly walking on eggshells, begging their masters for scraps. Xiao Ju shamefully admitted they are just trophies shown off to prove the Ding family is merciful enough to forgive a traitor's children. He explained how his father's generation tried to fight back, speaking out against this heavy injustice to change their fate. But they failed. Completely. The stress drove his father mad, while his uncle Zholi became a spineless servant, acting like the Ding family's dog. Crushed by this dark past, Xiao Ju began doubting himself, wondering if following Yoon into such a deadly trap was the right call. But those doubts shattered when Yoon turned around, firmly declaring he was going inside. Terrified, Xiao Ju tried to stop him, warning him that Ding Shu's powerful father was inside as a maxed-out level 42 fighter. If caught, he's dead. But Yoon didn't flinch. In an era where the powerful control all dungeons, he believed taking major risks was the only way. He looked right at Xiao Ju, saying that waiting and worrying too much means nothing will ever change. Finally, Yoon gave him a simple choice. He could help rewrite his destiny, but Xiao Ju had to take the first step. Yoon was going to war, but he wouldn't force anyone to follow. Even with Yoon's iron resolve, Xiao Ju remained frozen. Terrified. The Ding family was a massive force ruling their entire world, so how could two nobodies ever hope to fight back? Yoon turned away. He stared at the distant residence. Stepping forward, he left a stunned Xiao Ju behind, calmly explaining his goal was far bigger than taking down one family. His real enemy? The entire empire itself. Meanwhile, inside the peaceful inner residence, Ding Hao lounged comfortably on a couch while a maid served him. He was genuinely curious how the dungeon lord managed to shatter those heavy chains. Seeing him, the blonde girl, Yunsha, politely asked her uncle if she should return another day because of this sudden emergency. Ding Hao quickly waved off her concerns, confident his older brother, the family head, had things under control. He smiled and promised that a minor dungeon outbreak was nothing compared to her visit. After all, when his legendary father and his third brother heard about her arrival, they immediately turned back toward the mansion just to greet her. He added that Hero Grandpa was already contacted and couldn't wait to meet her, proving this situation would be solved in no time. Up on a balcony, hiding in the shadows, Yoon overheard everything. His focus locked onto the mention of Hero Grandpa, realizing they meant the infamous Ding Kun. Piece by piece, things clicked with the guard's info. Sneaking into that hero's dungeon required two things: a special pass and a companion. Peering down at the guests, he noticed how incredibly respectfully everyone treated the mysterious Yoon Sha, proving her status was off the charts. And get this, she shared his exact last name, Yoon. Was it a mere coincidence? Shaking his head, he pushed it away. For now, he had to focus entirely on his immediate goal, stealing that dungeon pass. While Yunsha stood there silently with a completely unreadable face, Yoon took full advantage of the distracted Ding family guards to sneak straight into the inner residence. He glided soundlessly through the luxurious hallways, bypassing chatting maids and blending into the deep shadows as he pressed further into the lavish estate. Outside, the crisis was already over. The level 42 family head, Ding Yi, stood triumphantly over the freshly defeated dungeon boss. Ding Yi surveyed the grim scene, instantly realizing someone released this beast on purpose. But not knowing who did it deeply annoyed him. Taking such a massive risk had to be for something far greater than just those high-grade chains. To secure his estate, he ordered his guards to seal off the inner residence, focusing entirely on keeping his VIP guests safe. He couldn't allow anything to startle the young lady. Meanwhile, inside the study, Yoon began searching. He checked the exact desk the guard mentioned, but a wave of frustration hit when he saw empty drawers. Remembering his new utility skill, the reverse brick spell, phasing, he slipped his hand right through the solid wood to reveal a secret compartment. Inside was a hidden stash of journals. Pulling them out, his eyes instantly landed on a personal diary. Tossing it aside, he finally uncovered the real prize. Elite, high-quality skill books. He had hit the jackpot with the Ding family's secret stash, uncovering a powerful support ability called Slowing Aura that slows every enemy in a massive area. Guards now completely flood the entrance leading straight to the Ding family's inner sanctuary. Tucked away in the surrounding trees, Qiao Shi watches in absolute terror, sweating over why so many soldiers are gathering and fearing their cover is blown. Panic grips him tighter as more reinforcements swarm the area, making the danger too extreme. He fears that if Yun Che does not escape immediately, they are finished. The crushing dread of capture instantly drags up bitter memories of his father losing his mind and the endless torment his family endured. His first instinct is to turn tail, slip away, and save his own skin. When a sentry creeps right up to his hiding spot, paralysis sets in. Yet right at that desperate second, the words of Yun Che echo in his mind. Someone could guide him, but the choice to change had to come from within. Stealing his resolve, Chao Shi screams at the top of his lungs, drawing their focus. Bursting from his hiding spot, he runs off, dragging the hunters far from the main house. Chao Shi made his decision. He will serve as the ultimate bait to keep Yun Che hidden. Peering from the mansion, Yun Che witnesses Chao Ji's incredibly brave move. With the perimeter clear, he shatters a glass window and leaps out, feeling incredibly proud. He knows his companion has finally conquered his deepest fears and actively chosen to defy his dark fate. To help Chao Ji escape, Yun Che triggers an even bigger distraction, dropping right into the enemy ranks. He openly mocks them, claiming he stole their precious chains and technique manuals, daring them to take them back. Enraged, the army immediately abandons post to hunt him. While sprinting, Yun Che activates that newly looted slowing aura. But thanks to Mirror World, the ability completely inverts into a brilliant accelerating aura, boosting his own speed and pushing his allies forward. Watching them fly, the Grand Patriarch, Ding Yi, spots something incredibly bizarre. They are running back toward the dungeon, not away from it. Sensing the immense danger, he commands 2 elite squads to abort the chase and retreat to shield the dungeon lord. Chao Shi, keeping pace beside Yun Che, is completely baffled and asks why they are running the wrong way, heading right back into a death trap. Yun Che reveals his grand strategy. With so many forces lured away to hunt them, the remaining guards must have already beaten down the wild dungeon lord. Subduing such a massive boss would require an absolutely exhausting, brutal battle, which means the beast's health bar is now at rock bottom, leaving it completely vulnerable. Checking his ultimate ability, Mirror World, Yun Che notes how close it is to evolution. As his eyes flash a deep purple, he knows his path is clear. Slaying the heavily damaged dungeon boss right now will deliver the perfect boost to upgrade his absolute strongest technique. Meanwhile, back in the mansion, things are getting incredibly tense. A mysterious blonde girl quietly sips her tea, calmly suggesting to her host, Ding Hao, that he handle the noise outside. Smiling with pure arrogance, Ding Hao, the second patriarch, brushes it off as some petty burglar, promising his elder brother can crush them effortlessly. But it is not easy, and Ding Yi is furiously trying to regain control. He screams at a lagging guard, ordering him to immediately advance and charge directly at the berserk skeletal overlord. Spitting fire as Yun Che flashes past, Ding Yi commands his speediest rogues and archers to leave the boss and hunt down the intruder. It is a total failure. Yun Che blurs ahead, dusting them easily. He knows his advantage, having dumped half his total attribute points directly into pure agility. Stacked with his inverted speed magic, he runs so fast that only hyper-specialized, level 30 rogues and rangers have even a tiny prayer of matching him. Now look, he easily reaches the core chamber where the boss is totally cornered. The massive skeletal beast is heavily broken, while desperate soldiers struggle to cast a massive sealing spell. Yun Che sees his trap has sprung beautifully. The beast is utterly defenseless. Gathering an eruption of dark purple energy, he prepares to strike down the helpless overlord. Guards stationed around the overlord spot him instantly. Yelling out warnings, they scramble to block his path. Before they can even set their shields, Yun Che activates chaotic thorns. Violent violet brambles burst from the stone floor, whipping the front line. The defenders are completely stunned, having never witnessed such magic. This curse attempts to infect them with a status debuff. While high-level humans normally shrug off magic effects, Yun Che's spell is shockingly potent, instantly bypassing their defenses. The infected soldiers fall into deep confusion. A confused wizard blasts his comrade with a huge spell, throwing their formation into absolute madness. The remaining troops watch in absolute horror, dumbfounded by the spell's ridiculously high success rate. With the defenders busy killing each other, Yun Che strikes. He slips effortlessly through the broken, chaotic defense. His road is totally open to the main prize, a near-dead dungeon lord waiting to be claimed. Their defense utterly crumbles as he glides past. Panic takes over as they scream about why their spells failed, all while accidentally attacking each other. He sneers at their terrible teamwork, instantly realizing they have zero real battle experience. They grew soft. He thinks this long peace paved the way for their downfall. A guard captain screams at his men to pin the intruder down, promising he's dead meat if they do. Right then, First Patriarch Ding Yi arrives, ordering everyone to hold Yun Cho, while the level 42 warrior in blazing gear handles him himself. Gripping his burning weapon, he leaps to unleash a devastating strike on Yun Cho. Yun Cho watches the Patriarch close in, readying himself with a snort, choosing to meet this attack head-on. He whips out those level 60 combat chains he stole even if he cannot fully equip them, their insane durability is still there. As Ding Yi's flaming strike rains down, Yuncho uses the chains like a quick shield, tanking the blast's full force. Smart move. Yuncho cleverly turns Ding Yi's attack to his advantage. Instead of merely blocking that blazing explosion, he uses the force to rocket backward like a cannonball, shattering the barrier the guards are holding up. He lands right in front of the beaten dungeon lord. With a final smirk, he cheekily thanks the fuming patriarch for the free lift. Before the guards can move, Yuncho calls his shot, delivering a brutal finishing strike that completely ends the weakened beast. The payoff is absolutely massive. Yuncho instantly gains 3 whole levels, shooting straight to level 20 with 9 fresh attribute points to spend. Best of all, that massive experience pool completely maxes out his hidden mirror world skill, with a system alert confirming it finally reached level 2. Absolutely. Losing his mind over the stolen kill, first Patriarch Ding Yi screams in fury, rushing Yuncho with his flaming axe while the rest of the guards swarm in right behind him. They are dead set on taking down this brazen intruder, but standing beside the giant corpse, Yuncho is not worried at all. He does not care. He focuses on his level 2 ultimate power. Just as Ding Yi's strike is about to land, it passes clean through a mirage of Yuncho, who completely vanishes. The guards freeze, totally lost. Meanwhile, Yuncho opens his eyes in an entirely different world. Everything has turned into a quiet, crystal blue-green version of the dungeon, marking the debut of his new skill, Mirror World. Peering through this odd dimension, he spots the spectral, glassy forms of Ding Yi and the guards. They have no idea he is there, and a timer shows his mirror walk lasts nearly 30 minutes. Talk about a major upgrade, he can literally enter the mirror world now, and he instantly starts testing its limits. He notices that everything in here is a perfect, flawless mirror image, completely flipped left to right. At first, he thinks these spectral guards are mere illusions when his hand slips through, but the moment his fingers actually touch the crystal ground, he finds it completely solid, proving this place is no illusion. Wandering around, he makes an absolutely incredible discovery. Grabbing a solid crystal fragment from the ground, a notification reveals a mirror shard that can actually be brought back to the real world. This is massive for him. He realizes that his level 2 skill lets him carry solid items from this alternate dimension directly back to reality. Curious about what else upgraded, he quickly pulls up his character's system screen. An entirely different set of skills appears, loaded with powerful inverted traits like invisibility and force field cages. However, most of them are locked, which confuses him until a system prompt explains he needs the base skills first. That is when the sheer scale of this power hits him. This list reveals the inverted counterpart of every learnable skill. To unlock these cheat codes, he first has to hunt down and learn their standard forms. In reality, the basic reversal he used before was barely scratching the surface of his true potential. As he scrolls through these ridiculous options, you just know his mind is racing with possibilities. He can literally pre-plan his entire class build now, pairing normal abilities with the exact overpowered versions he will get. While Yuncho maps out his absolute peak potential, a sudden chill creeps up right behind him. Whipping around, he spots a faint blue-green figure hovering in the crystal air, making him wonder if it's a wandering soul just like he used to be. Intrigued by the thought, he wonders if other lost souls are also trapped inside this mirror dimension. But without warning, the quiet spirit flares with green energy, transforming into a screaming, skeletal undead monster that lunges straight at him. Startled, Yuncho draws his glowing sword and prepares for a fight. He meets the charge head-on, easily shattering the creature with a single slice while noting it is surprisingly weak. The moment that monster falls, a glowing system prompt grabs his attention, offering him a brand new undead contract. Turns out, he can strike a deal with the soul he just defeated, summoning it from the mirror world to fight for him in reality. This new Shadow Warrior's maximum level will always scale directly with his own level, and he can hold up to 20 of these contracts. This insane luck immediately gets Yun thinking about the wild possibilities of his new power. Now he gets to beat an undead creature here in the mirror world, and he can drag its soul back to the real world as his personal bodyguard. He grips the physical mirror's shard tightly. His power isn't limited to summoning basic rocks anymore. Think about how crazy this is, a level 2 upgrade that lets him summon an entire undead army straight into the real world. Staring out at this massive crystal world of endless potential, he smiles. Meanwhile, back in the real world, things are a total mess. Since the dungeon boss is dead, the private zone completely vanishes, leaving the family guards standing around in absolute confusion. They have absolutely no idea where the intruder went. One captain frantically yells, demanding to know if this is some high-level rogue stealth trick, but their rogue expert quickly warns them that even the best stealth has limits. This total lack of answers drives another captain wild. He grabs the poor rogue by the collar, demanding how anyone could escape right under their noses with an entire army watching. But the first patriarch, Ding Yi, is absolutely furious. Having just lost his incredibly valuable private dungeon, he decides to take his rage out on his own men. Squeezing a guard's face, he screams that if they don't find the culprit, they'll pay him back. Meanwhile, over in the mirror world, Yun's safe walk time is rapidly coming to an end. Watching the seconds drain, he wonders exactly where he'll spawn back in. Will he return to the original spot, or does the system have other rules? He gets his answer instantly as his body materializes back in the real world in the exact spot he vanished from. Ding Yi spots him immediately, seeing red as he roars for his men to tear the kid apart. Surrounded by a swarm of angry guards, Yun doesn't even flinch. Raising his hand, a swirling green light glows in his palm as he tells them to slow down. Since they love ganging up on people, it is finally his turn to do the exact same thing. With a smirk, he unleashes the terrifying new power he just unlocked from the mirror world. An endless wave of skeletal warriors bursts from the ground, forming a terrifying undead army that charges the panicked guards. The guards completely freeze in pure terror, halting their attacks as they wonder if these things are real ghosts. Ding Yi tries to salvage the situation, trying to snap his men out of their paralyzing fear. He screams at them not to panic, yelling that these are just basic undead monsters they have dealt with 1,000 times. One guard braces himself to fight a skeleton, only to freeze when a glowing health bar suddenly appears floating right above its head. It is just a level 20 skeleton warrior, matching Yun's current level. But the sheer terror in the air is still way too overwhelming. Ding Yi's face twists with pure rage at his cowardly men. Desperate, he promises a massive cash bonus to anyone who steps up and grabs the intruder. Unsurprisingly, the promise of cold, hard cash instantly brings back their courage. But the moment the greedy guards look back to grab Yun, they realize the kid is already completely gone. They stare around in utter disbelief. Where did he go? Well, while his skeletons play decoy, Yun is actually chilling at a safe distance. He quietly analyzes the battlefield, realizing his current skeleton squad is still way too weak. If he could just bind some high-level boss souls, these disorganized guards wouldn't stand a single chance against him. Unfortunately, he is strictly limited by his surroundings. He already signed up the 20 strongest souls he could find in this starting area. On top of that, he discovers his mirror walk has a built-in limit. He hit an invisible wall restricting him to just 200 meters from his entry point. This means if he wants higher-tier undead summons, he will have to enter the mirror dimension from different locations. But his tactical planning cuts short when he notices his decoy buddy, Xiaoji, getting cornered while hiding in the nearby woods. A guard sneers at the disguised kid, laughing about the massive bounty he is about to collect for his capture. Without warning, Yun drops from the trees, striking down the threatening guards with lethal precision. With the path cleared, he grabs the completely shocked Xiaoji and barks that it is time to move. Surveying the utter chaos he left behind, with his skeleton army still keeping the family guards busy, Yun smiles. Time to slip away, escape the danger zone, and count up all the epic loot he secured from this daring heist. While Yun and Xiaoji make their escape, the remaining Ding family guards clash with the undead army, desperately smashing skeletal warriors to pieces. A guard captain notices these monsters are pretty weak, but their relief instantly vanishes. To their horror, every shattered skeleton immediately reforms, rising back up to fight endlessly. Just as their hope completely shatters, Ding Ge, the formidable level 52 warrior and third head of the Ding family, casually arrives smoking. He quickly figures out these summons burn through their master's mana to revive. Talk about calling a bluff, he decides they just need to crush them until their summoner drains his mana. Sometime after the chaotic raid, the white-bearded patriarch, the insanely powerful head of the family, finally returns. He immediately demands to know if their highly valued guest, Miss Yun Sha, has already departed. Inside the mansion, his son Ding Hao bows deeply, apologizing for failing to make her stay. He explains that a highly daring intruder caused a wild scene by shouting and smashing a window, scaring her off. Hearing this, the formidable level 57 patriarch, Ding Dan, who is also the son of hero Ding Kun, is absolutely furious, screaming at his son for this total security disaster. Enraged that a ghost slipped past them unidentified, Ding Hao bows his head, taking the full blame. But Ding Hao delivers good news despite the mess. Miss Yun Sha still agreed to go, keeping his grandfather hero Ding Kun's plans alive. Even this doesn't calm the raging patriarch. Ding Dan vows to execute the thieves without a shred of mercy, then snaps at his son to check what else is missing. Far away from the chaos, Yun inspects his loot, staring at the stolen temporary dungeon pass carrying Xiaoji's name. He has the pass, but still needs some party members to enter. Deciding not to rush things, he counts his other spoils from the Ding estate raid, which boosted him up to level 20. His powerful Chimera Bone Ring is pretty much trashed after tanking a heavy hit, but he managed to swipe over 10 rare skill books. He notices one of the books contains purely support-type chant skills. After learning Battle Song Chant to boost his critical rate at the cost of defense, he instantly triggers its reverse form, Shield Song Chant. Now, get this, by mastering and flipping these incredible support spells, these boosts will let him supercharge his stats. Combined with a strength-boosting passive, he will completely crush any same-level opponent with pure power. On top of that, The dungeon boss dropped rare level 30 corrupted knight armor, which is definitely going to be useful later. But best of all, far beyond skills and levels, his hidden ability, Mirror World, has finally leveled up to rank 2. As he reviews his growth, Yoon knows his undead army is significantly stronger, but it is still not enough. Remembering the statue of hero Ding Kun, he estimates his target is easily an S-rank berserker. To even stand a chance, Yoon needs to reach level 50 and, more importantly, bind himself to an S-rank undead spirit. Safe from the estate, a trembling Xiao Ji nervously asks Yoon if anyone is following them. Yoon calmly reassures him that they shook their pursuers and nobody saw their faces. Even so, Xiao Ji remains pretty anxious. Since his undead are too weak, Yoon decides his next step. He asks Xiao Ji if there are any dungeons nearby where some incredibly powerful figure has died, leaving Xiao Ji looking totally lost. Yoon explains he needs high-level zones to grind faster, keeping the secret of the dead powerhouse to himself for now. After thinking, Xiao Ji confirms there is a spot, though he hesitates with a worried look. He reveals it is their academy's private, heavily guarded dungeon. This news makes Yoon pause, weighing his options carefully, but he doesn't flinch. If he cannot get in normally, he will just use some alternative methods. First, he pays a visit to his homeroom teacher. Giving the man a high-value, purple-tier skill book stolen from the Ding mansion gets his attention. The bribe works like a charm, making the teacher assume Yun has some pretty influential backers. While he admits the roster is usually locked tight, he points out a sneaky loophole they can use. The area is reserved for elite graduating classes, but a teacher can recommend a highly exceptional student instead. Convinced of Yoon's immense talent, the teacher promises to secure him a spot. With the plan succeeding, Yoon blends right in with the students entering the school's elite dungeon. One kid mutters it is his last chance to level, while others praise the hero. As Yoon stepped past the glowing portal, a strange unease washed over him. Sensing something was seriously wrong with this dungeon, their teacher eagerly explained this was an old battlefield of the hero, where residual power might still linger, while Xiaoji listened grimly. With sudden horror, he realized this legendary dungeon was the exact spot where, according to the Empire's fabricated history, the hero Ding Kun slew his great-grandfather, the traitor Qiaoan. Knowing the dark truth, Xiaoji hesitated. He struggled inside, torn over whether to tell Yoon the real, dark history of this place. Gathering everyone at the entrance, the instructor gave one final warning that this high-level zone required absolute caution within their own limits. He then singled out a red-haired student in heavy armor, Little Z, ordering him to keep an eye on Yoon and Xiaoji. Little Z was visibly annoyed, grumbling that he could not focus on leveling up if he had to babysit. Another classmate shoved him forward, telling him to quit, whining now that the dungeon was wide open, still whining about juniors being allowed as he finally stepped inside. He condescendingly ordered Yoon and Xiaoji to stay back and avoid trouble, threatening to leave them behind if they became dead weight. Entering the massive, purple-lit cavern, Yoon silently scanned his surroundings, noting it was supposed to be a level 20 to 40 dungeon. But his seasoned instincts from his past life screamed that something was wrong. A heavy wave of unease hits him. We can tell this danger is way beyond a normal low-level dungeon. As the class pushed deeper into the glowing purple caverns, Yun spotted Yoon Yin and her blonde friend Yoon Sha, wondering how junior students got in. Little Z, who was supposed to be watching Yoon, also spotted the girls and eagerly nudged another armored student. That guy immediately began fantasizing about escorting the pretty girls, but a taller, helmeted student smacked his head, telling him to stop dreaming. The helmeted student revealed Yun Yin and Yun Sha were far stronger, both well over level 30, scoffing that they should be asking the girls for help since he was not on their level. Embarrassed, he mumbled his excuse. While they gossiped, the daydreamer watched Yun Sha and Yun Yin, only to be stunned when the high-level girls completely ignored them, walking straight toward Yun and Xiao Ji. Yoon just watched them, confused. He recognized Yun Sha as that elite guest from the Ding family estate, and her bold approach immediately raised his suspicions. Was she trying to expose his past life, or seeking payback for Ding Shu, whom he had publicly humiliated? Yun Sha was direct and warm, smiling confidently as she mentioned, seeing him at the memorial hall, praising his skills and noting his voice was quite unique. Honestly, he had no idea what she wanted, assuming she was just making small talk. But then, Yun Sha's eyes flashed gold as she leaned in close, revealing she remembered his voice from the shattered glass during his escape from the Ding mansion, leaving Yoon completely stunned. Alarmed, he realized this elite girl had exposed him as the intruder from just 2 sentences. With her point made, Yun Sha changed into white battle gear while Yoon Yin equipped dark green armor. Yun Sha then told a stunned Yoon that they would scout ahead first, turning to walk away with her companion. As they walked away, Yoon carefully analyzed their brief interaction. She clearly knew his secret but chose to stay quiet, delivering a subtle warning instead of exposing him publicly to the crowd. It raised the dangerous possibility that Ding Shu had also recognized his voice during their previous clash. Still, he decided not to worry. He was confident that if they did not strike now, his insane leveling speed would soon outpace any threat they could throw at him. Returning the favor, he called out a warning, telling them to stay alert because his gut said this dungeon felt oddly dangerous. Yun Sha paused and agreed, telling her friend that the place indeed felt strangely off. Given her high level, she knew this place should not feel so creepy, so she flashed Yun one last knowing smile before moving on. We all knew that cozy chat between Yun and those top-tier girls wouldn't go unnoticed. The upperclassmen watched in utter disbelief, gossiping about why the notoriously icy Yun Sha was acting so friendly with him. Green with envy, they crowded around Yun, demanding to know their relationship and pushing for an introduction. Completely uninterested, Yun cut them off short, announcing he and Xiaoji were splitting up to explore on their own. They were stunned by his arrogance, warning him that level 20 monsters would rip them apart, but to their shock, Little Z ordered them to let the duo go. He figured if Yun is close with someone as strong as Yun Yen, his own level has to be insanely high. When his crew protested and brought up their teacher's orders, Little Z's real selfish motive is finally shown through his thoughts. He snapped at his crew, reminding them why they are actually hunting these precious crystals. He does not want to split the loot, so letting them wander off is honestly perfect. He cold-heartedly tells the group to ignore them, pointing out they have distress signal guns. As Yun and Xiaoji walk away, he glares at them with pure rage and jealousy. He cannot understand why a basic kid got Yun Yin's attention, and his jealousy turns downright poisonous. He figures if Yun is this overconfident, the kid honestly deserves to die. A bit after Yun and his crew enter the dungeon, a furious Ding Shu shows up at the entrance, while two staff members ask what he thinks he is doing. Boiling with rage, Ding Shu grabs the worker's collar and demands to know if a team just went inside. The guard demands to know his plans, but Ding Shu's temper is already red hot after a disastrous meeting with his own family elders. When he tried telling them that Yun and Xiaoji were the rats who raided their home, his father, Ding Hao, completely brushed him off. The older man coldly told him not to blame others for his public embarrassment, since he has no time for such trivial nonsense. But Ding Shu insisted he recognized their exact voices from the raid. Still, Ding Gai was highly skeptical, arguing the thieves were too skilled to be simple students since they slipped past dozens of guards. Ding Gai told him unless Ding Shu can actually prove their strength surpasses the mansion guards, he cannot support the claim. Then the family head, Ding Don, coldly ordered him to get out and let them focus on real business. Rejected by his own blood, Ding Shu decides to handle this himself. So, back at the dungeon entrance, he confronts the guard once more. He vows with total madness that he is going after them. And just look at what our boy is dealing with inside a massive level 20 crystal giant. The massive beast, made of jagged blue crystals, launches a brutal attack. While Yun dodges the heavy swings, an even deadlier threat spawns a level 30 crystal eye, which fires a devastating purple laser directly at his head. Sensing the insane power behind this incoming strike, Yun braces himself for impact. Suddenly, a terrified Xiaoji screams out Yun's name from a distance and activates a protective support skill, conjuring winged golden shields right in front of him. This spell, the surrounding shield, grants Yun a barrier with 500 durability and 700 defense for 3 minutes. Xiaoji does not stop there, casting a motivational shout that wraps Yun in a massive power-boosting aura. This triggers the inspired status, boosting his attack power and movement speed by 5%. Our boy Xiaoji is seriously turning into an elite support. Armed with these massive buffs, Yun unleashes a flurry of devastating strikes on the crystal giant. With his signature Trick Blade skill active, granting him a 70% damage boost, he completely shatters that tough level 30 eye monster with one final, crushing blow. Talk about instant rewards. Yun levels up to 21, pocketing 3 brand new attribute points. Xiaoji is totally hyped, yelling in shock as he hits level 11 and grabs 3 points of his own. Yun reminds his buddy that both the shield and the shout came straight from those skill books they stole from the Ding family mansion. They are incredibly powerful skills that Xiaoji learned perfectly. Looking down at the shattered boss, Yun realizes their dynamic duo synergy is getting seriously scary. He knew the monsters crawling through this cave are actually a pretty high level, but Xiaoji's powerful new spells make these encounters feel like a total breeze. Venturing deeper, Yun suddenly recalls a crucial piece of advice from his master. His master had warned him about a rare, high-tier monster lurking here called the Obsidian Beast. Slaying this creature apparently gives you a golden chance to grab an ultra-rare gravitational pull skill book. This is a massive opportunity because its inverted version, the Force Field Zone, is already sitting on his Mirror World skill list, and it is a crucial piece for his master plan. But hunting this specific beast is not his only goal here. Looking across the massive, eerie cavern, he knows this deadly dungeon is the exact spot where countless powerful, high-level adventurers lost their lives. He is betting their restless souls are still lingering around, giving him the perfect chance to build an army of elite undead soldiers. He hopes to harvest some powerful spirits right here, but suddenly, a heavy chill of raw danger hits him, making his eyes widen in panic. Deep inside the canyon below, a colossal beast of glowing purple rock rises. And guess what? It is not alone. A massive pack of these elite obsidian beasts is on the move, marching in sync right through the giant crystal pillars. High up on a cliff, Yoon and Chaoji watch this bizarre spectacle unfold. Yoon notices that these elite beasts are not only traveling in a massive pack, but they have also marched over a kilometer from their spawn point. Observing their highly coordinated movements, Yunche comes to a chilling conclusion: they are wanderer types. He immediately recognizes the chilling signs of a much smarter threat. The way these obsidian beasts act reminds Yunche of a specific, terrifying category of monsters. These rare, highly dangerous creatures don't have a fixed spawn point, meaning they roam completely free across the entire dungeon. They're vastly stronger than average monsters of the exact same level, easily wiping out any adventurers caught off guard. Back in the early days, long before humanity grew powerful enough to master these dungeons, encountering a wanderer meant a desperate struggle for survival. They were incredibly dangerous because they weren't bound to the map. They could easily slip out into the human world, bringing absolute ruin and death to nearby towns. But Yunche knows that facing such a massive threat comes with a pretty huge payoff. The experience points and rare loot dropped by wanderers are far better than anything normal mobs give, making them a high-risk, reward target for any daredevil out there. And with a pack like this ahead, Yunche knows he can't make a single mistake. He quickly realizes a head-on collision is pure suicide, deciding he must carefully test their capabilities first to uncover any hidden weakness. His initial assessment reveals a remarkably tough defense. These level 30 obsidian crystal beasts possess an active, continuous healing factor, making them incredibly difficult to wear down. Before he can even formulate a strategy, the beasts retaliate, firing a coordinated barrage of deadly lasers known as mana rays. Yunche relies on his high speed to weave through the dense web of energy, backed by Chaoji's protective winged shields. But the barrage is simply too intense and rapid. One laser tears right through, drawing blood and sending a sharp shock of pain through his back. He grinds his teeth, realizing his high agility alone isn't enough to evade every single attack. A glance at his status screen reveals how deep of a hole he's in, his health bar dropping fast. His current body's defense and health pool are just way too low to tank these hits. Without Chaoji's shield absorbing the brunt of the impact, that single hit would have completely finished him. It's time for a different strategy. He raises his undead army, summoning a legion of glowing green skeletons to act as a front line against the beasts. But the gap in raw stats is simply massive. The elite monsters effortlessly tear through his ranks, his skeleton forces melting away. Frustrated, he realizes even his undead army cannot hope to hold the line against such overwhelming power. He initiates a tactical retreat, noting that at the very least, these heavy hitters are pretty slow. And that gives us some hope. He knows his weak physical stats aren't something he can fix overnight. He decides the only viable path to victory is fully relying on Chaoji's defensive capabilities. But to pull that off, his companion needs a massive level boost. Yunche lays out the strategy to Chaoji. They need to hunt down lower-level monsters to farm experience points first. Heading over to a lower-tier zone, Yunche spots a group of mobs from earlier, calling them perfect targets for Chaoji's leveling journey. In any party, the tank is the ultimate shield, taking all the aggro so the damage dealers can safely strike from afar. Aiming for that legendary S-tier class upgrade under Yunche's advice, Chaoji had invested all his stat points into pure defense. This hyper-specialized stat build, paired with the stolen armor from those Ding family guards, is finally showing its true worth. Chaoji has fully embraced the core build of a top-tier shield bearer, easily neutralizing level 20 enemy attacks while taking almost zero damage. With Yunche's master-level guidance, Chaoji trains relentlessly to perfect his tanking duties. From a distance, Yunche shouts critical instructions, teaching him how to maintain a rock-solid guard, instructing him to shift his weight and anchor his body properly, and angle the shield to deflect incoming pressure. Putting this into practice, Chaoji perfectly blocks a heavy blow from a crystalline beast. He grins at the immediate progress, as his system notification confirms that his shield's durability is draining much slower than usual. But his fundamentals are still raw. Before Yunche's warning about follow-up attacks can even register, the beast strikes again, sending Chaoji crashing to the dirt. Just as the monster moves in for the kill, Yunche flashes forward, parrying the strike. He turns it into a lesson, explaining why anticipating the next move is vital. He advises Chaoji to ditch wide, flashy shield sweeps that leave him vulnerable, focusing instead on tight, efficient deflections that set up a counterattack. Giving his friend a reassuring pat, he drops one final crucial tip: stay completely focused, but keep your muscles relaxed, only tensing up at the very millisecond of impact to conserve stamina and move faster. With a final pat on Chaoji's armor, Yoon encouraged him to keep up the great work. Standing right behind his friend, he offered constant support while sharing a crucial rule: a shield bearer must always watch the allies behind him. Hearing this, a wave of quiet determination washed over Chaoji's face. Instantly putting their training to work, they fought side by side against the dungeon beasts, with Yoon reminding him of a core combat rule. When raw stats are pretty close, superior skill decides the victor. And man, their teamwork paid off. Down went another beast, and Yoon leveled up again, hitting level 22. He was quite pleased with their progress. With Xiaoji now facing enemies head-on with confidence, they could clear mobs faster, boosting Yun's experience gains at a much quicker rate. But the biggest leap belonged to Xiaoji, who excitedly cheered that he had finally reached the milestone of level 15. Hitting this mark was massive. Xiaoji could now learn a powerful new defensive skill from their stolen book stash. He pulled out the glowing, rare shield armor skill book, an ability that overlays a heavy protective shell onto his shield. This granted massive durability and defense, scaling beautifully with his own status points, turning him into an ultimate tank. Since his level matched, Xiaoji mastered the shield armor ability, exhausting the last usable book from the Ding family stash. The skill manifested as a vibrant layer of glowing green plate over his heavy shield, massively boosting its defensive stats. Yoon noted this massive defense boost would be a pretty huge help when they faced those deadly obsidian beasts again. Meanwhile, deep within another section of Crystal Pillar Canyon, 3 academy instructors were keeping a close eye on that exact same group of elite obsidian beasts Yun and Xiaoji spotted earlier. The veteran teachers stood totally baffled by such a massive gathering of elite wanderer monsters in one single zone. Realizing these beasts were far too hazardous for young students, they agreed the pack had to be wiped out immediately. But clearing them out was going to be insanely tough. Normal level 30 targets were easy, but these elite wanderers were on a completely different level, way more aggressive and completely unpredictable. Just watch this. Their debate gets cut short when a bright distress flare shoots into the sky. Their plans changed instantly. The instructors abandoned their hunt to rescue the stranded students first. But as they packed up, they could not hide their deep dread regarding those wandering beasts. They knew if any clueless student accidentally wandered into this territory, it would end in an absolute bloody disaster. Right as the rescue squad prepared to move out, one of the teachers, Pang Jiang, agreed it was too risky and offered to stay back on watch. Their leader, Lei, was just about to approve when Yoon and Xiaoji suddenly walked right up to them. Yoon voiced his own thoughts, suggesting that he and Xiaoji could easily keep tabs on the wandering pack instead. He pointed out that if the rescue team hit more danger, 2 teachers might not be enough. Approaching the shocked instructors, he calmly broke down his entire plan to keep them safe. These wanderers were pretty slow, he assured them, and better yet, they hadn't even noticed their presence. Promising that as long as they kept their distance, they would be completely fine, he urged the teachers to head out without a second thought. After hesitating for a moment, the instructors reluctantly agreed to the plan. But before taking off, Lei left Yoon with a very stern, serious warning. He made it clear these beasts were incredibly deadly, emphasizing that Yoon and Xiaoji must never engage or make any reckless moves. Staying hidden was crucial because if those monsters caught their scent, escape would be entirely impossible. As the instructors rushed off, one threw back a final, frantic shout for Yoon to stay hidden, warning him there was zero escape if they got caught. But guess what? Yoon had absolutely no plans to hide. The very second the teachers vanished from sight, he launched his own assault on the obsidian pack. He confidently muttered that it was actually the monsters who would not be escaping from him, immediately initiating the real plan. Summoning his undead army to form a massive wall, he prepared them to absorb the beast's first heavy wave. Only this time, his skeletons were not fighting alone. Xiaoji, now an incredibly beefy tank, activated his surround shield alongside his brand new shield armor ability. This formed an unbreakable barrier, locking down protection for the frontline skeletons. Those terrifying energy beams, once a massive threat, slammed into the upgraded shield without dealing a single point of damage, barely even leaving a mark on the skeleton soldiers. With the monsters distracted by this invincible defense, Yun slipped through the chaos, ready to strike. Unleashing a barrage of heavy strikes, shattering the crystalline bodies of these elite-level beasts using raw physical power. Locking onto a single radiant crystal monster, he watched its health bar plunge with every strike. With one final, decisive strike, he shatters the beast's core, and the powerful level 30 monster crashes down. It leaves behind a glowing beam of light, signaling some highly valuable loot. Taking down one of these elite wanderer-type beasts feels pretty damn satisfying for Yun. He feels himself getting more in sync with his support class, weaving his attacks alongside Xiao's defense skills and his own undead army. Still, he knows his current strength is barely a fraction of what he wielded in his past life. Even with reverse skills boosting his damage, he is still held back by the naturally weak base attack of support classes. He really needs a solid way to pump up his basic damage output. Then there are the other perks, like some rare titles he unlocked for hunting down these tough monsters. This win triggers another quick level up, and he is honestly thrilled by the massive experience payout from elite-tier monsters. Approaching the fallen beast to claim his spoils, a system notification pops up to confirm he has successfully secured the rewards. The moment Yoon inspects the drops, his eyes go wide. He just scored an insanely powerful weapon with off-the-charts attack, a massive, glowing pink crystal longsword that grants a whopping plus 552 bonus to his attack power. A slow smile creeps onto his face. You just know he realized this is the ultimate solution to his low stats. This single weapon is easily enough to make up for his support class's naturally garbage base attack stats. The moment he equips it, the sword transforms, turning into an imposing, heavy blade that crackles with ominous purple lightning. This sheer power guarantees his next battles will be a walk in the park, but his luck runs out when he checks the other drop, his skill book. But he is pretty disappointed to find it is not the gravitational pull spell he was praying for. The drop rate for that specific skill must be ridiculously low. Still, as he stands there on the edge of the cliff, hoping for some better luck to hunt down more of these highly profitable wanderer beasts, his train of thought gets cut off. A bright crimson, firework-like explosion suddenly lights up the distant sky, locking his attention. Yuna immediately recognizes that signal flare in the clouds. It is definitely no ordinary distress beacon. That is the exclusive flare used only by the school academy's elite instructors, meaning they are in some deep trouble. Having followed what they believed was a student's distress call, the teachers now find themselves trapped in a pretty nightmare scenario. They have run right into a massive pack of elite wanderer monsters crowding around a single, dark cave entrance. No one can quite comprehend why so many high-tier creatures are packed in one spot. Moments later, Yun, Qiao, Yun Sha, and Yun Yin arrive. They are equally stunned by the sheer volume of monsters packed together. One teacher explains they just rushed over after spotting the flare and are still trying to figure out what is going on. Gesturing toward the cavern, he warns that the signal came from deep inside, meaning the students they need to rescue are definitely trapped. Another instructor lays out their grim reality. They want to launch a rescue mission, but the monster horde is simply too overwhelming. Even combined, the teachers lack the firepower to break through. Spotting the powerful duo of Yun Sha and Yun Yin arriving, one of the instructors begs them for assistance, saying their strength is their only hope of pulling off this rescue. Without a second thought, Yun Sha agrees, stating it is their duty to save their classmates. She instantly takes charge of the field, summoning a brilliant star-shaped magical focus to cast a high-level area buff called Starlight Mystic Art. The radiant spell washes over their allies, shrouding everyone in a golden aura that heavily boosts their spirit and attack power. Seeing the sheer magnitude of this buff leaves everyone speechless, instantly realizing this has to be an epic-grade skill at minimum. With her allies fully buffed, Yunsha targets the massive horde, unleashing a heavy spell called Gravitational Pressure that flattens a whole section of the Wanderer beasts. Simultaneously, Yunyin leaps in with her own devastating technique, Hidden Thorn, instantly shattering a level 30 radiant crystal spike to flex her insane offensive power. Honestly, their joint firepower is just breathtaking to witness. The rest of the students and instructors can only watch in jaw-dropping awe. One student notes that with players this insanely strong leading the charge, saving the trapped team inside will be a total breeze, and he showers endless praise on the duo's ridiculous capabilities. Watching Yun Sha and Yun Yin perform like this, even Yun is seriously impressed. Looking closer, not only is their gear high-end, but their active skills are top-tier as well. He figures that with their elite support, the rescue will go smoothly, even if he decides to sit this one out. With the immediate crisis finally handled, Yun focuses on the main mystery while rescuers head inside. He wonders why so many powerful Wanderer-type monsters chose this exact spot to gather. Choosing to look into the matter alone, he tells Xiaoji to stay with the main rescue party while he heads out to scout. Yun then activates his newly upgraded skill, Mirror Walk, completely vanishing from our reality and entering the parallel mirror realm. He stares at the bizarre purple-tinted landscape surrounding him. He realizes that the endless crystals of the dungeon give him infinite reflections, allowing entry into this world whenever he wants. Even so, he knows there are clear boundaries to this cheat power. For one, he hasn't quite figured out how to exit this dimension at will, recalling how he got booted the second his timer expired back at the Ding family estate, locking him out completely. Gliding through this mirrored cavern, he passes right through the ghostly, intangible silhouettes of the other adventurers. Then, a weird detail. Humans leave phantoms behind, but beasts do not. Peer closely, and the dead beasts he slaughtered earlier actually exist physically right here. This gives him a massive clue about how the rules of this strange mirror dimension actually work. It seems that besides him, no living creature has a physical form here, only their lifeless corpses remain behind. Slipping through the glassy terrain completely undetected, Yun follows the glowing trails of those human phantoms deeper into the cave. He instantly recognizes them as the senior student team, including that guy named Little Z. They must be the ones who triggered this massive horde of wanderer beasts, getting totally overwhelmed before firing off that urgent distress flare. From his spot, he can see they are using the tight cavern walls to bottleneck the enemies, keeping them safe for now. But the core question still remains completely unanswered. What could possibly be hidden deep inside that cave? Honestly, we are about to find out. Yun pushes on, venturing further into the mirrored depths of the cavern to investigate. The twisted crystalline maze makes navigation incredibly tough, with endless duplicate reflections making it hard to find his path. Suddenly, he freezes. His eyes practically bulge out. He stumbles onto something so impossible, something that shouldn't even exist in a wasteland like this. Deep within the cavern of this mirror realm, his jaw absolutely drops. Right there lies the ultimate jackpot of the dungeon, a massive vein of glowing green crystal ore. Now it makes sense. Little Z and his crew risked everything to come down here. Dungeons frequently harbor rare materials unavailable in our world, perfect for crafting top-tier custom gear. These green ores are one of those priceless treasures, easily worth way more than pure gold. The moment he looks at a green gem, a system notification pops up, calling it a mirror image crystal ore. The screen confirms he can actually mine this and bring it back to reality, but then comes a much bigger question. Do you want to return to the real world from here? This is an absolute game changer. Testing this out, he touches a standard blue crystal and gets the exact same prompt, a knowing grin. The epic potential of his cheat skill now finally clicks. He now understands that as long as there is a reflective surface nearby, he can use it as his own private portal to escape back to reality at any given second. Strolling through the field of luminescent green gems, Yoon scoops up a chunk of the precious material. He ponders his newly evolved technique, fully aware there is a lot more to uncover about its absolute limits, meaning he will need to find some quiet time to properly test it out. For now, though, he decides to focus on exploring this massive vein. Check this out. Pushing deeper inside, he is totally stunned by the massive treasure. The sheer volume of crystals is absolutely insane, a massive deposit that would easily turn any ordinary miner into an overnight billionaire. This incredible discovery finally solves the puzzle that had been bugging him. Now he gets why a massive pack of high-tier wanderer monsters chose to congregate right outside the cave. They were naturally attracted to and likely guarding this insanely valuable treasure trove. Meanwhile, back in reality, the rescue operation is in full swing as Yoon Shaw unleashes gravitational pressure to crush the approaching beasts, while Yoon Yin follows up with a deadly dual-blade dance that completely tears through any survivors. Not content with just playmaking, Yoon Shaw shows off her raw offensive destructive power, casting her legendary star rain art to incinerate a massive zone. The watching students and teachers stand frozen, wondering if all of these female skills are epic tier, since their output easily eclipses even the faculty. With one final, devastating cross-shaped slash, the remaining wanderer beasts guarding the cave are completely vaporized. The path is finally clear for the rescue squad to enter and retrieve the trapped senior students, who are exhausted but alive. As they are safely escorted out of the dark cave, one of the seniors, Little Z, sighs in pure relief, admitting he genuinely thought they were going to die in that dark hole. Still, the ever-cautious Yun Yin quickly shuts down his relief, warning him that they cannot afford to relax. She points out they still have to battle their way out, and everyone is already completely exhausted from the previous clash. Yoon Sha agrees, but flashes a confident grin with their help. Escaping should be way easier than their previous nightmare. But as the rescued seniors are being let out, Yoon Sha's eyes suddenly go wide. Shock and dread wash over her as she senses something, and she is right behind her. The students suddenly burst into terrified screams. What they see is a total nightmare. The exact path they just cleared is suddenly swarming again, packed with an unbelievably massive horde of elite wanderer monsters. It is like every single wanderer in the dungeon gathered in this exact spot, completely blocking off their only exit. While the team fights for their lives in the real world, Yoon is still on his solo run through the parallel mirror realm. He glides through the confusing, maze-like paths of this crystal cavern, guided only by the strange green glow of rare ore veins. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks, and what he sees will blow your mind. He has stumbled on a massive, tree-like crystal tower stretching to the ceiling. At its very peak, a glowing star-shaped core pulses with immense energy. He knows what this is instantly. This is the legendary secret treasure. Approaching the glowing core, old rumors about these rare drops rush back to him. If the regular crystal ores are rare products, then this magnificent core is the absolute ultimate prize, the single, supreme secret treasure of this zone. These items are the pure condensed essence of a dungeon's resources, taking an incredibly long, unknown amount of time to form. They are so incredibly rare that an ordinary explorer might never lay eyes on one. Even better, every single secret treasure without fail comes with a unique, insanely powerful buff. Reaching out to touch the glowing artifact, Yun knows he is holding the true heart of the Valiant Dungeon. With an excited grin, Yun reaches for the pulsing green core sitting right before him. A system window pops up, revealing it is the mirror image crystal core. This unique quality treasure permanently boosts his stamina by 110 points, gives plus 0.5 to mana recovery, and drops all incoming light and electric damage by 20%. The window notes it is a copy of the true treasure, but Yoon is still completely thrilled. He knows that extra stamina is going to massively pump up his maximum health, while faster mana regen means he can spam his devastating Trick Blade skill way more often. Grinning like a madman, he zeroes in on the most broken stat, the 20% reduction against light and electric elements. He knows that flat percentage-based defense is incredibly hard to find, even on the absolute best late-game equipment. Best of all, since this is a consumable item, it won't take up any of his precious equipment slots. But holding the rare artifact, a sudden, dark thought hits him. If basic crystal ores manage to draw in all those dangerous wanderer beasts, then an elite treasure like this should be guarded by something way stronger than anything he has faced so far. Knowing he shouldn't linger, he prepares to consume the core and make a swift exit. The system prompts him with two choices: either pocket the treasure for later or consume it immediately. As he goes to hit use, another warning pops up with his shocking rule. But get this, taking it costs 10 full minutes of his precious remaining mirror walk time. Meanwhile, back in the real world, just as the rescued students are finally breathing a sigh of relief, a violent, deep rumbling violently shakes the entire cavern. Terrified, the teachers and students look up, and even the powerhouse duo of Yoon Sha and Yoon Yin freeze in absolute shock. Suddenly, from behind the massive crystal pillars, an immense shadow emerges. It is a colossal, terrifying beast, a far bigger and deadlier version of the wanderers they barely managed to defeat. Crackling with dark purple lightning, its sheer size completely dwarfs everything else in the cave. In an instant, the team realizes the horrifying reality. They have run right into the Lord of all Wanderers, a monstrous hidden boss. Everyone instantly knows they are in deep trouble. They are up against a wandering lord, a hidden boss completely separate from the main one, and far more lethal than any standard raid boss. Backed by a massive army of elite minions, this is a threat they have zero chance of defeating. Total panic erupts as a student screams that hidden bosses like this are only supposed to spawn in high-level zones. Fear sweeps through the crowd as everyone starts losing all hope. They actually think this is the end, but right when panic almost breaks them, Yunsha's steady voice slices right through the noise. She demands everyone pull it together, reminding them that surviving means sticking together and moving as one. Stepping up, she points toward a tight canyon, calling it their single shot at escaping this dead-end basin. Her strategy is simple. If they can just punch through the monster line and clear this basin, their superior speed guarantees an easy escape. Unleashing one last rallying cry, she triggers her Starlight Mystic Art to buff everyone's stats. She yells at them to give it everything they have got and charge straight for that canyon. Driven by Yunsha's words, the lead instructor, Lee, leaps straight into the fray. He vows to get those kids out alive, immediately activating his light-refracting shield. Shouting that the instructors will rotate point duty, he charges headfirst into the raging monster horde to carve them a path. Teachers and students press forward right behind him, their combined skills blasting a corridor through the enemies. Behind them, the support classes spam heals and shields on the vanguard, keeping the forward momentum alive. Surrounded, the team quickly forms a tight defensive circle. Step by step, they creep toward that canyon exit while the instructors yell to keep pushing. But just as freedom feels close, the colossal wandering lord steps in. It roars. That is its battle cry rally skill. Hearing the call, all those sleeping crystal monsters scattered across the dungeon suddenly awake. They start marching directly toward the basin, flooding the canyon like an endless wave. Now, an overwhelming army of new beasts completely surrounds our trapped rescue squad. Everyone watches in absolute horror as thousands of fresh monsters completely choke out their only way home. Where did they even come from? Just when things look totally hopeless, the situation gets even worse. The boss triggers its deadly crystal aura. A giant crimson light envelops every single beast nearby, giving every mob a massive 20% buff to health, attack, and defense. The Vanguard students get absolutely shredded, screaming as they realize how hard these things now hit. It does not take long for the buffed horde to claim their first casualty. One instructor gets impaled by multiple energy lasers. He screams that the incoming damage is simply too insane to heal before the next barrage kills him. Nearby, a horrified student shrieks that an instructor is down. With sheer chaos looming, Yunsha steps up to seize command again. She orders the shield guards to form a wall up front, telling the healers to keep spamming spells on the tanks to keep them standing. Even with her firm commands, Yunsha secretly knows their situation is looking incredibly grim. Fatigue is fully set in, and the survivors are just barely clinging to life. Worst of all, she realizes the Wandering Lord itself has not even joined the battle yet, and its buff minions are already pushing everyone past their absolute limits, despite their best efforts. This makeshift alliance of teachers and students is simply no match for the buffed, endless waves of monsters. One teacher, his face dead serious, mutters that their struggle is pointless, and they cannot possibly break out at this rate. Seeing that sticking together is a death sentence, a cowardly instructor decides to abandon the team. He pops a stealth skill, muttering that it is every man for himself now, before trying to sneak past the beast to escape solo. Lee yells after the runner, warning him that his stealth will not last long enough to save him. And get this, that warning comes true almost instantly. A turtle-like crystal beast pops out of the ground, immediately spotting the runaway and blocking his path. While the traitor freezes in terror, the massive boss, which was just spectating until now, finally decides to make its move. It fires a lethal laser of pure energy right at the spot where the lone runner is standing. He is instantly vaporized, turned directly into ashes by the terrifying power of the blast. But this ridiculous explosion does not just take out the rogue teacher. It causes the entire canyon to collapse, completely sealing off their only exit with a massive rockfall. The surviving students and teachers can only watch in horror at this terrifying display of force. One student, his face twisted in a mask of absolute despair, stammers out that there is simply no way they can escape anymore. The massive wandering lord slowly turns its gaze back onto the trapped prey. Its crystal eyes started glowing as it charged up another devastating energy beam. One of the students screamed in total despair, fully convinced they were going to be the next target. With no way to dodge the attack, the group braced for the unavoidable. They knew blocking a blast that massive was flat out impossible, but at the final second, a student summoned a fancy giant shield right in front of them. This epic level 70 shield, called the Rock Mountain Shield, packed a massive amount of defense and resistance. The Dungeon Lord's energy beams slammed into the massive shield with insane force, pushing it back and threatening to shatter it. Teachers and the stronger students rushed forward to prop up the shield, knowing if it failed, they were all dead. Yunsha, his face strained with effort, quickly explained their desperate plan. Since the shield was a level 70 piece of gear, its durability was incredibly high. But because the level requirement was so high, nobody here was strong enough to properly equip it and gain those stat bonuses. So they literally had to physically hold this massive, unwieldy shield in place using nothing but raw strength. Yunsha knew this desperate plan was temporary, only buying them a little bit of time. While students and teachers desperately held the line against the Wandering Lord's brutal onslaught, their spirits began to break. A rescued senior panicked, demanding to know why such a terrifying monster was inside a school dungeon. Another student, his face twisted with pure terror and rising anger, lashed out at the instructors, blaming them for this nightmare and demanding to know why they were even brought here. One teacher looked incredibly grim, wondering if their endless struggle to rescue the kids had been completely in vain. Teacher Lei watched the chaos unfold with a deeply pained expression. His only comfort was knowing that the younger students, Yunsha and Xiao Ji, were safely away from this danger. But that hope shattered instantly. To his absolute shock, Xiao Ji suddenly lunged to his side, shoving him out of the way of a deadly blow. Lei couldn't comprehend how a kid who was supposed to be waiting back at the valley arrived so fast. As another beast lunged, Lei screamed a warning, and Xiao Ji instantly activated his signature surround shield skill to protect his teacher. But the monster's strike was too overwhelming, shattering Xiao Ji's defensive shield and tearing their perimeter wide open. With their formation shattered and their primary tank badly injured, the survivors were left totally vulnerable. There was literally no one left to halt the advancing horde of monsters. With their defensive line gone, the beasts are closing in, and here's where we get a sudden act of insane bravery. Xiao Ji charged headfirst into the horde entirely on his own, deflecting multiple heavy blows to protect the wounded instructor, Lei. The teacher could only stare in complete disbelief, wondering how a student he once dismissed as utterly useless possessed such insane power. But Xiao Ji's solo stand just wasn't enough. The remaining shield guards saw their defenses totally crushed, wiping out whatever defensive line they had left. Xiao Ji was finally overwhelmed, his armor shattering as a brutal strike sent him flying across the dirt. He lay there bleeding, completely defeated, as the monsters closed in to deliver the finishing execution. Watching their final defense collapse, a sweat-drenched teacher muttered in pure terror that their situation was now completely hopeless. Right as the monsters prepared to slaughter everyone, a sudden blur of motion ripped through the chaos. To the teacher's shock, Yunsha suddenly stood on top of a fallen monster's corpse, holding a massive, glowing crystal sword with eyes full of deadly, cold calm. He glanced down at his bloodied, battered friend Xiao Ji, quietly praising him for holding out with such incredible bravery. Then, turning his gaze toward the massive wave of monsters, he declared with absolute, unshakable confidence. He said to leave the rest to him earlier. Inside the mirror world, Yunsha stood before the crystal core. He realized that since he had discovered the replica, the real-world original had to still exist somewhere. This meant his mirror ability could literally double his harvest of any rare resource, but he knew there were hard limits. He gathered 75 pieces of the crystal ore, but extracting them all required 750 minutes of mirror walk time, which he didn't have. Just like the crystal core, each piece of ore would cost him 10 precious minutes of his time to extract. Pushed against these limits, he made his final choice. He would grab the real-world crystal core, but activate the mirror replica, first to gain those insane buffs right now. Instantly, a system alert confirmed he had successfully activated both the real and mirrored versions of the core, which completely doubled his stat gains and granted him a massive 40% immunity to both light and electric damage. Standing on top of the massive crystal formation in the real world right after using the core, a violent tremor suddenly shakes the entire cavern. Sensing this heavy disturbance, his eyes go wide with alarm. He immediately leaps off the giant crystals, desperate to track down the source of the noise. Flying down from the massive rocks, Yoon decides to test his brand new power to exit the mirror world at will. Phasing straight through the solid crystal walls, he enters the parallel dimension again and realizes he still has almost 13 minutes of mirror walk time left. Smirking, he confirms another vital feature of this skill. As long as his timer is ticking down, he can freely step in and out of the mirror world. The ultimate ability only triggers its cooldown once his time runs out completely. Eager to test this, he slips back through the crystal barrier, successfully returning to reality. But the moment he steps back, a horrifying sight greets him. The monster horde has multiplied massively, far beyond what the crystal ores could ever draw. Looming over the entire cave is the giant wandering lord. Yoon finally realizes this beast is the real source of that dreadful feeling he felt from the start. Sensing the extreme threat, his thoughts instantly flash to his friend. Xiaoji and the rest are in serious danger right now. But get this, with his new mastery over the mirror world, a wild plan starts forming. Since he can freely slip in and out of the parallel dimension, he finally sees a way to turn the tables on this unstoppable boss. Leveraging his ultimate skill, Yoon executes his plan. He constantly flashes in and out of the mirror world, using the alternate space to instantly teleport around the cave, effortlessly dodging every single attack before popping back into reality to deliver a strike. This hit-and-run strategy works like a charm. After slaying several elite monsters, he successfully reaches level 24. Taking a moment to assess his stats, he calculates that with his larger mana pool and doubled recovery from the cores, he can stack his Blade of Trickery for a massive 330% boost to his attack power. Yet, Yun remains grounded. He knows his temporary strength is absolutely insane, but it is still not enough to defeat the giant Wandering Lord, which eclipses standard dungeon bosses. To stand a real chance of winning, he needs to reach at least level 30, and he is still pretty far from that target. Cut back to the real world, where the students and teachers are on the absolute brink of getting wiped out. Just as all hope is lost, Yoon steps out of the mirror world for the final time, appearing right in the center of the battlefield. Standing atop a dead monster, he looks down at his bruised but determined friend, Xiaoji, praising him for holding the line. With absolute confidence, he tells his friend to rest up, preparing to face the entire swarm of monsters all by himself. Touching down in reality, Yoon stands firm, completely geared up for the absolute chaos ahead. He immediately takes charge, shouting for the support classes to buff him while he handles the massive Wanderer horde. Yunsha and Xiaoji react instantly. This elite female student unleashes her Starlight Mystic art while Xiaoji activates his defensive surround shield and shield armor, boosting Yun's spirit and attack power. Empowered by the buffs, Yoon turns into a total hurricane of destruction, his massive crystal longsword carving through the elite ranks with ease. Even though the monster count is outright absurd, he knows he is not in any actual danger anymore. Thanks to those 2 crystal core treasures, his health pool is literally several times larger than before, and that 40% damage reduction against light and electric attacks makes him incredibly tanky. His only real annoyance is that these creatures are totally immune to the confusion effect of his Chaotic Thorn skill, which would have wrapped this up much quicker. No wonder the other students and teachers are watching in absolute, stunned silence. Their teacher Lele Li and the other seniors, who used to look down on him, are completely losing their minds as they inspect his status bar, confirming he is just a chanter. They cannot fathom how a support chanter has such insane damage, or how he is teleporting around the battlefield by slipping through the mirror world. Lele Li, with his arm still bleeding from that earlier injury, the teacher stares on in pure shock, unable to believe this younger student is actually this insanely strong. Armed with this absurd power and tankiness, Yun is completely unstoppable, absolutely shredding the massive wave of elite Wanderer monsters. This massive tidal wave of high-tier enemies yields an insane amount of experience, making him level up at a ridiculously fast pace. Even Yun Sha, the one who previously pinned him as the thief from the Ding residence, is totally paralyzed with shock. She initially wrote him off as some cocky intruder, but now she has to confess his true power is beyond anything she could have ever imagined. Yunyin is just as stunned, completely speechless at the mind-blowing power showing from the boy who shares her family name. Yoon keeps up his relentless assault, slipping in and out of the mirror world to strike as a blur of glowing purple energy. He starts rapidly farming levels, rising higher and higher until he finally hits level 28. The surrounding students and teachers, who are just on the brink of death, are left utterly shell-shocked. Their teacher, Lei, wonders if this god-tier support came from the outside before remembering his face and realizing he's actually just a student. Beside him, little Z is completely flabbergasted, unable to comprehend how a regular student could wield such insane power. Even with Yun's heroic efforts, that Wandering Lord remains a massive, terrifying threat. Suddenly, the Titan charges up another deadly beam, and everyone's screaming in pure panic. What can they even do here? Yun looks dead serious, knowing that even with his recent explosive growth, there is absolutely no way he survives a direct hit from that monstrous blast. The Wandering Lord stomps forward with its blazing energy beam, and the survivors behind their makeshift shield wall realize their seconds are ticking away. Once that giant golem gets close, those two shields won't do a single thing to protect them. Seeing how Yun cleared out most of the surrounding mobs, Leibark's orders for everyone to push toward the secondary exit. He knows that no matter how powerful this mystery student is, taking on a Wandering Lord solo is pure suicide. But his plan instantly gets shot down when his student points out a major flaw: those heavy shields are impossible to move. If they abandon their defense to run, they'll be left completely defenseless against the beast's devastating attacks. Someone else chimes in that they're too heavy to carry, requiring an inventory space to move them, which none of them actually possess. Right as the argument boils over, a calm voice slices through the panic, telling them to leave everything to him. It's Yun, and he lays out a crazy, selfless plan. He decides to draw the Wandering Lord's aggro directly, buying the rest of the group precious time to escape. Lei is completely stunned by this sacrifice, asking what will happen to him if everyone runs. But Yun explains his logic from his past life. He knows that if a Wandering Lord survives, it will gather every monster in the dungeon and break out into the real world, causing a catastrophic disaster. With a look of pure determination, he boldly declares that he'll stay behind to take down the giant golem himself. He activates his Blade of Trickery, boosting his damage by 350%, and with over 5 minutes remaining on his mirror walk, he's got the ultimate tool to face this Titan down. While Yun prepares to stand his ground entirely alone, their teacher, Lei, is forced to make the painful decision to retreat. He tells everyone to run faster. No matter how strong Yun is, he will eventually tire against this behemoth. He figures the quicker they escape, the faster Yun can get out of there too. When a student doubts Yun's claim that he can kill the boss, Lei explains it's just a brave front to comfort them, knowing exactly how terrifying a real Wandering Lord is. Forced to flee with the rest of the group, Chao feels completely and utterly useless. Looking back with sheer heartbreak, he hates that his only option right now is running away while his best friend faces certain death. He silently prays for Yun's survival. Little does he know, Yun is far from helpless. He keeps slicing through the remaining monsters, absorbing experience with every kill until he triggers another level up. The massive Wandering Lord fires its destructive energy beam, but Yun uses Mirror Walk to phase right out of existence. The laser blasts straight through empty air. Instantly, he reappears behind the monster, driving a devastating slash from his glowing sword right into its back. But get ready, because here's the harsh reality. This Wandering Lord is a level 42 stone golem with armor so thick and a passive regeneration so fast that his small cuts heal instantly. He realizes that at his current level, it is hopeless. Its defense is simply too high. Dodging the retaliatory strikes, his initial probes confirm his fears. He spots a massive, glowing crystal on the golem's head, its core, making that its ultimate weak point. The only real issue is actually reaching it. Even stacked with multiple buffs, his current attack power cannot pierce the Lord's insane defenses and healing. To make matters worse, his clock is ticking. A rapid glance at his status screen confirms that those powerful shared buffs are already beginning to flicker and fade. His mana pool is critically low, meaning his highly effective Blade of Trickery is about to go on cooldown. He only has one play left. He has to get stronger right now, farming the weaker mobs to force another level up. But just as he prepares to harvest the remaining small fry, a dazzling beam of light suddenly bursts from a crack in the rocks nearby. Yun gasps as he recognizes it immediately. But right at that very second, the massive Wandering Lord spots the flash too, showing a terrifying level of intelligence as it fires a devastating energy blast right at the opening. Yun immediately phases into the mirror world to dodge the deadly explosion. But the moment he steps back out, he freezes. The massive beam is already aimed directly at his exit point. He realizes with a chill that this incredibly smart boss has already read his movement patterns. Forced to materialize right in the path of the beam, Yun takes the full force of the blast. It is a massive, continuous attack that shreds his HP, easily punching right through his formidable defenses. He cannot even use Mirror Walk to slip away. He has less than 4 minutes of skill time left, and this constant damage would drain it instantly. His only play here is summoning his undead army to tank the hits, but he knows this plan has a steep cost. Reviving his fallen summons will drain his already depleted mana bar, leaving him without any energy to build up his attack power for a counterstrike. He even starts considering a quick retreat to regroup, but right as he reaches his limit, a massive counterblast slams directly into the boss's beam. To his absolute shock, Yun Sha, Yun Yin, and even little Xiao Ji have leaped straight back into the fray. Yun Sha gives him a playful smirk, teasing that his little bro Xiaoji practically begged and cried for them to turn around and help him. Xiaoji quickly averts his gaze, insisting that he did not beg. He points out that since the mob count has dropped, the main team can easily escape on their own now, leaving him completely free to back up his friend. Hearing his buddy's reliable words, a warm, genuine smile spreads across Yoon's face as he simply says, "Thanks." With the team reunited and stronger than ever, Yoon Sha takes charge. She warns Yoon that this hidden boss is still incredibly dangerous, promising that they will run interference while he makes a safe retreat. But Yoon completely rejects the idea. He tells them that with their support, he has absolutely no reason to hold back anymore, finally unleashing his full hidden potential. Backed by his heavy-hitting allies, he continuously farms the remaining trash mobs, hitting the crucial level 30 just as his mirror walk expires. Hitting his target level means his offensive power is finally high enough to challenge the boss. He instantly equips the rare level 30 corrupted knight armor he looted from the Ding family dungeon, heavily boosting his defense stats. Yun Sha watches him closely, questioning if he is actually planning to target the giant boss's weak spot up on its head. She warns him that scaling something that massive is basically impossible, but Yoon is already steps ahead, showing off the very tool he has been hunting, the gravitational pull skill book, which he snatched up after defeating one of those wanderer monsters. This skill lets the user pull objects directly toward them, but more importantly, its inverted form, gravitational traction, does the complete opposite, dragging the user toward their target, with a pull that actually grows stronger the lower their strength stat is. With this insane new movement ability, that high-altitude weak point is suddenly right at his fingertips. He triggers his Blade of Trickery, rapidly stacking up his raw damage before flashing a highly confident smile. He assures the team that everything is completely under control. And check this out, with his aura fully charged, Yoon extends a purple glowing hand, locking onto the giant monster's head. He unleashes his newly acquired skill, gravitational traction, and an overwhelming force instantly snaps him forward at absolutely blinding speed. Launching like a rocket, he shatters the stone beneath his feet as he flies straight toward the behemoth. In a mind-blowing display of execution, he lands flawlessly right on top of the boss's head, placing himself directly beside its radiant crystal core, his reinforced blade crackling with pure lightning, primed to strike. Down below, Yoon Sha and Yoon Yin, who just claimed this height was impossible, can only look up in stun-locked silence, their faces twisted in pure disbelief at the impossible stunt he just pulled off. Standing right on the giant boss's weak spot, Yun unleashes every drop of his power. He drives his highly buffed blade deep into the glowing crystal, sending a massive web of fractures spider-webbing across its surface. But the giant beast refuses to go down without a fight, triggering a desperate, self-destructing shockwave of raw energy directly from its core. A final, desperate attempt to drag Yoon down with it, swallowing him whole in the absolute center of the explosion. His HP bar starts plummeting as system alerts spam him with non-stop damage warnings. Talk about a close call, his new gear and massive HP pool hold strong, letting him survive. When the blazing light finally fades, he is still standing bruised and battered, but alive. As the Wandering Lord's massive crystal body shatters into a million pieces, a flood of system notifications confirms his hard-fought victory. With the Wandering Lord defeated, he bags a massive 5,000 experience bonus and the legendary Wanderer Killer title. Even better, the secret boss drops 2 legendary grade skill books. He got the Golden Light Shield and Angel's Protection, both extremely powerful. Channeling all his built-up energy, Yoon delivers one final, shattering strike to the boss's core. The massive beast shatters into a million tiny fragments, and the massive experience blast instantly jumps him 3 whole levels, reaching level 33. Nearby, the watching students and teachers just stand there in utter, stunned silence. Chao can only mutter about how insanely powerful his friend has gotten, while Yoon Yin and Yoon Sha can't believe he actually took down such a terrifying beast completely on his own. Standing amid the falling debris, Yoon spots 2 golden beams glowing within the ashes. 2 legendary quality items are finally his. But there's no time to celebrate. He has to leap away as the massive, headless corpse of the Wandering Lord starts to collapse. Yoon Sha screams out a warning, realizing he's still riding the collapsing giant. With incredible agility, he casually dances through the crumbling wreckage of the beast, leaping from one falling piece to another until landing safely. Once the thick dust clears, a massive hidden opening is revealed in the mountainside where the Lord fell. But get this, the mountains inside was a vast, empty void, a dark cave piled high with the skeletal remains of both monsters and humans. Staring at this ancient battlefield, Yun realizes something chilling. An even stronger, more ancient Wandering Lord was definitely born in this very spot. It finally explains the brutal battle scars carved all over this entire dungeon. Scanning the hollow mountain, Yoon spots a lone, silent silhouette standing against the dim light at the peak. His heart instantly stops as he recognizes that armored figure. He's frozen in a final, defiant battle pose, his massive sword planted in the earth. A sudden system prompt confirms the impossible, This is the corpse of Chia Nen, famously nicknamed Xiao Benben. Yoon can only whisper his old friend's name in pure shock. Soon, the other students and teachers catch up, completely frozen by the sight. Yoon Sha, her voice trembling with deep awe, identifies the body as the notorious traitor Chia Nen. She mutters that while rumors said the great hero Ding Kun killed him here, she never imagined the battlefield would look like this. It looks like a desperate, bloody last stand against an endless army of beasts and men. She points out this noble warrior looks nothing like the historical statue back home, which shows him being stepped on in disgrace. This man, she mutters, definitely doesn't look like someone who would go down easily. Yoon remains dead silent, his face a tight mask of grief as he stares at his fallen comrade. Xiaoji, his great-grandson, finally speaks. He tells Yun that even though it sounds crazy, he truly believes his great-grandfather wasn't a villain after all. Standing before his ancestors' bones, Xiaoji begins sharing the hidden truth. He explains to Yoon that he spent his entire childhood obsessively digging through old historical records, but whenever the texts mention his actual battles, the details were always kept frustratingly vague. Even so, he managed to piece together a few crucial clues. He found out his great-grandfather had a weird habit of visiting dungeons way below his own level, which raises the ultimate question: why would a level 60 S-rank powerhouse hang out in a low-level zone like this? And the answer? Honestly, it'll blow your mind. It turns out, this specific dungeon is one of the very few spots that can spawn a wandering lord, a monster capable of rallying every beast inside to march on the outside world, triggering an absolute catastrophe. He explains that back then, the government lacked the military power to guard against monsters constantly escaping the dungeons. They had to rely on elite, selfless hunters to quietly hunt down the most dangerous threats before they escaped. His great-grandfather, he declares proudly, was one of those silent protectors. He was never a traitor. He came here to put down a disaster before it could even begin. But as Yun listens silently, Xiaoji's brief confidence starts wavering. He admits everyone probably thinks he's just delusional, and that even his own family said he is just seeking desperate comfort, bending vague, incomplete history books just to make himself feel a little better. Just as he is about to completely give up, a warm hand gently rests on his shoulder. He looks up to find Yoon smiling warmly, looking down at him as he simply says, "I believe you." While Yoon Sha and Yoon Yin watch in absolute shock, Xiaoji is left completely overwhelmed by the gesture. He was left speechless by Yun's simple, heartfelt words. At that moment, a massive wave of memories washed over Yoon as he remembered his fallen brother, Xiao Benben, whose heroic legacy had been so cruelly twisted. Recalling Xiao Benben's youthful arrogance, how he used to boast that his raw talent meant he never needed a master, claiming he would soon surpass Yoon himself. Yet he also remembered the boy's absolute terror whenever he got in way over his head, screaming for his master to rescue him from a massive swarm of monsters, only to stubbornly deny he ever needed help. His pride was just too fragile. He remembered his friend's funny habit of training like crazy in secret, only to suddenly show off his new strength in front of everyone, and why he always chose the weakest shield-bearer class, the lowly sword guard, simply because no other defense class was fast enough to keep up with Yoon's reckless battlefield rushes. He remembered always tracking Xiao Benben down, even when the guy tried sneaking off alone to grind levels, only for his friend to immediately start making up ridiculous excuses, claiming he simply couldn't resist a good fight, insisting that saving people was just a random thing he did along the way. Fueled by a renewed purpose and a burning hunger for revenge, Yoon looks down at his fallen friend's remains. For Xiao Benben's sake, he will settle the score. The Ding family must pay for his friend's suffering. Meanwhile, over at the Ding estate, Ding Shu is explaining the raid to his highly skeptical father and uncle. He swears that everything he's saying is absolute facts, insisting Yoon is an absolute monster, and tells them to ask the lead instructor if they don't believe him. Because of his low level, the system locked him out of the dungeon initially, forcing him to wait outside. Get this, the scene shifts back to the students exiting, buzzing with absolute excitement. They had all watched the massive wandering lord fall from afar, completely in awe of the mysterious player who soloed a rare hidden boss over level 40, a feat completely beyond their imagination. Eavesdropping on their whispers, Ding Shu confirmed the hero's name was indeed Yun. He couldn't fathom how someone stronger than the high-level Yoon Yin was hiding among the students, making him deeply question Yoon's real identity. Back in the present, hearing this report, third head Ding Gay falls dead silent. Rising from his seat, he gives a chilling order to assemble all the Ding family guards and follow him to the traitor's dungeon, the very grave where Xiaowen perished. But his brother, Ding Yi, stops him, recalling a crucial detail from Ding Shu's earlier report concerning the home intruders. With a sinister, twisted look in his eyes, he tells his brother to drag the members of the Qiao family along with him too. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Yoon checks out a legendary skill book he got, the Golden Light Shield. Without a single second of hesitation, he offers the high-tier book to Xiaoji, telling him to learn it immediately since it has 0 level requirements. Watching this play out, Yoon Sha is completely shocked, demanding to know why he would just hand over a legendary grade skill like that. Yoon calmly explains that the skill is strictly restricted to shield bearers, making it totally useless in his own hands. He then drops a massive detail, hinting that Xiaoji's legendary great-grandfather, Qiao, likely wielded this exact skill back in his glory days. Deeply moved, Xiaoji accepts the book while Yunxiao watches thoughtfully, remarking that even if Qiao might not have many powerful skills, Yun clearly has more than enough to spare. She openly admits that even though her own combat skills are considered top tier, feeling light years behind him, she points to his insane teleportation ability and his terrifying power to summon hordes of undead creatures. Hearing her mention the undead, Yoon's face turns dead serious as his eyes flash with a strange light. He suddenly remembers a vital detail about how his power works. Those undead summons are actually created from souls harvested inside the mirror world. This mind-blowing realization changes absolutely everything. If normal human souls also cross over to the mirror world after death, then maybe, just maybe, his old friend Xiao Benben's soul is waiting there too. With that sudden thought, a look of anxious excitement crosses Yun's face. Just then, a system notification pops up. His mirror walk is fully charged, giving him 30 minutes to explore. He instantly wonders if he can find his late comrade's lost soul. Stealing his resolve, he activates the skill, his body enveloped in a familiar purple light. As he crosses over into that other dimension, he steps into the bizarre, glowing blue-green depths of the mirror world. There, he finds it a powerful armored spirit radiating a calm, dominant presence, filling Yoon with raw emotion. Softly whispering the name of Qiao Benben, confirming his friend's soul was indeed waiting here all along. Meanwhile, back in the waking world, some time passes before Yoon Yin approaches Yoon Sha, reminding her they need to head out soon because she has a highly important audience ceremony to attend. Yoon Sha does not want to leave, saying they have been here a while, but watching this is way more fun. Her eyes drift back to where Yun was standing, and she openly wonders what on earth he is doing and why he has been gone for so long. Completely clueless about the emotional reunion he is having in another dimension. Deep inside the mirror world, Yoon stands there looking dead serious. He talks to the armored soul of his old friend Xiaowen, saying he cannot believe they are actually meeting again. He tells him he has so much to say, but their emotional reunion is cut brutally short. He sadly points out that it is a massive shame his old friend cannot even answer him, because the calm spirit is suddenly overwhelmed by a pitch-black, evil energy that twists his form into a roaring, monstrous undead beast. Yoon realizes with a heavy heart that his friend is now a true undead spirit, completely driven by feral instinct rather than his old memories. He admits he has absolutely no desire to fight his friend, but he has zero choice left. Leaping into the air to dodge a deadly strike, he prepares for a brutal battle as his eyes glow with a sharp purple energy, locking onto his target. Then, something incredibly strange happens. Yoon is suddenly surrounded by glowing, floating crystal shards, with each piece showing a memory from Xiaowen's past life and all his old experiences. One specific shard catches his eye, showing a vivid memory of Xiaowen's final, desperate clash against the legendary hero, Dingun. Staring closely at the memory of that battle, Yoon spots something incredibly off about Dingun's fighting stance, finding it oddly familiar, when suddenly, the entire mirror world shatters like fragile glass around them. As the shards settle, the monstrous undead beast is gone, leaving only the peaceful, armored soul of Xiaowen standing quietly before him again, leaving Yun totally baffled as to what just happened. Still trapped inside this mirror world, Yoon hesitantly calls out his old friend's name, only for Xiaowen's peaceful soul to explode back into that roaring, monstrous undead form, swinging a massive blade of dark purple energy. Yun blocks the heavy strike, his face darkening as the truth hits him, and they dive into a frantic clash with their purple energy blades colliding. Yoon finally accepts that his friend is gone, and only raw, mindless combat instincts remain in this corrupted body, so he decides to retreat instead of fighting a hollow shell. But when he tries to make his escape, a system warning pops up, telling him he cannot exit the mirror world from here. Frustration washes over him, but with absolutely no other escape route, he accepts that he has to fight. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Xiaoji stands all alone, clenching his fist with a look of terrified determination. His quiet moment shatters when a massive crowd arrives, led directly by Ding and Ding Yi. One thug asks why Xiaoji is all alone, wondering out loud if Yoon sensed them coming and ran away like a coward. Ding looks down at the kid with a smug grin, saying that catching only one of them is half the fun. Playing dumb, Xiaoji nervously asks Ding Shu why they have come all this way, and if they are simply here to level up as well. Ding Shu scoffs at the act, telling the little brat from the Chow family to drop the pathetic act. He straight up accuses Xiaoji of helping Yoon break into his mansion and steal their private family property. As Xiaoji tries to deny everything, Ding Shu leans in close, asking if he really thinks he would forget the sound of his screams. A cold shiver runs down Xiaoji's spine as his face turns completely pale with fear. Waving it off with a cruel smile, Ding says none of that matters because, check this out, he brought a special gift just for Xiaoji. Xiaoji looks absolutely terrified as Ding repeats his threat and finally unveils this so-called gift. While Xiaoji's eyes widen in sheer horror, a group of exhausted people are dragged out by the Ding family guards. It is his actual family, and he gasps as he recognizes his grand-uncles, grand-aunts, and lastly his own mother, who stares back at him with a tired, broken look. Before he can even process what is happening, his second granduncle suddenly explodes with absolute rage. He screams at Xiaoji, telling him to kneel down and beg forgiveness from the hero's family and Ding Shu. Xiaoji looks down, muttering that he simply cannot stand living like a coward anymore, but his granduncle cuts him off, screaming about how he is supposed to behave around the Ding family, yelling at him to kneel. This is the absolute last straw for Xiaoji. He finally snaps, his voice dripping with years of bottled-up fury and deep shame as he screams back, asking if the Qiao family is destined to live as the Ding family's dogs for generations, leaving his relatives staring in absolute horror. But right then, another relative named Xiaoli, another relative steps right up, completely agreeing with the old man and shouting that for a traitor family, living as dogs is pretty much what they deserve. The intense pressure on Xiaoji keeps building as a female relative tearfully asks if he wants to get them all killed. She begs him to think of his father and points out how hard his mother worked to support them after his dad lost his mind, desperately trying to force him into submission. Then, after a long silence, Xiaoji completely changes his stance. Now look at this, he points at the skeletal remains of his ancestor on the mountain. He loudly tells everyone the truth. His great-grandfather, Xiao Wen, came to this exact dungeon to stop an absolute cataclysm from happening. He insists that Xiao Wen only fell because a massive horde of cowards ambushed him. He was forced into a tragic sacrifice, and though Xiaoji has spent years gathering intel on Xiao Wen, he always lacked the final piece of concrete evidence. But now, with the ruins of that fateful battle right in front of them, he finally holds the proof. With absolute fire in his eyes, he screams that Xiao Wen was never a traitor and the official records are pure lies. He spins toward his shocked family, telling them that if they reveal this truth, they can finally clear the name of Xiao Wen and escape this endless servitude. His voice shakes with raw fury as he shouts that the arrogant Ding family has zero right to treat them like dogs, and none of their kin should have died for a lie. But his speech is cut short by a wave of mock laughter from Ding Ge, who finds it completely hilarious. The tyrant calmly steps forward, wearing a smug grin as he casually confirms that everything Xiaoji just said is actually quite true. He admits Xiao Wen was indeed ambushed and was never a villain, but then, with a terrifying smile, he drops the most chilling secret of all. His own grandfather, the celebrated hero Ding Kun, was the mastermind who set up the ambush to build his fortune. Xiaoji stands there completely frozen, speechless at this casual confession of an ancient crime. Grinning like a lunatic, Dinga leans in and cruelly whispers to Xiaoji, ask who even cares about the truth anyway. He declares the official record is all that matters, meaning Xiao Wen remains a dirty traitor. Spreading his arms wide before his armored guards, he taunts Xiaoji, ask if it even matters that he drove his father mad or killed his kin. He boasts that, as descendants of a traitor, this miserable fate is what they deserve. Then comes the most crushing blow as he points at the terrified Qiao family and reveals they knew the truth this whole time. He mocks Xiaoji, asking how else he thinks those dead relatives of his died, heavily implying they were silenced. With his mind completely broken, Ding Ge adjusts his tie with a smug smile. Get ready for this, he coldly orders them to kneel. Instantly, without a single word of protest, the entire Qiao family, including the elders, drops to their knees in complete surrender. Kneeling on the freezing ground, the mother of Xiaoji pleads with him, begging her son to admit he is wrong and stop resisting because it is totally useless. Tears stream down her face as she confesses her absolute worst fear. Since his father lost his mind, she simply cannot bear to lose him too. Hearing her desperate plea, Xiaoji stands completely frozen, drowned in despair. But just as his spirit is about to break, a warm, gentle voice pierces the heavy silence. A brown-haired woman reaches her hand out, gently telling him not to listen to their lies. She smiles warmly and tells him he is the absolute best. But that sweet moment instantly vanishes as Ding Shu steps forward with a sneer, his face still heavily bandaged after his brutal loss to Yun Che. Annoyed by the hesitation of Xiaoji, he calls him clueless and fires off a vicious kick. He roars that he will force him down but fails. To the shock of Ding Shu, Xiaoji has glowing eyes as he effortlessly blocks the kick with his forearm. Before the bully can even react, Xiaoji grabs his leg and slams him violently into the solid stone ground, shattering it. Standing tall amidst the debris, Xiaoji glares at his fallen tormentor, fiercely declaring that he will never kneel again. Humiliated and breathing heavily with rage, Ding Shu desperately scrambles back onto his feet. Furious and in complete disbelief, he summons a massive glowing crystal hammer, screaming that Xiaoji actually has a backbone now. He charges forward, determined to remind Chao Ji of his place as a pathetic punching bag. As the heavy hammer descends, Chao Ji undergoes an absolutely incredible transformation. In a bright flash of light, he is suddenly clad in heavy plate armor, raising a massive shield that blocks the heavy strike with an epic clang. That heavy strike gets blocked completely, leaving Ding Shu gritting his teeth in disbelief. Standing like a formidable shield, Xiao Ji stood firmly between Ding Shu and his kneeling family. He glanced back to reassure his worried mother, then turned to face his attacker with absolute determination. And with one massive punch, he sends Ding Shu stumbling backward, shouting that they are descendants of a true hero, not a traitor. This sudden power left Ding Gai speechless. As Ding Shu staggered back, his mind was spinning in complete and utter disbelief. He clutched his head, unable to accept that his favorite whipping boy was suddenly this strong. Furious, he charged again, screaming that Xiao Ji was still just the pathetic punching bag he always beat up. He swung his massive weapon in a wild arc, enraged that his victim dared to resist. But Xiao Ji took the strike head-on, his heavy armor soaking the hit and smashing Ding Shu down again. His family watched, stunned and silent. Xiao Ji stared down at his beaten bully, confidently declaring he was no longer that weak victim. Meanwhile, over in the mirror world, a way more desperate battle was heating up. Yun was locked in a brutal clash against the corrupted, evil soul of Qiao Benben. He knew he was fighting his old friend at his absolute peak, making the gap in their power completely massive. Yun knew that if Qiao Benben were not a mindless shield-class warrior right now, he would have been brutally crushed in a heartbeat. Fortunately, Yun still held one critical, massive advantage. He was the one who taught Qiao Benben every single combat technique. Knowing those flaws inside out allowed him to easily predict and counter every incoming strike. But even with that edge, this fight was still insanely brutal. The spirit boasted the defense of a level 60+ tank. Then, it happened. A massive wave of golden energy exploded. Yun recognized it instantly. It was the legendary Golden Light Shield, the exact same overpowered defensive skill he had handed to Xiao Ji just minutes ago. Bracing himself, he barely managed to block the impact. A look of grim determination locked onto his face, realizing this battle was going to be a massive pain. Meanwhile, back in the real world, a deeply humiliated Ding Shu screamed in absolute fury, unleashing his heavy mountain-shaking wild hammer skill on Xiao Ji. But Xiao Ji, who was now a beastly tank, did not just absorb the blow, he sent Ding Shu flying with a devastating counterpunch. Following up instantly, he slammed his shield forward, sending Ding Shu crashing hard onto the dirt. Watching this embarrassing defeat, Ding Gai sneered at his nephew, demanding to know how he got beaten by a weak nobody. Deciding to end this himself, he vowed to get payback on his nephew's behalf and lunged at Xiao Ji with a powerful, energy-fueled strike. But right as his fist was about to land, a blinding flash of golden light erupted. He watched in absolute horror as a massive, crackling energy barrier appeared, realizing Xiao Ji had activated the legendary Golden Light Shield. Standing tall behind his new defense, Xiao Ji taunted them, calling their supposed hero family nothing but cowards who are too scared to fight one-on-one. Now check this out, in the mirror world, Yun was dealing with that exact same shield. His old friend's mindless spirit stood completely protected behind that glowing, golden barrier, and Yun had to fire off a relentless barrage of purple energy slashes to chip away at its structure. As a legendary skill, its massive defense wasn't just limited by the caster's basic stats. Unless hit by a single blow that was double its absolute threshold, the shield would easily absorb at least 10 direct impacts. But this massive defense had one fatal flaw: it was a consumable skill. Even tiny scratches drained its total energy pool, so Yun kept chipping away at its structure with rapid, calculated strikes. Meanwhile, back in reality, the Golden Light Shield guarding Xiao Ji finally shattered under the heavy barrage from the Ding family. Ding Gai scoffed, completely unimpressed. With a wicked grin, he sneered that even if their legendary ancestor had used it, the result would be the same. Locking the beaten Ding Shu in a tight headlock, Xiao Ji shouted back with fierce courage, vowing that if his great-grandfather were actually alive, Ding Gai would be the one begging on his knees. Enraged by his words, Ding Gai unleashed a massive shockwave of red energy, blasting everyone backward. He towered over the fallen Xiao Ji, mocking his legendary ancestor as a pathetic weakling who died in a low-tier dungeon. He kept insulting them, shouting that even if Qiao Benben were standing here, he would make him kneel, and stomped his foot down. Unleashing a massive gravity shockwave, he makes the very ground erupt in a violent explosion of rock and sheer force. The brutal impact makes Xiao Ji cough up blood, yet he somehow stays standing. Ding Gai watches with a surprised smirk, noting how tough the kid is before summoning a massive, glowing crystal battle axe. His face twists into a sadistic grin as he casually wonders how Xiao Ji will stand once those legs get chopped off. As the axe rises, Xiao Ji's mother suddenly throws herself before her son. She desperately begs the third master to spare him, crying out that he is only young and foolish. Dropping to her knees, she offers herself instead, begging Ding Ge to do whatever he wants to her. This desperate plea gives the villain a dark, twisted idea. He smiles. A sick, sinister grin spreads as he looks from mother to son. Then, he delivers a sickening ultimatum to the bloody, cornered Xiaoji: kneel right now, or watch your mother get slaughtered right in front of your eyes. Losing all patience, Ding Ge snaps. He completely dismisses his own threat. Muttering that there are plenty of other people to butcher, he swings his giant axe straight at the mother. Horrified, Xiaoji screams for him to stop, his pride completely breaking as he gets ready to surrender. But get this, before he can utter another single word, a massive explosion of rock and dust erupts from the ground, completely blinding everyone. As the heavy smoke starts to clear, the Ding family guards and the Xiao family can only stare in absolute, stunned silence at what just appeared. Standing right before them is a towering, ghostly knight clad in heavy black armor, radiating a terrifying blue aura. Ding Ge, with his axe still raised, can only stare in utter disbelief. Recognizing the impossible warrior before him, he stammers out the name Xiaowen. This revelation sends shockwaves through the crowd as the mother whispers out grandfather. She is frozen in a mix of awe and terror while the guards panic, wondering how a dead man could ever be resurrected. One Xiao elder, however, recognizes this spectral warrior for what it truly is: a powerful undead. Right then, another figure steps out from the settling dust, standing calmly next to this formidable undead soldier. It is Yun. Sweeping his cold, accusing gaze across the shocked crowd, he reminds them how they mocked Xiaowen just seconds ago. He smirks with satisfaction. He smugly declares that it is only natural for Xiaowen to crawl right back from the depths of hell to settle the score. The massive, spectral form of the undead Xiaowen stands tall as a silent protector before the shocked crowd. Shaking off his shock, Ding Ge sneers at the trick and furiously commands his elite guards to attack. A squad of heavily armored soldiers charge forward with weapons drawn, but they are about to face a level of skill they cannot even comprehend. The undead hero glides forward smoothly. His sword and shield become a total blur, effortlessly blocking every single strike. The elders watch in complete awe, whispering if this monster of a fighter is truly their ancestor. Xiao Ji is stunned. He witnesses a level of parrying that shuts down dozens of elite soldiers at once. From the back, Ding Ge realizes this creature is just another of Yun's puppets, just like the weak trash summoned during the raid on his palace. Noting the spirit is only level 33, he lets out a mocking sneer. Yelling that even the spirit of legendary Xiaowen is nothing but weak trash, he charges forward with his flaming battle axe to finish things himself. As the heavy blow crashes down, the undead warrior's weapon suddenly glows with thick energy. And you won't believe this, his heavy strike gets cleanly parried, sending the arrogant leader stumbling back in shock. He's absolutely furious and humiliated. A crimson aura erupts as he screams that skill is completely useless against raw, pure power. Next, he unleashes a powerful charge skill called Boulder Bash, aiming to crush the undead. But right before the crushing blow connects, the undead Xiaowen summons that blinding golden light barrier once again. The massive impact collides with the unbreakable golden shield, leaving Ding Ge roaring in absolute rage as this legendary defense blocks him yet again. Smirking from a safe distance, Yun openly taunts the struggling, increasingly desperate warlord, pointing out that even as an undead, Xiaowen is still an S-class spirit, and that legendary golden shield alone is more than enough to keep him frustrated for a long time. Driven back by the barrier's immense force, a raging Ding Ge spots a potential weakness. Ordering his entire army to attack together, he hopes to shatter the shield by draining its energy with pure numbers. But their charge is immediately halted by a massive wave of fresh summons. A horde of skeletal soldiers glowing with a terrifying green aura erupts from the dirt, engaging the remaining guards to prevent them from helping their master. Utterly frustrated by this annoying delay, Ding Ge quickly changes his tactics. Dismissing those summons as a minor annoyance, he triggers his own ability, wrapping himself in a heavy set of glowing crimson armor. With his power boosted by the Blazing Fury skill, he declares those beasts are useless. The true target is the summoner himself. Roaring, he fires off his destructive accumulated pressure punch, aiming the massive blow directly at Yun. He knows that taking down the summoner means his entire undead army evaporates instantly. Glaring with sheer malice, Ding Ge rushes ahead, loudly boasting about the high-tier defensive gear his grandfather gifted him. He is absolutely certain Yun has no chance. But look at this, a sudden flash of brilliant purple light completely splits his ultimate strike right down the middle. Ding Ge stands frozen, completely unable to process how Yun is totally unharmed. Before he can even react, Yun triggers his Tearing Claw skill, unleashing crimson energy slashes that completely erase the enemy blow. Ding Ge can only watch in absolute horror as his powerful attack simply vanishes. Seizing the moment, Yun flashes behind him and drives his sword deep into his back, and as his opponent stumbles from the pain, Yun calls out to his ghostly vanguard. Instantly, the undead Shan responds, his massive blade surging with crackling blue energy. Moving in perfect sync, Yun leaps high into the air and uses the undead knight's extended blade as a launch pad, catapulting himself forward. He rocketed toward the bleeding Dingay, delivering a brutal spinning slash that sends the third master of the Ding family crashing away, screaming curses. Eyes locked on his target with icy focus, Yoon presses his relentless assault. He unleashes a torrential storm of violet energy slashes, completely overwhelming the defenseless noble. Closing the distance like a bolt of lightning, Yun slices Dingay's arm clean off. Screaming in agony, Dingay clutches his bloody stump and frantically begs for a healer, completely unaware that Yoon has already materialized right behind him. Acting on pure panic, Dingay slams his fist down, triggering a crushing gravity shockwave to blow his attacker back. But Yoon simply blinks away, reappearing a few paces back completely unharmed. With a cold smirk, he asks the terrified young master what is wrong, casually mocking him for being so scared. Sweat pours down Dingay's face as he frantically looks around, screaming for a healer who is nowhere to be found. Look at this absolute nightmare. He finally realizes why no one is coming. His elite guards are being slaughtered by skeletons, radiating a sinister green light. Yun stands calmly amidst his spectral horde, his face a mask of cold confidence. He sneers at Dingay, asking if he honestly thought these undead were still as weak as during the raid on his family estate. A glowing system window appears, displaying the source of their incredible strength. A reverse skill that grants his summons a 30% buff to attack and defense, while radiating a passive aura that burns nearby enemies. Yoon explains that with this legendary grade ability active, his army is far too strong for the guards to handle, leaving Dingay frozen in absolute terror. Dingay finally realizes just how utterly hopeless his situation is. With his forces obliterated and his power spent, he spits out a desperate curse and turns to flee, but his escape route is instantly blocked. The earth behind him ruptures as the undead Xian drives his massive sword into the dirt, causing a violent tremor to shake the battlefield. From the shattered earth, a towering prison of spectral swords rises toward the sky. This absolute prison completely seals off the terrified Dingay in an inescapable cage of roaring blue energy. Watching from outside the barrier, Yun stands with stark white hair, radiating an incredibly calm yet oppressive aura as he names his ultimate technique. This is the Sword Shield Absolute Array, an exclusive, legendary skill of the Sword Guard path. He delivers a chilling warning no fighter below S-Class has ever broken out of this cage, inviting the desperate man to test his luck. Backed into a corner, Dingay raises his one remaining gauntlet, which flares with a chaotic, blood-red energy. Screaming at Yoon to stay away, he reveals a terrifying S-Class void bomb gifted by his grandfather, threatening to detonate the explosive instantly. He boasts that the blast radius will easily wipe out everyone present, taking their current health pools straight to zero. But Yoon does not even blink. He simply stares back with an incredibly calm, almost bored expression. With a cold, quiet whisper, he completely calls Dingay's bluff, telling him to go right ahead and pull the trigger. The calm response leaves Dingay completely stunned. Hesitating, he shrieks that Yoon must have a death wish, trying desperately to salvage his fading courage. He tries to reassure himself, claiming his massive health pool will let him survive the explosion while everyone else is vaporized. But Yoon is holding a brutal countercard. He coldly reminds him that it does not matter even if the blast destroys the undead Xian, he can easily resurrect him over and over. While Dingay breaks out in a cold sweat inside his cage, Yoon suddenly materializes behind him like a phantom, his voice cutting through the silence. He kept talking, telling the trapped man that even if he survived the bomb, Yoon himself wouldn't feel a single scratch from the explosion. Before Dingay could even process that insane claim, Yoon moved with blinding speed. His glowing blade flashed, cleanly slicing through the man's remaining arm, the one holding that deadly void bomb. The severed arm, still clutching the dangerous weapon, dropped to the floor with a heavy thud. With his enemy now completely unarmed and helpless, Yoon, radiating a massive and calm pressure, coldly ordered him to kneel. Instantly, as if crushed by some invisible weight, the earth around Dingay's legs shattered and rebuilt itself, locking him in place and forcing his broken body down. Witnessing this display of absolute dominance, Qiaoji, even with blood dripping down his face, couldn't help but grin with pure relief. Nearby, a pathetic Ding Shu remained trapped inside the ghostly sword cage, sobbing uncontrollably. Yoon then strolled over to the defeated third master, planting his foot heavily on the man's back. Staring down at the tyrant who caused so much misery, Yoon kept his glowing sword ready. With a chillingly calm expression, he asked the broken man what remaining value he actually possessed. With the brutal fight over, Yoon began inspecting the loot he took from Dingay. He ended up with quite a random assortment of items, including hundreds of health potions. Examining one bottle, he saw it only restored 100 health points over 10 seconds. Even if Dingay had chugged them, the healing speed was way too slow to offset his fatal injuries. The guy was honestly doomed from the start. And look at that theory is proven correct when a dark blue aura materializes, revealing Dingay's new undead soul. Yun recalled that right after the kill, Dingay's soul was immediately dragged into the mirror world. Seizing the opportunity, he successfully converted him into a minion. This triggered a fascinating idea in Yun's mind. He could rapidly expand his high-level undead army just by targeting powerful human foes. Nearby, Ding Shu's unconscious body lay on the cold ground, a silent testament to the battle's brutality. Meanwhile, the remaining Chao family members stared at Yun in complete disbelief. The second granduncle simply couldn't fathom how someone this young possessed such monstrous power. Watching Chao Jie console his mother, the elder realized Yun was the one who mentored Chao Ji, pushing the boy to forge a stronger, unbreakable spirit. But panic quickly set in. Xiao Li, eyes wide with terror, frantically asked what their next move was going to be. He was absolutely terrified, certain that the powerful Ding family would exact brutal vengeance for their third master's death. Another relative nodded in agreement, muttering that no matter Yun's strength, he would stand zero chance if the legendary hero Ding Kun stepped in. After all, if that hero could slaughter their insanely strong ancestor decades ago, he must be on a whole different level today. Yun overheard their frantic whispers and privately agreed. He knew that once word of this clash leaked out, his window to grow stronger would shrink to almost nothing. Picturing the terrifying presence of that legendary hero, he knew he had to level up at lightning speed to stand a chance against a monster like Ding Kun. Right then, a sudden screen pops up, and you just know another massive upgrade is about to drop. To his surprise, the alert announced that his entire undead army had leveled up. Sending his minions to clear out monsters across the entire dungeon had paid off beautifully. Thanks to their boosted levels and gear, his shadow forces now absolutely dominated this entire zone. Still, he realized this particular dungeon could no longer provide the massive experience he desperately needed, which was precisely why he had sent his undead out with a much more critical mission in mind, tracking down the ultimate boss, the Dungeon Lord. He knew this beast, a level 41 threat known as the Giant-Eyed Demon, was completely different from the Wandering Lord boss he beat earlier. As the Dungeon Lord was the actual core of this space, killing it would trigger a total collapse, making the entire area vanish. This was all part of a far bigger, much more urgent plan. From a distance, Yun monitored the dungeon entrance, which was still guarded by the instructors and students. He knew they must have seen Dingay march the Chao family inside. If the Chao family suddenly walked out alone now, it would instantly trigger massive suspicion. His only real option was to stage a massive distraction by defeating the Dungeon Lord and causing the whole dungeon to collapse. The resulting chaos would provide the ultimate cover, letting the Chao family slip away without facing any questioning. Plus, this strategy had another massive benefit. Erasing the dungeon would prevent the Ding family from tracking down Dingay's death, buying Yun precious time. Right on cue, his powerful undead General Zen successfully executed the plan, slaying the Dungeon Lord. The system confirmed his strategy with 2 rapid notifications. Yun successfully gained another level, followed by an alert declaring the Dungeon Lord defeated and the dungeon completed. As the dungeon starts pixelating and crumbling away, the Chao family members look around in absolute shock. Chao Shi panics as the world literally breaks apart around them, but Yun Che appears and calmly explains that he killed the Dungeon Lord. He lays out the rest of his plan, explaining that this dungeon collapse is going to spark massive chaos. This disaster, combined with Ding Jie vanishing, will completely stall the Ding family's ability to react. He tells them to use this confusion to make their escape, promising short-term safety, but leaves them with one final, dead serious warning. He warns them that if they ever face intense questioning and pressure from the Ding family, they should not hesitate to pin all the blame directly on him. Meanwhile, as the world dissolves into digital fragments, Yun Che summons back his undead soldiers. A warm golden glow forms in his hand right before a sudden system notification catches him off guard. The screen reveals that his ultimate skill, Mirror World, just gained 5,000 experience points. It explains that defeating the boss rewarded him with a dungeon core spirit, which was immediately converted into raw elements for his skill. Then, a massive realization hits him. The only way to farm enough experience to upgrade Mirror World is by hunting down dungeon bosses. He recalls the absolutely insane power boost his last major skill upgrade gave him, and just like that, a crystal-clear path to godhood opens up. He knows that leveling up this ultimate skill again is his ticket to rapidly closing the massive gap between himself and his ultimate target, the legendary hero Ding Kun. Cut to a wealthy tycoon's private dungeon, where a fully armored guard with a thick mustache patrols alongside his partner. Feeling like this duty is a waste of time, he asks his partner if they really need to be this uptight. He casually suggests sneaking off to play cards, laughing that nobody would ever be dumb enough to infiltrate a private dungeon. Right on cue, a dark silhouette materializes silently right behind him as Yun Che steps fully inside with a sudden flash of light. The mustache guard suddenly freezes, sensing a pretty creepy presence looming behind him, but quickly brushes it off as his imagination. From the dark, Yun Che watches them, his next move already set. He knows these private guards are level 30 at best. To a powerhouse like him, this secure facility is basically wide open. Cue the ultimate level farming montage. He can feel himself getting closer and closer to his actual goal. One by one, he tears through elite private dungeons like a total hurricane, leaving terrified guards in his wake. He is grinding closer by the second to the day he can finally put an end to Ding Kun. Pure, burning rage flares up inside him, his eyes glowing with hatred before he forces himself to stay calm until the perfect moment arrives. To make it happen, he kicks off a highly calculated campaign of boss hunting. He clashes with a massive beast, telling himself to keep a cool head. The system chimes with another level up as he clears the zone, but he immediately jumps to the next, facing down lizard monsters. He reminds himself that staying calm is the only way to avoid slip-ups as he faces down a giant centaur demon with absolute resolve. Now, clad in legendary new armor and cloaked in a swirling storm of purple energy, he clears yet another raid, his stats soaring. Of course, Yun Che's relentless rampage in these private dungeons does not stay a secret. Headlines scream about a mysterious rogue force clearing out dungeons, throwing the entire public into a massive panic. With every boss he slays, his mirror world skill racks up another 5,000 experience points, stacking up fast. The media instantly dubs this phantom player the Dungeon Vandal, prompting a high-level government investigation into the crisis. Tucked away in a secret safe house far from their old lives, the Chow family reads the shocking news. Chao Shi stares at the paper in disbelief, wondering if this is all Yun Che's doing. The second granduncle, looking pretty deeply worried, sees right through it. He knows this sudden string of cleared dungeons will eventually trace back to their own incident. He realizes Yun Che is intentionally drawing the Ding family's heat to himself to create a massive distraction. Overwhelmed by emotion, the second granduncle understands the scale of Yun Che's sacrifice. He is putting his life on the line just to buy them a chance at safety. The family reflects on their new reality. They are hidden away in a safe sanctuary. They are days away from the Ding family's reach, having successfully vanished without leaving a single trace as a small sliver of hope begins to bloom. Chao Shi is still completely amazed that Yun Che would risk so much for them, while another relative sighs in deep relief, believing they can finally stop living in constant terror just for a brief second. They genuinely let themselves believe they are free from the Ding family's shadow, but that hope? Instantly shattered. A massive explosion rips through their hideout, making the entire ground tremble. Once the thick smoke finally clears, a terrifying silhouette emerges from the ruins. His voice drips with pure arrogance as he asks if they honestly believe they could escape his family. The threat steps into the light. He sneers at the trembling family, asking if they actually thought his people were too dumb to hunt down a fugitive, declaring that even if they have no direct ties to the rogue, just daring to run away from his family is an absolute sin, and he is here to deliver a personal punishment. His face twists in rage, eyes burning a demonic red. He mocks them. Do they really underestimate the terrifying reach of a legendary hero? A heavy, armored boot stomps down right next to the trembling victims. Now get this, Ding Hao calls them delusional traitors, casually dropping the bomb that they already tracked down the criminal. The scene shifts to a massive, heavily fortified hero's dungeon, where Yun Sha and Yun Yin watch silently from a safe distance. Right then, Yun, now level 42, stands at the entrance of that very same dungeon. His long journey has brought him here, and with icy determination, he declares he's coming straight for Ding Kun. Just as he gets ready to step inside, a system notification pops up. His relentless grind finally pushed Mirror World to level 3. Standing beside Yun Sha, our main character stares at the heavily fortified hero's dungeon looming in the distance. He knows those private dungeons he cleared were only level 30, and farming them any longer is a complete waste of time. The real issue is that every other high-tier dungeon is locked down just like this. They are state-controlled and guarded by the army, with a strict 2-kilometer perimeter keeping everyone far away. This is a massive roadblock since his Mirror World skill has its limits whenever he slips into the parallel world. He can only move within a tight 200-meter radius from his starting point, making it impossible to bypass their massive security zone without getting spotted. Turning to the companion he arranged to meet, he realizes his only hope is asking Yun Sha for help, who smirks playfully as she immediately guesses his plan. She asks if he seriously dragged her all the way out here just to sneak him inside, before cheekily telling him it is absolutely impossible, adding that no matter what secrets he holds over her, even she cannot just stroll in without a valid permit. But right then, Yun reveals 2 temporary passes he stole from the Ding family. He came prepared, and seeing them, Yun Sha snatches the permits. Still, she warns him of a major catch: temporary passes require an official escort to bypass heavy security checks. Her playful mood vanishes, eyes turning incredibly sharp as she demands to know his true motive. Why is he sneaking past the Ding family into this particular dungeon? Pointing toward a far-off mountain, Yun finally begins explaining. He brings up what they witnessed inside the traitor's dungeon, specifically the heroic final stand of Chao En, arguing that since Chao En was clearly not the monster that official propaganda made him out to be, The entire rebellion's story is highly suspicious and needs checking. Yun Sha remains completely unconvinced by his story. Giving him a completely deadpan look, she asks if he takes her for an idiot. She tears his logic apart, pointing out how ridiculous it is for a total stranger to risk angering a godlike hero just for Chao Ji. Even worse, she reminds him that he broke into the Ding estate long before they ever stepped foot inside that traitor's dungeon. She presses him, asking if he expects her to believe he somehow predicted the truth about Chao En and stole those passes ahead of time just for this very moment. But get this, she actually has one more major piece of info. Not long ago, Ding Shu entered that exact same traitor's dungeon specifically to eliminate both Yun and Chao Ji. Yet right after that, he vanished without a trace and has not been seen since. Connecting all these dots, Yun Sha glares at him with incredibly sharp, analytical eyes, realizing his risky actions are definitely not about just confronting some hero. Instead, it looks like he harbors a deep, personal hatred for the man himself. Her gaze hardens even further as a chilling, dangerous realization slowly begins to wash over her. Remembering his name is Yun, her eyes narrow to slits as she directly asks if he is somehow related to the rebellion's original traitor who shared that exact same name. Yun just meets her heavy accusation with a playful, disarming smirk. Instead of giving a straight answer, he flips the question, pointing out that her own last name is also Yun. He asks if that means she is also secretly related to the famous rebel, a counter question that visibly makes her nervous. She stammers, insisting she is nowhere near as suspicious as him. But then, losing her cool, she lets slip a massive secret. Her last name isn't actually Yun. She admits she only changed it to keep people from constantly bothering her. Yun immediately pounces on her confession. He playfully points out that if her name is fake, how can she be sure his is real? His voice suddenly shifts, turning way sharper. He warns her that this is no way to ask for a favor. Is she not even slightly worried he might expose her secret too? Quickly getting her act together, Yun Sha flashes her access pass with a cold, threatening smirk. She warns him that if she turns him over to the guards right now, he is the one who is completely done for. Talk about a tense, silent standoff. Their heavy secrets and dark threats are literally suffocating. Even as Yun Sha threatens to expose him, Yun just smiles, completely confident that she won't actually go through with it. This leaves her completely flustered and annoyed. He explains his sudden trust, throwing back memories of her brave actions inside the dungeon. He knows that anyone willing to risk their own life for classmates would never team up with scum like the Ding family. To prove his trust, he holds out the diary he stole straight from their estate. It holds damning evidence of all the twisted deeds committed by the descendants of the legendary hero, Ding Kun. They use their family name to bully and crush innocent people. Yun Sha grabs the diary, completely unimpressed, asking if that is his only leverage. She tells him that if he is banking on her sense of justice, he is dead wrong because she does not care about any of that. Smirking, she mocks him for being incredibly naive, asking how he can just hand his life over to someone else so easily. Then she hits him with a brutal question: has he ever actually been betrayed before? A dark shadow falls over Yun's face as agonizing memories of his past life rush back, and he quietly admits the painful truth. Yun Sha is genuinely caught off guard by his look, but he explains that whether he has been betrayed or not really does not matter. It will never stop him from choosing to trust. In fact, his belief in her goes way deeper than simple logic. He simply believes she is not a bad person at heart. This raw sincerity leaves Yun Sha totally flustered, as she mutters he is no saint either. Making up her mind, she challenges him. She tells him that if he really trusts her that much, he should follow her right now. Let's see if she decides to turn on him along the way. As Yun follows her without a second thought, a cold sweat drops down her neck. Internally, she is in absolute shock. She can barely believe that after all the dark trauma she has survived, someone could still look at her and genuinely trust her. Stepping into the grand purple halls of the legendary hero's dungeon, Yun Sha and the cloaked Yun are instantly stopped by a guard. The guard recognizes Yun Sha instantly, offering a deeply respectful salute. He welcomes Miss Yun Sha, saying the grand hero has been expecting her for days and she is free to go straight inside. But the guard's attitude suddenly turns highly suspicious. He points out that old Master Ding Dan literally just walked in, asking why she did not arrive alongside him. Looking at the cloaked figure beside her, the guard asks if this is her protector, quickly adding that he is only asking because old Master Ding Dan left incredibly strict orders. They were warned that several temporary passes were recently stolen from the estate, meaning they must verify absolutely every single visitor. Annoyed, Yun Sha snaps at the guard, demanding to know if this is some kind of interrogation. The flustered guard instantly denies it. He explains the real reason for the tight lockdown, mentioning an urgent warning they just got from the high authorities. That dangerous rogue criminal who has been tearing through private dungeons is apparently heading right toward this very spot. Hearing this, Yun Sha throws a highly amused, knowing smirk right at Yun, fully enjoying the hilarious irony of it all. The guard keeps rambling frantically, claiming this is nothing but a routine check to guarantee her absolute safety. Yun Sha lets out a soft sigh and leans over to Yun, whispering that this guard seems incredibly eager to search him. Meanwhile, inside a grand hall, Ding Dan walks down a massive staircase to deliver a report to his father. The legendary Ding Kun rises from his throne as his son keeps begging. He argues that whoever managed to quietly capture the powerful Ding Ge must be an incredibly dangerous S-class threat. Fearing the worst, he begs his father, Ding Kun, to personally step out and crush this enemy. Instead of agreeing, Ding Kun's response is swift and brutally violent. In a blur, his hand, now a shadowy claw with a glowing red eye, pierces straight through his own son's chest. As life fades from Ding Dan, the menacing, shadowy figure of Ding Kun holds his dying son. He scoffs at him condescendingly, asking how a man so incompetent he could not even keep track of his own child could dare try to tell him what to do. Ding Dan gasps in disbelief, blood dripping from his lips. The heavily armored Ding Kun looks down on him with nothing but pure disgust, remarking on how pathetic it is that Ding Dan only just reached S-class at his age, yet still cannot survive a single strike from him. Continuing his cold speech, he reveals that the only reason he even kept a useless waste like Ding Dan around was to watch over his grandson, Ding Ge. He continues scolding the dying man, sneering that not only did he fail that simple task by losing Ding Ge, but now he expects Ding Kun to clean up his mess. A look of pure terror fills Ding Dan's blood-soaked face as he finally realizes the horrifying truth about his father. Ding Kun reveals a chilling secret, explaining that losing Ding Ge means losing a vital blood relative, costing him many years of his own life. Look at this. The scene cuts to the chaotic city streets outside the castle where a cruel blonde named Ding Yan, another descendant of the hero, laughs wildly while sitting on a beaten-up giant who serves as his living throne. He cruelly encourages the starving citizens down below to fight over dirty scraps of food. Vicious wolves attack the scrambling citizens, making the situation even worse. A small child cries in terror as a wolf gets closer, while Ding Yan's voice taunts them all, warning that the food will be gone if they do not eat first. Suddenly, a tall, hooded figure, a level 60 enforcer named Nani, appears right behind Ding Yan. He calls him Young Master, with Nani pointing out that Ding Yan's pet, the man he is sitting on, has not eaten meat in days, making a dark suggestion. From a distance, Yun and the spirit of Shaolin watch the entire horrible scene play out. Yun grimly thinks that compared to the pure evil seen here, the other branch of the Ding family he dealt with seems pretty mild. As Yun watches the cruelty on the streets below, a purple aura of pure anger begins to form around him. He wonders if he should step in and show himself, but his attention is suddenly caught by something else. Beside him, the undead spirit of Xiao En bursts out in a wild wave of blue and black energy. Yun looks at his friend's spirit with a sad expression, calling him by his nickname. He thinks that even in his current mindless state, his friend's natural desire to help those in need is as strong as ever. This triggered a memory, flashing back to their shared past. Yun remembered that among all the children in the poor slums where they grew up, Shaolin and Lanchin were always the kindest and strongest. He remembered finding them standing up to a cruel slave driver. And it was this courage that led him to take them both in as his students, hoping they would grow strong enough to help others in the future. The memory fades, and back in the present, Yun is filled with a deep sense of guilt. He blames himself, believing it is his fault that his friend was turned into this mindless, undead form. Just then, the spirit of Shaolin turns to him, managing to utter a broken, questioning name, Lanchin. Yun is completely stunned by this sign of returning consciousness. He grabs his friend's spirit, desperately asking if his mind is back and if he can speak, but the spirit only manages to utter another broken word, Ding. Suddenly, Shaolin's spirit explodes with a massive surge of blue energy. It struggles, but finally pieces together the horrifying truth, declaring that Lanchin is actually Ding Kun. I am still shaking. This truth hits Yun like a physical blow, his eyes widening in absolute shock. The scene cuts back to the throne room where the armored figure of Ding Kun stands over the body of his son, Ding Dan. After wiping blood from his gauntlet, he speaks a single name, Yun. In his menacing, shadowy form, he wonders aloud if someone is intentionally using a name so similar to his old enemy to provoke him. A grim, knowing look appears on his face as he thinks about how many years it has been since he last heard that name. With a sinister, confident smile, he addresses his old master in his mind, vowing to see for himself who dared to pretend to be his dear master, revealing his true identity as Lanchin. Back on the streets, the cruel Ding Yan speaks to his huge orc-like beasts, mocking them for being well-behaved. He tells them he knows they must be absolutely starving. Laughing crazily, he points to the terrified, injured citizens scattered around the plaza, a scene of violence he clearly caused. A small, crying child kneels right next to a fallen man, too terrified to move. Grinning like a total madman, Ding Yan declares that these people are nothing but toys for his pets to eat. He gives the command and a massive orc lunges directly at a helpless child. But just before the beast can strike, a blinding flash of purple light erupts. Instantly, the orc is shredded to pieces by a storm of lightning-fast slashes. Yoon lands smoothly with his back to the carnage, his entire body crackling with a powerful purple aura. His face is absolutely frozen with rage, his eyes glowing with intense fire. In utter disbelief, the name Lanshan echoes in his mind. He cannot comprehend how his beloved former student could possibly be this monster, Ding Yan, causing such a horrific scene. His sudden arrival does not go unnoticed. The brutal enforcer, Nancy, steps forward, loudly demanding to know exactly who he is. While Ding Yan stares in shock, Nancy just laughs, calling Yoon a massive fool for walking straight into hero territory just to die. But Yoon is completely lost in his own raging thoughts, his eyes burning with deep purple fire. He screams silently, wondering how the Lanshan he used to know could ever raise a piece of trash like Ding Yan. Check this out, a flashback takes us to a simpler time, when a younger Yoon stood before Lanshan and Xiao Benben. He explained to them that due to the overwhelming power of class users, the ancient era of knights was officially over. Even so, as a knight's son himself, he told them there were still crucial values he wanted to pass down. He promised that under his guidance, their strength would grow to surpass any ordinary class user out there. As he spoke, young Lanshan looked up at him with bright, admiring eyes, deeply inspired by his master's powerful words. The memory shifts again to a younger Yun teaching his two boys, the bright-eyed Lanshan and young Xiao Benben. He tells them that if they want to keep learning, they must remember a few key things. The first, he says, is humility. We see a memory of the two boys harvesting a field, with Lanshan playfully bragging that he was way faster than Xiao Benben. Yoon reminds them to always remember they are no different from anyone else, and they must treat everyone with absolute respect. Then, they are being paid by an old man. Xiao Benben instantly complains the pay is too low, accusing the elder of cheating them. The much calmer Lanshan quickly steps in to stop him, pleading with him not to make their master angry. But Yoon silenced Xiao Benben with a sharp command. After that lesson, the younger Yoon handed his students a book as an extra reward. He told them to always remember the feeling of earning their reward, and warned them to never let arrogance take over. Instantly, we are snapped back to the present battle. Yoon unleashes an absolute onslaught of blazing purple energy slashes. The strike is so devastating it completely shatters Nancy's arcane shield, leaving the enforcer bleeding and in absolute shock at such raw power. Yoon just glares with cold focus. Furious, Nancy screams out that his legendary level 30 gear was ruined, and his prized protective necklace was completely destroyed as well. Right behind him, an enraged Ding Yan points at Yun, spitting insults at the filthy commoner and promising the true power of a high-class elite. Unbothered, Yoon charges straight ahead to clash. This trigger sparks another memory of his second teaching compassion. The flashback showed him and the two young boys in a ruined city, offering food and warmth to a starving, helpless stranger. Yoon explained that they must protect the weak and use their hearts to combat brutality. Next, the boys were seen bravely fighting off a massive thug to defend the helpless. The final memory focused solely on Lanshan, with Yun standing behind him as they confronted a captured criminal. He reminded Lanshan that since he too was saved from that very same slave trade, he of all people should understand the weak and deliver a truly fair judgment. Watch this. Yoon charges forward, swinging his glowing purple blade in a massive strike aimed right at his enemies. But the attack completely passes through them like phantoms. Dispersing into black smoke, the real Ding Yan and Nancy manifest nearby, right in the middle of the terrified hostages. Ding Yan mockingly scoffs, asking if Yoon is thrilled to have sliced a mere illusion. Suddenly, the entire plaza fills with dozens of identical illusions of Ding Yan and Nancy, completely surrounding Yoon. Leaning casually on his enforcer's shoulder, the real Ding Yan cruelly offers to let Yoon slice a few more if he enjoys it. Yoon remains completely stone cold. Ding Yan continues his mockery, laughing at his teacher's endlessly furious expression. He cruelly guesses if all this rage is for the helpless citizens, wondering with sick joy if Yoon has family hiding in the crowd. With a twisted smirk, he dares Yoon to try swinging his blade again. He taunts Yoon, imagining his face when he realizes that in his blind rage to kill the copies, he actually murdered the innocent hostages. While this sick mind game plays out, Yoon quietly begins to channel energy into his blade. His sword crackles violently with purple energy as his raw power surges, giving him the ultimate upper hand. With his mirror world skill, he sees both the real world and the parallel one right alongside each other. He spots the terrified citizens and the actual coordinates of his enemies, ignoring all the illusions filling the plaza. Thanks to his boosted senses, Yoon completely ignores the bait. Lunging forward, his eyes blaze with a brilliant purple light. His glowing blade cuts a massive, lethal arc straight through the decoys, striking the real Ding Yan and Nancy. Both stand there totally frozen, unable to process how he shattered their illusion so easily. The memory shifted back to the third core lesson Yoon taught his young disciples, courage. In that vision, a young Lanshan and Xiao Ben Nen stood together, bravely facing a massive horde of terrifying monsters. Yoon had explained that a true warrior must remain fearless, showing them that inside the deadly dungeons, fear was nothing but a weakness. They had to fight for justice, and even as the wounded boys bled, they absolutely refused to back down. Once the dust settled, their young master finally appeared. A furious Chao Ben Nen yelled that they almost died, while Lanqian simply breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Smiling, the young teacher told them never to worry because he was watching over them the entire time. Back in the present, seeing this terrifying power, Ding Yan instantly panics. He realizes Yun is way too powerful, and in a pathetic display of cowardice, he orders his enforcer Nancy to drop the illusions and act as a human shield to buy him some escape time. Bolting away, he shrieks a desperate threat back to Nancy, warning that if he gets hurt, his grandfather will make sure Nancy pays with his life. Abandoned and facing Yun alone, a terrified Nancy tries to cast his ultimate spell, attempting to summon a human delusion swamp. He groans that a mage like him is utterly helpless without illusion magic, but right as he prepares the spell, Yun completely vanishes. Nancy frantically scans the area, desperately trying to spot him, but his time has already run out. Yun suddenly reappears right behind his back, cutting him down with one swift, effortless strike. Bleeding on the ground, the beaten enforcer begs for his life. He cries out that he is not a true member of the Ding clan, just a paid mercenary, begging the swordsman to chase down the fleeing Ding Yan instead. Yun ignores the desperate begging and delivers a silent, cold finishing blow. Elsewhere, Ding Yan's desperate escape route is suddenly cut off by the massive, spectral form of the undead Shan. Shaking with fear, Ding Yan tries to hide behind his noble family name, yelling at the monster and declaring that he is the grandson of a legendary hero. He even tries to threaten the ghost, screaming that he will murder its entire family if it dares to lay a finger on him. But before the spirit can strike, Yun arrives, summoning a gargantuan shadow beast that looms ominously over the whimpering Ding Yan. Look at this. As Ding Yan screams, a system notification pops up. It displays all of his gear, his robe, skills, potions, and belt, being ripped straight out of his personal inventory. He watches in sheer horror, crying out to know what Yun is doing to him. This brutal moment stands as a dark contrast to the virtuous principles Yun once taught his disciples. The fifth lesson was honesty, the sixth was justice, the seventh, honor, and the eighth, final principle, was the soul. The massive shadow beast unleashes a devastating attack, sending a rain of dark blue energy swords shooting from the earth to devastate the surrounding city. Underneath the rubble, Ding Yan lies completely lifeless on the stone ground. His short reign of terror ended in a brutal flash. Standing on a high bridge, Yun looks down at the tragic wreckage, staring at the innocent citizens impaled on sharp spikes. His mind drifts to his former student, Lanqian, filled with bitter rage over how the boy abandoned every single lesson and betrayed both his master and Chao Ben Nen years ago. Grief rapidly morphs into absolute fury as he remembers the atrocities Lanqian allowed his family to commit, silently screaming to the heavens, demanding to know why this happened. Suddenly, a cold voice pierces through his thoughts, asking why what. The massive, armored silhouette of Ding Kun, who is actually Lanqian, materializes right behind his back. Get ready for this. Before Yun can move, Ding Kun lands a heavy blow. He mockingly asks if Yun is having fun in his little hiding spot, the impact sending the teacher crashing straight through the castle walls in a massive explosion of rock and dust. Trapped under the heavy debris, Yun immediately begins healing his wounds, chanting a quick chain of basic recovery spells while inspecting his newly stolen high-tier gear. He equips the spider pearl necklace, the distant roar robe, the nether serpent pants, the nether cave belt, and the matching nether cave pottery boots. At the same time, his blade of trickery quietly charges up his offensive power. Bleeding, but absolutely unbroken, he drags his body out of the ruins, still tormented by a single question for his rogue student Lanqian. Why? The dark figure of his old student, officially recognized as the level 71 S-class berserker Lanqian, also known as Ding Kun, strides toward him through the wreckage. Rather than engaging in a direct clash, Yun adapts his strategy, launching a barrage of razor-sharp mirror shards right at his foe. Ding Kun easily deflects the flying objects. He is completely baffled. Are they just mirrors? Those shards are just a distraction, allowing Yun to warp right behind his former student. With his foe completely off guard, Yun swings his glowing purple blade down in a devastating strike. His voice carries the heavy pain and fury of a decades-old betrayal as he screams the question that has haunted him. Why did you betray us? Yun screams as his powerful surprise attack shatters a piece of Ding Kun's armor. Touching his cracked helmet, Ding Kun grins, noting that anyone who can break his armor must have insane speed and power. Yun's eyes flare with a bright purple light of pure rage. Clenching his fist, he screams Lanqian's name with absolute fury. Now that he knows it is indeed his former student, he demands to know why he betrayed them. Completely unfazed, Lanqian scoffs at the word betrayal while summoning a massive, pixelated greatsword. He realizes this intruder knows his old name and goes by Yun, assuming he is just an assassin sent by some ancient enemy. Grinning wildly, Lanqian charges straight ahead, unleashing a massive swing that sends a wave of red energy tearing through the area. The moment Yoon dodges, Lanshin instantly teleports right behind him. He mockingly asks if Yoon is trying to copy his legendary master, but Yoon ignores the taunt, striking back while screaming the same question. But Lanshin easily blocks the attack. Look at the sheer disgust on his face as Lanshin calls him a mere tool, saying talk is cheap before countering with a massive swing. The sheer force of their clash completely shatters the ground. A massive crater forms, forcing both fighters to leap back, and as the dust settles, Chaowen's undead spirit appears beside Yun. Yoon challenges his former student, grimly asking what he plans to do about their other friends standing here. Overwhelmed with rage, Chaowen's ghost charges straight ahead, roaring Lanshin's name as the traitor stares in absolute shock at his old friend. In a flash, Lanshin teleports right in front of Chaowen, grabbing the spirit by his neck. Roaring in fury, he slams the spirit's head into the dirt, demanding to know how he could possibly be alive. As Lanshin raises his fist to strike again, Chaowen summons a golden barrier, but Lanshin shatters it completely with one devastating punch. With the shield shattered, the harsh truth finally clicks, and Lanshin realizes his former companion is nothing but an undead spirit. He mocks that while Chaowen is back, he clearly does not have any real intelligence left. Taking advantage of the distraction, Yoon slashes at his back, but Lanshin barely manages to block the strike. Out of nowhere, three figures appear on the high walls, and one calls out to Lanshin, asking why their father came out. These level 60 warriors boast that they could have easily taken care of this weak intruder all by themselves. Snapping at them to back off, Lanshin is interrupted as Yoon summons Nani and Ding Gae to join Chaowen, ordering them to keep those three busy. Lanshin's eyes go wide with shock as he recognizes one of the summons, asking if that is really his third nephew. Staring closely at the undead Ding Gae, he finally accepts the grim reality that his nephew is truly dead. He mutters my own blood relative with a brief flash of grief that instantly twists into a sinister, evil grin. Now this is where things get wild. Staring at Yoon, he admits this fight is actually getting pretty interesting. He lunges forward again, amazed by Yun's necromancy, and as Yoon barely dodges a savage swipe of his former student's claws, Lanshin looms directly over him, his entire body mutating as his eyes flare with a terrifying mad light. He calls out to Yoon as master, frantically begging him to prove his identity once and for all. Looking completely insane, he screams that Yoon has to be his beloved master, while Yoon glares back at him with cold fury. Yoon remembered the boy Lanshin once was, a kind soul who helped others even while suffering as a miserable prisoner. As his blade of trickery keeps consuming his magic to amplify its cutting power, Yoon unleashes a massive slash of glowing purple energy, screaming in pure frustration at how twisted his beloved student has become. Lanshin barely blocks the heavy impact, shouting back like a maniac and blaming everything on his beloved master. Seething with rage, Yoon grabs him tight, firing back with furious questions. He demands to know what garbage he is spewing, reminding Lanshin that Yoon saved him from slavery and granted him strength. Asking if Lanshin has completely forgotten every lesson he was taught, he is met only with hysterical laughter. Suddenly, his maniacal laughter turns to pure, unbridled rage as they clash again, and he screams the real reason for his resentment. Why did it take Yoon so long to save him? His twisted mind takes us back to a painful, bloody memory of him lying beaten and broken by a cruel slaver. He kept whining about why he had to suffer so long before rescue. Then he ranted about his life afterward, demanding to know why a mere knight's disciple had to play nice and live some cozy, polite life. Flashback to villagers bowing to a young Yun. Lan Xian bitterly demands why Qiao Benben gets the same royal treatment without ever suffering like him. His massive envy finally boils over why was Qiao Benben always the stronger student. He shrieks at Yoon, accusing him of choosing Qiao Benben for his clean past. Then comes his biggest grudge of all, demanding to know why Yoon forced him to switch classes and become a berserker. His twisted logic is that since he was always terrified, he needed high defensive stats as a guardian knight, not a reckless attacker. Yoon stands speechless, then finally speaks. Yoon asks when he ever showed bias, reminding Lan Xian that this path was chosen to help him find courage and strength. Lan Xian furiously spits back, screaming that Yoon simply preferred flawless students like Qiao Benben. He claims he tried his level best to play the hero, before suddenly breaking into a mocking laugh. Wait for this. He asks if his struggles ever earned him favor, then accuses Yoon of secret prejudice, claiming he always looked down on him for being a slave and should stop pretending. That harsh insult finally shatters Yun's composure, his eyes instantly flaring with deadly rage. Yun roars back, demanding to know what happened to compassion and honor, but Lan Xian laughs them off, asking if useless knight values ever put food on the table. Cynically, he points out that the only reason people respect Yoon is because of his overwhelming power. He spits that unlike Qiao Benben who bought into those lies, he would never waste precious grinding time saving weaklings. Glaring with deep disgust, he asks how Yoon dares preach about betrayal, before proudly declaring his defection. He argues that since Yoon chose Qiao Benben, he has every right to pick his own path. Then he reveals that Lui offered him grand noble status and far greater destructive power. He crazily tells Yoon to look at their current results, comparing Xiao Benbin's legacy to his own. With a cruel cackle, he brags that Xiao Benbin's bloodline now serves as low-class slaves to his own Ding clan. Mocking Yun's pathetic state, he points to a massive gold statue, telling him to behold the supreme glory Lui achieved, all while Yun stands completely silent, with giant purple lightning crackling around his body as Lan Xian delivers one final, toxic question, asking who made the right call. Instantly, the dark purple energy around Yoon explodes with immense, violent force. His blood-splattered face twists into pure rage as he finally snaps, screaming that Lan Xian is a heartless, ungrateful scoundrel. Driven by pure anger, Yun leaps high into the sky, raining down a torrent of glowing glass shards. Then comes a blindingly fast masterclass assault as he teleports between the mirrors to strike from every single direction. A fierce storm of purple energy slashes completely overwhelms Lan Xian as he struggles to defend. The immense pressure is overwhelming, causing Lan Xian's heavy armor to crack, splinter, and shatter into a million tiny pieces. Yun lands amidst the rubble, quietly looking down at his own trembling hands. In a voice of cold, final judgment, he agrees with his traitor student on just one thing he really cannot compare to Xiao Benben. Staring down with total scorn, Yun delivers a brutal verbal blow, saying Lan Xian is not even worthy of licking Xiao Benben's toes. Broken on the floor with shattered gear, Lan Xian suddenly starts laughing like a complete maniac. Watch this. The system alerts him that the requirements for his Berserker brand passive are officially met. Enveloped in a savage crimson mist, his battle-scarred, bare chest exposed, he slowly rises to his feet. He screeches like a lunatic, screaming that Yoon finally admitted to having a favorite student all along. A new screen shows a massive stat boost, granting him 300% attack power and 200% speed. This insane skill turns his lost health directly into lethal damage and agility. Entering a full state of raw rampage, he screams that Yoon finally confirmed his bias, calling him a dirty hypocrite as he charges forward with insane speed. The system notes that this Berserker skill heavily boosts raw power and velocity, but completely tanks his defense and sanity. Yun is completely caught off guard by this unreal tempo, forced to dive deep into the mirror realm just to survive the deadly onslaught. Lan Xian's heavy slash cleanly cleaves through a glass shard, completely missing Yun. The resulting shockwave carves a massive canyon right through the entire battlefield, literally splitting the dark castle completely in two. When Yoon steps out of another piece of debris, Lan Xian quickly realizes his master is using glass to teleport and avoid combat. To combat this, Lan Xian triggers another Berserker ability, Furious Blood Rain, mocking Yoon for being entirely useless without his little mirror tricks as a storm of crimson energy daggers shatters the ground. Lan Xian mockingly challenges him to a direct duel, sneering that real knights are supposed to show courage. Trapped beneath the heavy downpour, Yun starts taking continuous damage. Meanwhile, Lan Xian casually strolls through his own deadly storm, absorbing minor self-inflicted damage. Every single hit triggers his Berserker brand, stacking his speed and physical power to dangerous levels. Delusional in his righteousness, he sneers that Yun only acts virtuous because he is safe. He calls him a sheltered noble who never faced real agony, meaning he understands absolutely nothing. Lan Xian charges again, screaming out that those who have never felt true suffering have zero right to lecture him on mercy. As Lan Xian swings his blade with brutal momentum, Yun barely manages to evade the devastating strike. Lan Xian flashes right in front of the stunned warrior, mocking his former master's entire philosophy as a pathetic, childish game. With a massive sweep, he releases a sweeping wave of crimson energy, laughing at the foolish belief that students and allies stay loyal forever. The violent impact lands heavily, completely pulverizing the stone floor right beneath their feet. Driven onto his knees and pinned beneath the relentless blood rain, Yun can only watch his health bar plummet under the constant damage. Honestly, seeing this guy laugh at Yun's pathetic state is incredibly frustrating to watch right now. His mana completely depleted, Yun is forced to down a quick potion, desperately keeping his health above zero against the constant ticks. Lan Xian steps forward, bragging that he does not even need to deliver another blow. Yun is already struggling just to survive the passive storm. Finding a brief opening, Yun suddenly lunges forward with a desperate counter-strike. But Lan Xian parries it with ease, saying that his old teacher used to be way stronger than this. Sneering, he declares this is the ultimate cost of naivety, adding that Yun should actually thank him for the valuable lesson. Moving swiftly, Yun summons a small phantom blade, attempting a surprise stab at point-blank range. Yet, Lan Xian catches the blade barehanded, continuing his warped lecture that betrayal is the only way a person truly grows up. Launching a vicious counter, he mocks Yun for falling from his peak. Yun barely deflects the blow, but as their weapons lock, Lan Xian delivers a series of painful psychological hits. He brags that Lui has now become a revered king, adored by the masses, while Yun is branded a dirty traitor, universally despised. Straining with everything he has, Yun struggles against the massive force. Asking if his old master feels envious, Lan Qian completely overpowers the weakened warrior, sending him crashing violently into the cliffside, buried under heavy boulders while still melting under the passive blood rain. His health bar drops deep into the danger zone while Lan Qian cackles. The smug victor approaches, declaring that Yun is out of options and his entire life now rests in his enemy's hands. Wearing a twisted smirk, Lan Qian offers a disgusting deal. If Yun admits he was wrong and begs for mercy on his knees, he might let him live as a loyal pet. But this survival offer comes with one major condition. Yun has to reveal the secret technique of resurrecting the dead. Deep in the shadows, apparently broken, Yun softly admits that he was indeed wrong. As he speaks, he summons a fresh set of weapons, the spectral daggers. He clarifies his confession, saying his real mistake was ever saving Lan Qian from those slavers years ago. A vibrant golden aura suddenly erupts around his body as he adds that his second mistake was trusting a heartless snake. And here is the epic turnaround we wanted, as a level up fully restores Yun, leaving his enemy in complete shock. Yun keeps counting his past regrets. He was wrong to think leading by example was enough, and wrong to believe that good people would never turn evil. But through it all, his loyal undead summons were continuously grinding experience points for him inside the hidden mirror world, providing the exact experience push he needed to level up. Standing fully healed at level 46, he says his next mistake was blindly following the knight's code. He immediately triggers a flurry of powerful buff spells from his newly equipped daggers, activating the aura of swiftness and evil possession. His physical form begins to warp. His hair bleaches to a spectral white, covered in a raging blue flame as his attack power skyrockets. He coldly states that trash like them do not deserve virtues. With eyes filled with absolute, stone-cold resolve, he declares that the only path forward is to erase them from existence. Brimming with newly unlocked strength, Yun charges straight ahead. His phantom blades crackle with intense magic as he clashes directly with Lan Qian. The two clash in a fierce, high-speed battle. Their strikes collide in a blinding storm of blue and red energy, tearing right across the ruined battlefield. Lan Qian laughs wildly, absolutely thrilled by the fight, screaming that this is exactly how it should be. But after easily blocking one of Yun Chu's strikes, Lan Qian mocks his former master. He thought Yun Chu learned some legendary dual-wielding class, but now sees he is just awkwardly holding two daggers. He scolds him, saying that using an unfamiliar style in real combat is pure suicide, and that Yun Chu seems to have forgotten their past lessons. As a memory of past suffering flashes in his mind, Lan Qian swings, but Yun Chu vanishes before the blow can even land. Lan Qian stands there dazed, completely lost. But only for a second. Yun Chu instantly reappears behind him, driving a dagger deep into his back and making him cough up blood. Furious and hurting, Lan Qian spins around to counterattack, but Yun Chu vanishes again. Lan Qian screams in pure frustration, demanding to know how this is possible when all his mirrors are shattered. Desperately searching around, his eyes land on a pool of his own blood on the floor. Talk about a horrifying twist. Yun Chu does not need actual mirrors, but can use any reflective surface, even blood, to teleport. Furious at being tricked like this, Lan Qian unleashes a powerful ability, sending tendrils of blood erupting from the ground to cover the entire area. He admits Yun Chu found a loophole, but claims this move leaves him nowhere left to run. Ultimate skill activated Blood Frenzy, confidently stating there is nothing left for his master to use for reflection. But just as he finishes boasting, a shadowy blade pierces straight through his chest from behind. Lan Qian turns in utter disbelief to see the ghostly form of his other former friend, the undead Chaos, standing right behind him. He weakly questions when Chaos got there and how they could have pulled off a sneak attack. Across the battlefield, Yun Chu, now back in his original appearance, calmly recalls his undead minions. He states there is no need to follow the Night Code when dealing with a traitor like him. The battle is over. Surrounded by the ghostly flames of his undead army, Yun Chu stands over the fallen body of Lan Qian. With a look of absolute, icy hatred, he delivers his final sentence, declaring he only wants one single thing to see Lan Qian die. Yet even with a fatal wound, Lan Qian refuses to yield. He calls the undead spirit of Xiao Benben a ghost from 60 years ago who is no match for him, easily slicing the spirit in half. He yells that pain only makes him stronger because of his berserker skills, but Yun Chu instantly appears and stabs him again. Armed with a terrifying power-up, Yun Chu coldly tells him, "I know all your flaws." Lan Qian just screams curses, but Yun Chu calmly lists the weaknesses of a berserker. The first is low defense. As Lan Qian swings wildly, Yun Chu teleports away, and the undead spirit of Dingay takes his place, swinging a massive axe at the berserker. Lan Qian furiously turns around and slices the new enemy in half. Yun Chu explains that the berserker class pours points into attack and speed, leaving almost nothing for their defense. To prove his point, a volley of energy arrows from another undead archer hits Lan Qian in the back. Now surrounded by Yun Chu's growing army, he learns the hard truth of his build. Those self-debuffing skills mean even basic skeleton soldiers can tear through his armor now. With a furious roar, Lanshin unleashes a powerful whirlwind slash, cutting down the minions right around him, boasting that he just needs to clear out these weak trash mobs. But as the dust settles, he spots Yun Chu and even more undead waiting on the cliffs above. Yun Chu then reveals the second major weakness, a complete lack of wide area attacks. Besides a basic whirlwind and straight slashes, Lanshin has absolutely no way to handle a massive, spread-out army. And here is the absolute final trap, a massive army of undead spirits rising from the shadows right behind Yun Chu. He tells his former student that his mana regenerates fast enough to summon an endless army, making it impossible to ever kill them all. But he refuses defeat. Lanshin furiously screams that he does have a wide-range move, unleashing his blood rain again, but Yun Chu calmly summons massive ghostly shields to protect his army. He then reveals his former student's absolute biggest weakness, having no one he can truly count on. Yun Chu reminds him of the past, explaining how he and Xiao Benben used to fight together, covering each other's flaws. He points out the sad irony that the shield who once protected Lanshin Xiao Benben is now the sword trying to strike him down. Honestly, for a traitor who built his power on betrayal, it is only natural that no one will ever stand by his side. As the ghostly form of Xiaoan looms directly behind the traitor, Yun asks him if this bitter, lonely life is what he truly wanted. Furious, Lanshin snaps, rejecting trust completely. Swinging his weapon wildly while Yun dodges, he screams that he enjoyed 60 years of absolute, unchallenged power. To him, Yun was just a walking corpse. He screams that he was right all along, he never needed allies to rule. Retreating toward the city, he shouts for his own sons Ding Jian, Ding Chang, and Ding Shun to join him. He commands them to fight, landing with a smug grin. Who needs allies when your own family is an army? But in a flash, Yun appears right behind him, calmly questioning that proud confidence. Before Lanshin can even blink, Yun swings his blade, cleanly severing his former student's arm right at the shoulder. Lanshin screams in pure agony and shock while his three sons watch from the rooftops, frozen in sheer horror. They cry out to their father. Panic floods Ding Jian as he stutters, unable to believe his invincible dad is losing this badly. Bleeding and desperate, Lanshin barks orders at his sons, demanding they hold Yun off and heal him. But his boys are paralyzed with fear. Ding Shun stammers, how can they fight a monster that even their almighty father could not touch? That hesitation pushes Lanshin into a fury. Cursing them, he vows to do it himself and leaps forward. In an act of sickening cruelty, he grabs Ding Shun by the throat. Terrified, the boy cries out, asking what he is doing. Look at his face, absolute madness. Lanshin screams that everything they have belongs to him. He reveals their horrifying purpose. They were only bred to serve as cattle, keeping him healthy and immortal. With those words, he begins draining his son's very life force. Glaring at his other two horrified sons, he growls, furious that anyone would dare disobey his commands. He orders them to block Yun or they are next. Suddenly, a storm of mirror shards materializes, cutting off any escape. Out from these portal shards, Yun's terrifying undead army emerges. They completely surround the traitor and his boys. The spirits swarm them in a chaotic, terrifying onslaught from every single direction. Lanshin screams in agony as the relentless wave of energy and phantom blades tears him apart. In one final, desperate struggle, he unleashes a massive, explosive swing of his blade. The impact carves a massive crater, throwing up a thick cloud of dust. As it settles, Lanshin is left standing alone in the ruins, panting heavily. He looks around the suddenly quiet battlefield, utterly baffled by where everyone went. A blood-soaked Yun, still radiating raw power, looks down on his exhausted former student with a smirk. He asks if that borrowed energy is finally running dry. Then, he unveils his ultimate, most brutal revenge. From the shadows behind him, the freshly raised undead spirits of Ding Jian, Ding Shun, and Ding Chang slowly rise. Yun coldly notes that despite his young face, Lanshin is still just a pathetic old man, then tells him to enjoy his family reunion. Can you imagine the absolute horror? He looks up and realizes his own children are now mindless, undead puppets. Soul completely crushed, he lets out a pathetic, choked gasp and scrambles to run for his miserable life. Yun glides after him calmly, asking if he honestly thought escape was still an option. His desperate flight is cut instantly short, surrounded and ripped apart by the cold, ghostly slashes of his own undead sons. Torn to shreds by the very boys he called family, his sanity completely snaps. He chokes out the word comrades, then master, and finally, coughing up blood, my children. Yun stands over him one last time. As Lanshin's fingers are sliced away in the brutal onslaught, his old master mutters with cold finality, you could have had it all. Loyalty, family, and honor. With that, Lanshin finally collapses, his physical body and soul completely shattered. Yun looks down, his expression a cold, unfeeling mask. Encircled by his vast, undead legions, Yun looks down on the broken corpse of the traitor who stabbed him in the back. He whispers that instead of love and lifelong devotion, he is left with nothing but the burning hatred of those he sacrificed. With those parting words, Yun told him to rot in the dead end he chose for himself. Then, we cut back over 60 years ago, back when Yun was in his workshop with his two young disciples. He spoke warmly to both Xiao Ben and Lanshan, congratulating them on successfully changing their classes and achieving S-rank status. As their master, he proudly told them he had special gifts for them. Yun explained that he had sent the very best legendary materials he had saved up for years to an elite master craftsman. And with a bit of luck, he managed to have 2 weapons of mythic quality forged. Yun hands over a massive greatsword to an incredibly impressed Lanshan, explaining it is the perfect weapon for his current tier. Since the combat style matches his usual flow, he should have absolutely no trouble wielding it. Lanshan excitedly swings his new sword, thanking his master with deep gratitude. Yun then turns toward Chao Ben, handing him a large, highly decorative shield. He explains that this heavy shield perfectly complements his new class, and with his natural combat talent, mastering it will be a total breeze. Chao Ben hugs the shield close, grumbling that it is a total waste of money while clearly loving every bit of it. Then, suddenly confused, he asks Lanshan what on earth he is staring at. Lanshan points right at Yun's sword, asking why his master never upgrades his weapon, and wondering if that blade is just too old. Yun grips his weapon, declaring that this is one blade he will never have to replace. He reveals it is the legendary Flowing Cloud Sword. He explains how he once risked everything, spending years gathering the ultimate treasures before sneaking into a SSS rank hidden realm just to forge this masterpiece in an ancient furnace. Yet even then, this was just the first version. Boasting unique quality, it sits a whole tier above mythic status, a truly one-of-a-kind masterpiece. He goes on to reveal that the blade requires a highly unique awakening process. It can shift like a drifting cloud into any weapon form the wielder desires. But the catch is, to unlock its final form, the user must forge a deep bond through endless battle experience. After fighting side by side with it for years, the weapon learned to shift at his command, perfectly matching his power. Lanshan stands there, utterly blown away by the tale. Yun offers the legendary sword to him, asking if he wants to give it a spin. Overjoyed, Lanshan eagerly asks if he is actually allowed to hold it. The moment Lanshan grabs the Flowing Cloud Sword, a terrifying memory from the past cuts in. Following an epic battle, a knight in full-plate armor Lanshan stood over the dying body of Yun, whom he had just brutally stabbed with that exact weapon. Lanshan realized he needed to clean up the crime scene, framing it to look like a violent rebellion against the king. Letting out a maniacal laugh, Lanshan celebrated finally getting his hands on the ultimate, one-of-a-kind unique tier weapon. But as he claimed ownership, the holy sword began to warp, corrupted by his dark, evil energy. Now, we snap back to the present. An empowered Yun, hair glowing white, marches forward with intense resolve as he reflects on his past. He remembered never hesitating in the face of frontline dangers, charging straight ahead even when the path grew incredibly grim. Back then, he believed he could conquer any obstacle. Now, he snatches the corrupted Flowing Cloud Sword from the dirt, its blade burning with a fiery aura. As the legendary weapon begins to shift in his grip, he reflects that all his past struggles were for a single goal, a quiet life with those he cared about. But looking at the weapon, he realizes their sickening greed has deeply scarred his beloved Flowing Cloud Sword. Yun points the shattered, glowing blade at a battered and bleeding Lanshan, who finally grovels and admits he was in the wrong. Yun tells him coldly he never cared about that totally fake title of a hero. Terrified, Lanshan desperately begs for mercy. In response, Yun reshapes the sword into a massive, heavy scythe. He looks down at his treacherous former student, asking if this petty power was worth betraying him and, worst of all, betraying Chao Ben. Desperate, Lanshan reaches out, asking if his former master truly refuses to hear the truth of what happened. Yun completely ignores his cries, telling him to simply accept the dead end he walked into by his own choice. With one swift, decisive swing, he slices through Lanshan's neck, cutting off those final desperate words mid-sentence as he stands there, a towering dark silhouette. Yun delivers one final, chilling promise, swearing that every dark secret Lanshan ever held, he will uncover for himself. With the battle finished, Yun sits on a throne, looking down at the newly raised undead spirit of Ding Kun, who was once Lanshan. The spirit, now bound to his will, speaks in shattered fragments, revealing a shocking truth. He was merely bait used by Lui. And now, you can feel the sheer coldness in Yun's eyes. This revenge is only just getting started. The undead spirit of Lanshan holds up a proof of advancement, an incredibly rare token, silently pledging to grow stronger for this bloody crusade. Now, let us examine how this world's level system functions. Due to the severe restrictions placed on dungeons, normal citizens like simple miners might only ever hit level 30 in their entire lives. Even elite talents who join official guilds and climb the ranks can only peak around level 60. That is because level 60 acts as a massive wall. Class advancement requires strict conditions, but evolving your class unlocks better equipment, stats, and lethal skills. Only those who successfully complete this tough breakthrough can shatter that level 60 limit. Staring down at the proof of advancement taken from Lanshan, Yoon recalls exactly how critical this single item is for the entire process. These tokens are unbelievably rare. Even back in his past life when dungeons were free to enter, only 1 in 10,000 successfully achieved advancement. But nowadays, the government completely controls them, making it even harder for normal players to get. Yoon Cho realized that out of that whole hero family, only Lanshan possessed a proof of advancement. His relatives were completely stuck, unable to ever upgrade their classes. The power gap before and after that upgrade is pretty massive. Lanshan went from a standard warrior to a devastating berserker, learning powerful special skills like the berserker brand and boosting his raw strength several times over. Staring down at the kneeling spirit of his once incredibly powerful enemy, Yuncho knew that without his unique triple S rank skill, Mirror World, he would have had zero chance of defeating Lanshan. He quietly considered his next move. Having witnessed the insane power spike that class upgrade handed to Lanshan, he wondered what would happen if he went through the same process. Backed by the overpowered foundation of his triple S rank Mirror World, he activated his newly acquired proof of advancement, his mind racing with the crazy possibilities of just how strong he was about to get. Instantly, the system kicked off the process, scanning his character stats and confirming he met all the necessary requirements. It presented 3 potential class upgrades for a Chanter, War, Dancer, Bard, and Forest Musician, prompting him to choose one and begin the quest. Yoon Cho reached out, his mind already set on his ultimate path. He was going for the War Dancer class, an incredibly rare path that only a tiny handful of Chanters ever unlocked, and the only one with high damage attack skills. Fully determined, he locked in his final decision. But right when he locked it in, a crazy system pop-up stopped him cold. You will not believe what the Mirror World asked him. Did he want to completely reverse the War Dancer class? Yoon Cho stood frozen in utter disbelief, realizing his crazy ability could actually reverse an entire class path. He breaks down how this system works. The 8 core classes branch off into various high-level paths. While most prioritize specific roles, there are legendary exceptions known as hidden classes. These hidden classes are vastly superior, but their unlock quests are notoriously brutal to complete. Yoon Cho set his sights on a hidden Chanter path, the War Dancer. It is highly demanding, requiring high speed and spirit stats that standard support players usually completely ignore. On top of that, the quest demands a highly coveted item called a Slaughter Blood Core. Since this crystal only forms from the residue of massive slaughter, a pure support class with zero offensive power could never hope to farm it. That is why almost nobody ever succeeds, even though it is the only Chanter path with offensive firepower. Yoon Cho chose this difficult path, but his Mirror World skill immediately intervened, reversing the entire class just like it did with his basic skills. The system converted the War Dancer into a completely new, unregistered class, the Peace Dancer. It announced that true peace requires absolute martial protection, allowing these dancers to wield both soothing heals and devastating combat melodies. But the requirements were also completely flipped and scaled way up. Instead of 1 Slaughter Blood Core, he now needed 5 life saplings. Yoon Cho stood stunned by the sheer absurdity of this demand, trying to make sense of it. He knew that a single life sapling was a legendary treasure capable of brewing infinite full recovery health potions. Elite players would tear each other apart over just one, since it literally replaces an entire pocket healer. Demanding 5 felt totally impossible, but Yoon Cho knew this insane price tag meant the Peace Dancer class would be absolutely godlike. How on earth could he find them? Remembering his recent skill upgrade, he stepped into the Mirror World. He quickly realized the level 3 expansion was way more than just a larger map standing right there was a massive Orc Chieftain copy, an actual dungeon lord. He instantly realized that his Mirror World could now copy terrifying dungeon bosses, giving him the absolute perfect farming targets to gather those legendary items. Right there, Yun Cho summoned the powerful undead spirit of Dinkun. He noticed this specific summon seemed way more sentient than his previous ones. Having just gained 2 levels, Yoon Cho assessed his rapidly growing potential, realizing that since his powers could reverse an entire class upgrade, the sky was truly the limit. Behind him, the massive Orc Chieftain clone let out a deafening roar. But Yoon Cho simply turned his back, muttering that it was time to wrap things up. He casually commanded the undead spirit of Ding Kun to attack. With one devastating sword slash, the spirit sliced that giant dungeon boss clean in half. A flurry of system alerts confirmed the absolute victory of Yun Cho, granting him 2 instant level-ups. He scored a legendary accessory called the Great Fang Necklace, officially completing the entire dungeon run. Pulling up his stats, he saw he finally hit level 50. His raw attributes were now high enough to meet the steep requirements for his new class upgrade. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the massive, glowing structure of that hero dungeon started breaking apart, slowly dissolving. The outpost guards posted at the entrance immediately noticed, staring in absolute shock. Total panic broke out as they frantically debated why the gateway was vanishing and what became of their champion, especially since they were strictly forbidden from stepping inside. The captain barks at his guards to forget their previous orders and follow him inside as the structure crumbles. Deep in the ruins, they stumble upon a gruesome sight, the cold, lifeless body of Ding Jian. The guards yell out in absolute shock, unable to believe a member of the hero family is dead. News of this brutal hit spreads across the empire like wildfire. Gazettes rain down over the city, carrying the massive headline that their legendary hero is dead. People watching from home are completely paralyzed with fear, unable to comprehend how this elite powerhouse family got wiped out. Meanwhile, inside a high-tech military command center, an officer stands before a massive display, staring at their only piece of evidence, a grainy photo of Yun's white-haired back and white cape. He broadcasts that a high-priority bounty has been authorized, ordering all units to mobilize and hunt this killer down immediately. Deep in the shadows of his obsidian throne, the Supreme King Lui chuckles, casually noting that little Lanshian has finally met his end. He glances at a blue hologram displaying Yun, sitting quietly amidst the shattered ruins of the dungeon. Lui asks his subordinate what they uncovered, pointing out that despite having the Imperial military stationed right outside, they only noticed the incident after it ended. Out in a corpse-strewn wasteland, a hooded subordinate sits atop a pile of defeated S-class elites. He reports back to the king, stating that not one officer guarding Dingun has any clue what actually went down. Passing a thick logbook to a guard, he explains that his scouts thoroughly checked every entry and exit record alongside the Security Bureau's databases. The subordinate reveals that the main suspects are Yun Sha and Yun. Hearing that name, the king lets out a sharp smirk. He mutters that the name Yun certainly brings back some old memories, while his loyal agent promises to handle the matter personally. Meanwhile, back at the academy, wild rumors are spreading like wildfire across the entire campus. Students gather in the main plaza, frantically whispering to each other about the shocking massacre that occurred inside the hero's secret realm. Several male students debate the news, calling the past 2 days pure madness, wondering who on earth has the balls to attack an elite hero like that. Yun Sha and Yun Yin walk straight past the gossiping crowd of students. Surrounding students are furious, yelling about how a hero could be murdered so easily. They brand the culprit a traitor and loudly demand to know why the army is sitting idle. Yun Sha looks incredibly stressed and nervous. She realizes with pure horror that the mysterious guy she helped actually went through with his threat and slaughtered Dingun himself. Cold sweat drips down her face as the terrifying weight of her situation finally sinks in. She fully understands that by sneaking him into the secret realm, she is now a direct accomplice to a high-profile murder. Desperate, she debates whether she should report this to the authorities, but she comforts herself thinking he's probably gone for good after this. But wait, look who just strolled onto school grounds, walking right past her. She freezes in absolute terror the moment she spots him, while Yun just glares back with a cold, piercing silence. His mind begins putting the pieces together regarding his new class requirements, thinking deeply about those extremely rare life saplings he needs. Since these items are incredibly scarce, he figures only a person of elite status or massive wealth would actually possess them. He looks over at Yun Sha, realizing her arrogant behavior and deep pockets point directly to a high-ranking noble family. Yun recalls his private chat with the undead spirit of Dingun back inside the mirror world. Back then, he asked the ghost if it knew Yun Sha's true identity, since the spirit seemed desperately eager to see her. That was when the specter dropped a massive truth bomb. Her real name is Lu Sha, granddaughter of the Supreme King Lui himself. Back in reality, a heavy, murderous aura begins to leak from Yun as he looms right behind her. He glares at her, never expecting this twist. To think that the very girl standing before him is the flesh and blood of his ultimate sworn enemy. Yun walks onto the school campus. As he strolls by, he completely ignores Yun Sha, who stares at him in sheer terror while he remains totally cold. Suddenly, a noisy group of classmates spots him and runs over, excitedly chanting his name. They crowd around him, eagerly asking if he has been resting up after taking down that terrifying wandering lord. Praising his strength, they thank him endlessly, admitting they only survived the dungeon because of his actions. Everyone is thrilled to see him back, mentioning that the academy even has a special reward waiting. But then, a classmate quietly pulls him aside to warn him about the powerful Ding family. He explains that the prominent third head of the Ding family, Ding Gai, vanished mysteriously inside that dungeon, and their guards are actively turning the city upside down looking for him. The kid is worried that because Yun displayed such monstrous power, they might target him for an intense interrogation. Yun just smiles confidently and tells them not to worry, the truth always has a way of coming out. Inside, though, Yuno was only thinking of the massive headlines, the ruined private dungeons, and the fallen hero. Looking at his own hand, Yuna knew the Ding family only suspected him of voice matching a stolen pass. They had zero proof he was the actual killer. The student kept going. He babbled that the police were hunting the killer and would catch him soon. No one would ever suspect a mere student could take down a legendary hero. Yuna could still picture the heavy police patrols swarming every street. To even slip back into school, he had to summon his undead army to create wild, chaotic distractions and break the constant police dragnet. Scanning the crowded room, he decided his best move was simply to blend in. Masquerading as a normal high schooler was the perfect cover to keep a low profile while gathering info on this unfamiliar era. The entire campus was boiling with anger and confusion. One guy yelled out, blaming the dungeon destroyer for the massive mess they were all facing. He grumbled that, without this faceless criminal, none of them would be under investigation, arguing the elite Ding family were actually the real victims here. Nearby classmates nodded, still deeply shocked that a powerful hero could be killed. A girl shrieked that the murderer was pure, unforgivable evil, insisting that no matter the reason, you never raise a hand against a hero. Yuna turned his head, listening to them defend the monster he had slaughtered. He realized the heroic image of Dingen built by years of Louis' state propaganda was deeply drilled into their minds since childhood. Ending the man's life was easy, but completely shattering the public's perception of him was going to be a massive uphill battle. But get ready, because a brand new rumor was about to completely flip the script. Groups huddled in the corners, whispering about dark secrets their relatives had heard regarding the hero's private dungeon. Many claimed the rumors were fake, until a girl pulled out her phone, showing a leaked video. Everyone crowded around the glowing screen, completely paralyzed by the footage. The footage, recorded in secret right as the hero's private dungeon collapsed, revealed a horrific nightmare. It captured a gruesome pit stacked with the mangled bodies of innocent people, enslaved and brutally tortured by the Ding family for years. And instantly, the whole room splits. While some gasped in horror at the cruelty, others fiercely denied it, yelling that it was just fake news meant to ruin their hero. Meanwhile, Yuna stayed totally quiet, observing the chaos unfold. Suddenly, a sharp voice sliced through the yelling. Lu Sha stepped into the light and boldly declared that the footage was entirely real. She revealed to the stunned crowd that she had actually visited that very private dungeon herself. Striking a highly confident pose, she told them the video only scratched the surface of the sickening truth. Twirling a strand of her hair, she casually added that the Ding family's twisted actions were an open secret among the elite. Yuna watched her, completely taken aback that she was actively helping to sway public opinion. The surrounding students were left utterly baffled to see Lu Sha validating the leaks. A boy stuttered, desperately asking if she was telling the truth, while his classmates stared on in complete disbelief. Yuna kept staring as she stepped right into the line of fire. Suddenly, Lu Sha snatched his hand and yanked him along, telling him to follow. The entire crowd of students stood there in total shock, their jaws dropping as they watched the pair sprint away together. Soon, they made it to a secluded corner of the campus. Lu Sha demanded to know why he came back, asking if he was crazy for ignoring the security bureau. She warned him that murdering a national hero meant his life was officially on the line. Looking down nervously, she finally asked the one question that had been eating away at her. Was he seriously not afraid she would turn him in? Yuna just met her gaze with a calm stare, repeating his earlier words. He simply believed that she was a good person deep down. Hearing his absolute trust, Lu Sha flushed a deep red, completely flustered. Whipping her head away to compose herself, she grumbled that given how evil that family was, the world was honestly better off without them. Then, she spun back with a playful pout, reminding him that he now owed her yet another favor. Yuna offered a faint smile, gently assuring her that he would remember every single word she said. But as Yuna stared at Lu Sha, his mind began racing with questions about her true motives. Why would the granddaughter of Louis assist him in infiltrating that dungeon? Did she genuinely despise the Ding family, or was there some hidden connection to the Supreme King? A sinister thought crept in. Playing along and manipulating her might be his only path to eventually ending Louis' life. Shaking those dark plans away for now, Yuna steered the conversation back to the immediate task at hand. He asked her if she knew where to find a legendary life sapling. Walking down the quiet corridor, Lu Sha casually nodded, explaining that it was the rare treasure responsible for creating life essence. Yuna halted right in front of the headmaster's office, revealing that the old man inside possessed the very items he required. Yuna activates his skill and enters the mirror world. Inside this ghostly copy, he watches the principal sitting at his desk. He explains that the old man collected a rare world tree sapling, treating it like an absolute treasure. Yuna knows the principal bought almost every single life sapling available just to feed this precious tree. Approaching the center of the room, he spots the double S-rank secret treasure, a copy of the world tree sapling. It is surrounded by tons of life sapling duplicates. Yuna's eyes widen in absolute shock to find so many rare items in one place. Yuna tries using pure force to grab the items, slamming his sword against the protective barrier. But a heavy shockwave blasts him back. He realizes everything is sealed behind a complex magic circle made by the principal. Right inside the barrier, he can clearly see the world tree sapling copy and the life nursery duplicate he needs. He never expected the security to stay active inside the mirror world. Yuna stares at the glowing red and blue magic lines. Even though he was a total master of formations in his past life, this modern design weirdly blends magic with machinery. With his current strength, he knows he cannot break this formation. If he tries to force it, those delicate items shatter. Watch how he smartens up and changes his target entirely. Yuna grabs other things instead, scooping up duplicates of a robe, some boots, and a book on formations and machinery. Walking out, he realizes the principal, who owns this entire office, is way stronger than Lanchin. He has to be careful. Planning his next move, Yuna sees only two ways to grab that nursery. Either wait for the principal to unlock the seal, or master this new technology to crack the code himself. Choosing the tech route, he heads straight for the school library. He hoards books on basic history and machinery. He needs a solid foundation before he can take down his enemies. Sitting down, he tries dismantling cloned modern devices like a smartphone, but the internal mechanics are pretty confusing. He reads that his bitter enemy, Lui, spearheaded this technological boom. It makes him wonder where those ideas originated. Yuna studies deep into the night, learning how monocores serve as power sources and trying to decipher their inner workings. Even though he grasps the basic concepts, the fusion of machines and dungeon items is deeply complex, leaving him with far more questions than answers. The standard texts are too vague. To understand this world, he needs deeper research. Soon, Yuna walks back into the library, completely lost in thought. He figures the most critical details on this era's history and tech will never be found in popular, highly censored books. Instead, he has to track down obscure, rare copies that might actually hold the real truth. But sifting through massive mountains of useless scrap paper for a single gem is going to take forever. But hold on, look who is hiding up on the top shelves. Squinting, Yuna is shocked to see it is actually Yun Yin. It is pretty weird seeing her all alone since she is usually glued to Yun Sha. As the guard for Louis's granddaughter, her presence makes him instantly suspicious. What secret is she digging for? But looking closer, he spots the cover of the book she is reading, the complete collection of classic world fairy tales. Talk about a mismatch for a serious guard. Yun Yin notices him staring and glares down with her usual freezing, sharp eyes. But a second later, realizing she got caught reading kids' stories, she gets incredibly flustered and defensive. Finding this hilarious, Yuna asks if he is not welcome here. Yun Yin clutches her book, blushing hard, and stays silent. Yuna calmly explains he just wants to grab a book from her section. When she asks him which specific book he wants, he flashes a charming smile and admits he is not quite sure yet, leaving her in totally awkward, silent confusion. Keeping the conversation going, Yuna mentions he is searching for books on how dungeon drops and modern machinery sync up. To his surprise, Yun Yin quickly grabs a matching book and drops it down. The usually icy guard looks deeply flustered, averting her eyes. Yuna thanks her and walks off to find a quiet reading spot, while Yun Yin slowly slips back into her fairy tales. He calls up to ask if they have books on mobile networks, but she completely ignores him, offering zero reply. The next day, Yuna returns. Sitting in the exact same spot, Yun Yin silently hands him the book on mobile networks he wanted. To thank her for the help, Yuna offers her a packaged sandwich, insisting that it is actually pretty delicious. Yun Yin coldly rejects the snack, but Yuna leaves it on a nearby ledge anyway. Walking away, he smiles. Thinking back on their pretty strange interaction, she was cold and distant. Yet, he felt a strange, unexplainable connection to her. Soon, a quiet routine began between Yun and Yun Yin in the library. Day after day, Yun kept up his research and left a sandwich for her. She never said a word about it, but it was always gone by his next visit. Then one day, Yun was searching for a book on mana engines. Spotting Yun Yin in her regular corner, he figured she was seizing the moment for some quiet reading while Yun Sha was off resting. Approaching her, he spoke up. He admitted he did not know the library very well. He would likely be slow and noisy while looking around. Yun Yin was surprised, silently admitting she had not expected him to be so considerate. Yun saw his chance. If he could get to know her, he might uncover crucial info about Louis and Lu Sha. The routine held. He brought her books and food, and they studied together in a deeply comfortable silence. To break the quiet, he once asked her about the meaning of a complex sentence in his text, but she simply replied she did not know. Next, he asked a very specific question. He wanted to know about the formation connection system. After she gave a literal explanation, he asked if she could help him track down books on the subject. She did not give an immediate answer. Under the library's warm glow, they read in peaceful harmony. After a long, quiet stretch of silence, Yun Yin finally decided to speak up. She asked why he did not just ask his little tag-along. She meant Xiao Ji, the trader's descendant. Yun just smirked. Confidently, he told her that Xiao Ji would be back in action very soon. Inside the Ding family estate, things got intense. Ding Hao and Ding Yi were discussing a highly serious matter. Just look at his face. Ding Hao is absolutely losing it over this photo showing his son, Ding Shu, tied and gagged. He was absolutely furious. Someone actually dared to threaten them using his own son's life. wondering what the kidnappers actually wanted after sending just a single photo and going silent. Dingy, calmly watching from his chair, asked if he suspected Yoon was the mastermind. Ding Hao thought it over, remembering that Yoon was connected to the Chow family. Was this revenge for the captured Chow members? That thought immediately dragged him to a terrifying new question. If Yoon could pull off a stunt like this, could he also be the monster who murdered their grandfather, the legendary hero? He started to spiral, questioning how a basic student could wield such power, and fumed that the authorities had ignored their noble status and made no arrests. He declared that they were a hero household, and even with their grandfather gone, their grand power and sweeping influence remained completely unshaken. Right then, suddenly, a guardian armor burst in. He interrupted them with news that Xiaoji was back at school. Now this is wild. Back at school, Xiaoji is standing completely alone by the fountain with a massive sign, drawing a massive crowd of totally confused onlookers. They recognize him as a member of the disgraced Chow family, whispering about why he would cause such trouble right after the hero passed. To them, the rumors meant nothing. His ancestor, Chowan, was still a confirmed traitor, remained a proven historical traitor. But Xiaoji continued to passionately plead his case to the gathering crowd. He yelled that when the Valiant dungeon collapsed, someone had to have witnessed the final clash, adding that even if they did not, he had video evidence to prove it. Up on a high balcony, Yoon and Yoon Yen watched. They silently observed the chaotic courtyard. Yun reflected on how the dark truth had been buried for years, leaving a true savior wrongfully branded as a traitor. Yet he realized there would always be stubborn souls like Xiao Ji who refused to stop hunting for the truth. Down below, Xiao Ji made his final stand, shouting that he now possessed undeniable proof that his great-grandfather, Chowan, was a genuine hero, not a villain. Witnessing his friend's brave stand, Yoon realized this world might actually be on the verge of change, all driven by Xiao Ji's sheer persistence. Xiao Ji fiercely assured the surrounding crowd that his words were pure fact, boldly challenging them to question any detail they found hard to believe. The students were stunned by his absolute confidence, with many staring at him in deep disbelief. Whispers quickly started to spread between them, since their official school textbooks had always taught a completely different version of history. Xiao Ji acknowledged their hesitation, noting he did not expect instant belief. His main goal was simply to prove his family was completely innocent of any wrongdoing. Then, in a shocking move, he bowed his head extremely low, publicly begging the powerful Ding family to spare his innocent relatives. This desperate plea left the onlookers confused, sparking heavy gossip about the deep, complicated history shared between these two households. They recalled that the Chow family had served the Dings for generations, a setup framed as a generous act of mercy following their ancestors' historical betrayal. Rumors of the Ding family's dark side spread fast. Some realized just how brutal life had been for the Chow family, accurately guessing that Xiao Ji was fighting desperately to break his relatives free from their eternal servitude. Xiao Ji watches the shift in public opinion with a sharp, knowing smile. This is his golden chance to weaponize the scandal and break his family away from the Ding clan's grip. To pull this off, he needs to fan the flames of public outrage. Since Yoon cannot show his face to help, the entire rescue mission rests squarely on his shoulders. Meanwhile, Yoon is keeping watch from afar when he suddenly gets cornered. 3 men in spotless military uniforms block his path. Standing at the front is a heavily mustachioed chief named Lu. Introducing himself alongside his 2 partners, Mashu and Mate, he claims they are peacekeepers. They tell Yoon he is officially a suspect in that recent incident over at the hero's secret realm. They demand his cooperation, but Yoon remains totally quiet, keeping his expression completely unreadable. Chief Lu pulls open a file and reads Yoon's official profile, a 17-year-old kid from East Town. Orphaned at 11 and living solo, the report lists him as a quiet loner with terrible combat grades. On paper, he looks like a completely average high schooler. Peacekeeper Chief Lu points out that this file is only Yoon's old history. He glares at the kid, noting that his current actions do not match that weak past at all. Lu drops the facts. Yoon somehow killed a dangerous wandering lord, vanished right when the Ding family's 3rd son went missing, and then magically popped up right after the disaster in the hero's secret realm. Lu steps in close, looming over Yoon as he demands to know how he got this strong and where he was hiding. Yoon pauses for a second, then offers a calm, casual excuse, claiming that the terrifying hidden boss in the Valiant secret realm freaked him out so bad he had to walk away. He admits he is way stronger than his peers, but he says he just likes to keep a low profile, arguing that accusing him of murdering a legendary hero is a massive stretch. Shrugging his shoulders, he points out that a kid like him has not even had a class change yet, making it impossible to take down a high-tier advanced user like Ding Kun. Besides, he concludes he has absolutely no motive to do it. Lu takes a slow puff from his pipe, seemingly agreeing that a normal high schooler would lack both the strength and the motive. But then, he leans in so close, their noses almost touch, warning Yoon that certain high-tier classes possess rare skills designed specifically to mask their true identities. He looks Yoon dead in the eye and asks if he is one of those players, completely ignoring the kid's innocent act. Here's the twist. Lu activates an epic tier skill called Dispel Disguise. He expects to shatter whatever illusion Yun is hiding behind, but to his absolute shock, the system flashes a failure alert, confirming that the target is not wearing any disguise. Lu freezes in disbelief, wondering if this kid's concealment skill is somehow ranked higher than his own detection. Pivoting quickly, he asks Yun if a teenager like him has even started learning how communication machines operate. Hearing Lu's pointed question about advanced machinery, Yun immediately puts on a completely clueless face. He plays dumb, claiming those complex systems are only for graduates, and that he's still struggling with the basics. The peacekeepers exchange puzzled looks, standing in silence as they process his explanation. After a heavy silence, Lu decides to call off the interrogation for now, but as he turns around, he drops a cold warning that they will be watching. Yun watches them walk away, relieved that his late-night study sessions of textbook details paid off, allowing him to dodge their trap for the time being. But let's be real, Yun knows this peace won't last. His mind immediately flashes back to a vital secret he extracted from the undead spirit of Ding Kun. The spirit confessed that he was nothing but bait, a sacrificial pawn deployed by Lui specifically to flush out anyone linked to his former master, meaning Yun himself. He warned that his sudden demise would trigger an immediate hunt by Lui's personal elite shadow guards, who are terrifyingly strong. Yun knows this is deadly serious. The deadly assassin sent by Lui will not follow the law like these local peacekeepers did. If he doesn't secure his class change immediately, surviving the upcoming storm will be completely impossible. With that threat looming, he focuses back on stealing those vital life saplings locked in the principal's private vault. He remembers that the principal only drops by the school for roughly 1 hour each day, and during that brief window, he never actually goes inside the vault holding the treasure. Because of that, there is almost no chance the principal will boot up the high-tech security barrier. Since sitting around to grab the loot through the mirror world is not going to work right now, Yun heads outside the school gates to weigh his remaining choices. Meanwhile, up on a dark rooftop nearby, Lu is already delivering his report to Lui's cloaked messenger. He lays out their progress, explaining that the two primary targets of interest are Yun and a mysterious royal named Rosa, but the hooded figure immediately crosses Rosa off the list. But his gaze quickly shifts to her regular companion, Yun Yin. Suspecting she belongs to the traitorous Yun clan, he flags her as a major person of interest. He points out that Yun Che, sharing that same suspicious surname, is another high-priority target on his list. With the hooded figure gone, Lu turns to his men with a chilling command. They must keep Yun under tight surveillance, and if he acts up, they have permission to execute him right there. While Yun walks through the school campus, talk about high stakes, his keen senses immediately pick up on the agents watching his every move. He knows he has to play the part of a regular student for now. At lunchtime, he heads over to the school cafeteria. To blend in, he orders the exact same meal as the other students, a simple plate of noodles topped with fried eggs and sausage. To his complete surprise, he finds the meal absolutely delicious. It is a massive contrast to his past life on the run, where he survived on tiny scraps cooked over a campfire in the wild. Back then, a hot meal was an impossible luxury. But his peace is instantly shattered when some loud, incredibly annoying complaints start coming from a student table nearby. They are gagging, whining that the cafeteria slop is even worse than normal. Suddenly, one of the classmates he pulled out of that nightmare dungeon walks right up to his table, leaning in with wide, disbelieving eyes. He asks Yon how on earth he can eat this garbage so happily, wondering if he suddenly stopped hating cafeteria food. Yun pauses, locks eyes with the kid in a chilling stare, and simply says he is hungry. Refusing to let their savior eat slop, the grateful classmates insist on buying him a proper meal to thank him for saving their lives, inviting him to the Big Crow Bar, a bar that gets Yun's attention immediately. He instantly realizes a spot like that is a prime hub for rumors. It is his golden opportunity to dig up intel on modern magical security, or better yet, track down another life nursery. So, he agrees and tags along. Soon, they arrive at a wild, packed venue glowing with vibrant purple neon lights. Inside, the place is overflowing with mercenaries decked out in fantasy adventurer gear, setting a chaotic, high-energy vibe. One of his classmates orders a round, grabbing a signature difference engine dream cocktail specifically for Yun. Another guy throws a friendly arm around his shoulder, hyping up another drink called the Rivet Queen that he absolutely has to try. Watching the chaos, Yun marvels at how much this era has changed. Even with his classmates raising their glasses and cheering his name, Yun feels like an absolute ghost in the crowd. Realizing a chaotic joint like this won't offer the high-tier secrets he actually needs, he slips away, stepping out onto a dark, completely empty street. Standing there, he doubts his path, feeling completely isolated from this carefree society. The isolation triggers a painful memory from his former life, back when he was a beloved young knight, cheered on by villagers bearing gifts. But the vision dissolves, leaving him on the cold asphalt of a strange era. Returning to his room, The crushing weight of his isolation hits harder than ever. He pulls out an old record, the history of his former clan, clinging to a faint, desperate shred of hope. Could any of his loved ones have actually survived the centuries of betrayal? Embrace yourselves, because the truth is absolutely devastating. He summons the undead spirit of Ding-kun, only to get the tragic confirmation he dreaded. Every single soul he loved is gone. Stricken by the grief, Yun wanders into the massive, silent school library deep into the night, seeking answers. He figures only a lost, lonely soul like himself would be roaming these halls at this hour. Deciding to start from square one, he slides a heavy volume on modern history off the shelf. But he is not the only one here. Yun steps out of the shadows, quietly asking him what kind of book he is searching for. She hands over a heavy manual, explaining that she tracked down the guide on barrier security he wanted, and shares a major detail. It was written by the school principal himself. Standing close in the dim light, Yun presents the dense text to Yun. She explains that she spent hours tracking down this specific guide on magic circle formations just for him. Yun accepts the tome, checking the cover and recognizing the principal as the author. He grins, asking if she actually stayed awake until this ungodly hour just to search for his book. Yun quickly looks away, flustered, insisting she only did it because she had insomnia. Yun teases her with a gentle smile, promising to reward her with 2 delicious sandwiches next time. Trying to act completely cool, Yun awkwardly accepts the offer while Yun immediately cracks open the book. He is genuinely shocked at how beautifully simple the book explains these incredibly complex magical concepts. He admits to himself that given his current progress, it is still a bit early to claim he has mastered the entire layout. Yet, a sharp, confident smirk plays on his lips as he realizes that if he only needs to sabotage or shatter it, it actually wouldn't be hard at all. He realized the mechanical gears were just physical support, while the core was a familiar magic circle he already knew. Once he figured out that barrier, Yun turned back toward Yun. He asked her a pretty heavy question. Did she know if this library kept any books about his family's old history? Yun stared at him, totally caught off guard. She cast her eyes down, looking deeply saddened. She whispered that there was absolutely nothing here. Even if he tore the whole place apart, he would not find a single page. Before the Yun family was framed for treason, King Lui was actually quite close to them, she gently explains. She kept going, explaining that after such a painful betrayal, the merciful emperor banned every single book about the family from the public. Yun stared at his hands, his face cast in dark shadows. He scoffed at that. Merciful? Forgetting the past for a second, was there truly not a single innocent soul among them? Did absolutely no one manage to escape that slaughter alive? Yun stayed silent for a second before confirming it. No, nobody made it out alive. In Yun's mind, the spirit of Ding-kun materialized, confirming the brutal truth that every single soul was wiped out. Grim memories of the past flooded back. Lui had personally led his shadow guards to strike under a blood-red moon. Since the king was close to the Yuns, he easily played on their trust. He launched a coward's ambush, assassinating their strongest warrior. And this is where it gets incredibly dark. The slaughter was total, wiping out everyone. Guards, servants, even innocent little kids all captured, tortured, and slaughtered until the estate ran completely red. Once Yun's past self was dead, Lui fabricated the treason rumors. To tie up every loose end, he ordered the execution of anyone carrying a drop of Yun blood. Back in the present mirror world, Yun grips his hilt, his hands shaking with hidden rage as he mutters his enemy's name, Lui. Fueling his blade with that burning rage, he unleashes a savage storm of strikes against the magic barrier protecting the principal's vault. One final, hate-filled slash and the defensive circle completely shatters. As the protective barrier crumbles, the shockwave triggers a memory. Get ready, because this childhood flashback changes everything. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a warm afternoon years ago, showing a happy 12-year-old Yun. Young Yun is hacking away at a wooden dummy, grunting with every heavy swing, completely lost in his own world. Suddenly, he stops and calls out to his training partner, an exhausted blonde kid lunging wildly at a target. He tells him that is enough. Otherwise, he is going to smash every dummy they have left. The young blonde boy, a 12-year-old Lui, looks up with bright, determined eyes. Taking it way too literally, he asks if they are out of targets and offers to ask the queen for dummy money. Yun laughs and corrects him. He does not want new gear. He wants his friend to actually rest. He asks why Lui and his big brother are so obsessed with overworking, because it makes him feel pretty guilty for taking breaks. Just then, a sharp blade slices through the air nearby. A heavily muscled teen is training like a demon, drenched in sweat. He grunts, repeating their father's old rule: more sweat in training means less blood spilled on the actual battlefield. This is Yun Yi, Yun's 16-year-old brother. Looking incredibly fierce, he says he is entering the secret realm soon and cannot afford to slack off. He vows to do 10 more sets. Yun, looking pretty worried, tries to argue that their master also warned them about overtraining, but his brother cuts him off before he can even finish. Whispering to young Louis, Yoon finishes his joke, "Too much work is as bad as nothing." He giggles that his older brother is just terrified of getting beaten by kids 4 years younger than him, which would be super embarrassing. Yoon Ye, though exhausted, shows proper respect to the young royal and looks over at him. He says that since Prince Louis suggested a rest, he will do one more set and call it a day. Yoon grins, completely proud of his sneaky trick to get his brother to relax. Right then, a hyper little girl bounds into the sunny courtyard, balancing a huge tray loaded with snacks and cold drinks. She chirps happily, calling out to her older brothers, Yoon and young Prince Louis. This is Uni Air, Yoon's 8-year-old sister. She beams, announcing she brought ice-cold honey lemon water and warm, freshly baked apple pie. She playfully teases them that they normally do not get treats this good. The childhood memory fades as they play. Yun steals a quick treat from Uni Air's box while little Louis laughs, running alongside his best friends in the bright sun. Yoon took a bite, praising how delicious it was. With a full mouth, he told Tier she was definitely the best sister ever, while young Louis happily ate beside him in agreement. Tier then ran up to their older brother, Yoon Yi, as he took a break from his training. She handed him a large wooden mug of the drink, the focus shifting to the cup as Yoon Yi lifted it to drink. Taking a refreshing gulp, the eldest brother smiled, saying how sweet it was while thanking his little sister. The four of them, Yoon Yi, Yoon, Louis, and Tier, gathered together under the shade of a massive tree. Southern Nights guests were visiting that day, keeping the kitchen busy since dawn, but then Tier revealed a little secret. She had actually smuggled the food and drinks out, teasing that they otherwise would have missed out on the feast meant for the guests. Being an honest and disciplined knight, Yoon Yi was so utterly shocked by this that he spat his drink right out. Yoon Yi glared at his sister with a mix of disbelief and scolding, realizing she had actually stolen everything. Meanwhile, Yoon laughed out loud, teasing that stolen food always tastes better, and nudged Louis to back him up. Louis awkwardly agreed, and they all laughed together. Back then, Yoon admitted, he had zero interest in secret realms or becoming a knight. A warm, glowing image of the siblings and friends showed them sharing a beautiful, happy moment. Yoon only wished to live happily with his loved ones forever, but the scene suddenly snaps back to the present inside the mirror world. He had successfully gathered the 5 life saplings required for his class advancement. He tapped the button, officially confirming his advancement. Vibrant green energy swirled around him as the process began. But watch this, that beautiful memory suddenly cracks like a mirror. Yoon's thoughts turned incredibly dark, noting that not everyone shared that simple, peaceful wish. His smiling family shattered completely into blood and pitch darkness. In his head, he screamed at Louis. He simply couldn't understand how someone could throw away so many years of friendship. Yoon's face twisted in a horrific scream of pure rage and grief, his eyes glowing with power as he shrieked the question that haunted him, why did you destroy it so easily? The story briefly shifts to the thoughts of Supreme King Lui, justifying his horrific acts with a cold, glowing stare, insisting that everything he did, including betraying and murdering his former brother, was done solely for the stability of the empire, as a bloody flashback of a dying Yoon Che showed Louis's ruthless ambition. Louis stared down with absolute disgust, dismissing the life he took. Back in the present, inside the mirror world, a wild surge of dark purple energy erupted all around Yun. The system immediately confirmed that his class advancement was complete, and he was now a peace dancer. New system prompts appeared as his dual class modes activated, healing mode and deterrence mode, giving him the dual power to both save and destroy. Stepping out of the mirror world, Yoon materialized on the school grounds at night, his expression dark and incredibly focused now that his power was secured. As he began plotting his very next target, a sudden voice shrieked his name, shattering his focus. Yun turned in total confusion, only to see Lu Sha sprinting toward him, panting heavily and looking absolutely terrified. She begged him to help, tears streaming down her face as she desperately called in the debt he owed her. Reminding him of the 2 favors he had promised, she begged him to save Yun Yin, screaming that the ruthless shadow guards were going to kill her. This took Yun by surprise, wondering why Louis's elite assassins would ever target Yun Yin. He reasoned that Yun Yin had absolutely nothing to do with the incident at the hero's secret realm, meaning it made no sense for her to be a target. But a crying, terrified Lu Sha began to reveal a truly shocking secret. Yun Yin was being hunted because she was actually a living descendant of the traitorous Yun family. Yun froze instantly, his eyes widening in absolute shock. Talk about a massive plot twist. The girl he studied with, who claimed no one survived from the Yun family, was his own relative all along. Looking down sadly, Lu Sha confirmed that Yun Yin really was a part of the traitorous Yun family. She explained that because of this connection, the Shadow Guard suspected Yun Yin was behind the incident at the hero's secret realm. Recalling the terrifying moment those assassins broke into her house, she could only watch helplessly as a powerful hooded assassin used a bladed chain to bind and capture Yun Yin without warning. Lu Sha explained that she desperately tried to reason with the guard, insisting that Yun Yin wasn't even there when the hero died, But the guard didn't care about proof, ignoring her completely. Tears welled up in her eyes as she wept to Yoon that she had tried absolutely everything. She exhausted every connection and tried everything to get her friend back, but nothing worked. Desperate, she admitted to Yuna that she was entirely powerless to save her. Zero hesitation. Yuna quickly pulled up his hood to cover his face. His voice remained dead calm as he asked for the exact location of Yoon Yin. Lu Sha immediately offered to guide him there, but Yuna immediately stopped her. Turning back with his eye glowing with strange power, he refused. He told her to stay behind to hold the line and cover for them. It would be much easier for him to run this rescue alone. Ready for this? He slipped directly into his mirror world dimension. Sprinting with incredible speed through the ghostly and inverted city, he used the surrounding reflections to move without ever being noticed. Reaching the target, his system confirmed he left the mirror dimension. He burst back into reality, sprinting forward with incredible speed. While running, Yuna pulled up his system screen to place a call. He had to verify the wild rumors he just uncovered. Confronting Lu Sha through the screen, he questioned her bizarre claim. He asked if Yoon Yin was truly a Yoon family descendant, since King Lui was supposed to have wiped them all out years ago. How could she possibly still be alive? Lu Sha appeared on the video call to explain what she had found out. Her intel revealed that the Yoon family actually had an illegitimate child living far away from the main estate back then. This news deeply rattled Yuna. He remembered his father as a strictly traditional man who valued his personal honor above all else. It was simply impossible for a man like his father to have an affair or a secret kid. But then, a sudden realization hit him. The face of his older brother, Yoon Yi, flashed in his mind. This was not his father's child, but his brother's. Lu Sha went on, explaining a surprisingly merciful decision made by their mortal enemy. She said King Lui chose to spare that baby. Whether out of genuine mercy or lingering respect for the Yoon family, the child survived. Unfortunately, Lu Sha revealed the girl's life was nothing but tragedy. Even though she was raised right near the royal palace, they treated her like a common prisoner, locked away forever. And believe me, things got even darker as Lu Sha described what happened to Yoon Yin's mother. She never even learned who fathered her child. Eventually, driven mad by the isolation, she tragically hanged herself. Lu Sha explained that Yoon Yin was her daughter. After that horrific suicide, the girl was left alone. Young Yoon Yin was left completely abandoned, surviving in that empty estate right under the shadow of her mother's hanging body. Yuna listened with a heavy heart, deeply saddened by the sheer cruelty his young relative had endured. He asked Lu Sha how a prisoner like Yoon Yin managed to escape that place and become her guard. Looking down from the rooftops, Lu Sha revealed a secret of her own, telling Yuna she was far more than just a noble. She was actually the third prince's daughter. She still vividly remembered meeting Yoon Yin for the first time when she was only 7. Getting sick of her exhausting royal etiquette lessons, she had slipped away to a forgotten corner of the palace grounds. That was where she found Yoon Yin being tormented. The palace outskirts were packed with the arrogant, spoiled children of elite high-ranking officials. Since Yoon Yin was branded as a traitor's descendant, nobody ever punished them for abusing her. In the flashback, a pack of noble boys surrounded the defenseless young girl. One of them snatched away the book she was reading, mocking her mercilessly. He sneered that a traitor's bastard had no right to read stories, asking if she even knew how to write the word happiness. Lu Sha noted that people tormented her just to please the king. The bully yelled that pretty books were meant for royal ladies, not a filthy rat like her. He screamed that she defiled the pages just by touching them, telling his friends to rip it up and burn the pieces. Behind him, another kid laughed cruelly while Yoon Yin desperately tried to hold onto her only treasure. Things got violent when the leader grabbed Yoon Yin by her hair, yanked it back, and forced her to clasp the torn book. Wearing a sickening grin, the bully crouched down to mock her for clutching those shredded pages like they were some priceless treasure. Then came the ultimate insult, saying her mother was a lunatic, and predicting that Yoon Yin would end up losing her mind too. Hearing those words, something inside young Yoon Yin snapped. Her usually terrified eyes instantly filled with a sudden, boiling rage. In a desperate flash of self-defense, she lunged forward, grabbed his hand, and bit down with everything she had. The bully shrieked in absolute agony, violently shaking his hand to throw her off him. Stumbling back in total shock, he stared at his bleeding hand before glaring at the trembling girl with a face twisted in absolute fury. He was absolutely furious she dared to fight back. Thinking back to that day, Luosa realized something. She had seen countless people cry after getting beaten, but nobody had ever looked that desperate just to protect a torn-up book. The furious bullies screamed threats at her, completely enraged that she dared to bite them, promising to beat her to death. Right then, a young Luosa slowly stepped out from the shadows. Decked out in elegant royal robes, she pointed a finger and ordered them to freeze, demanding to know what they were doing. The bullies gasped, utterly shocked to see their princess. Sweating bullets, they quickly tried to defend themselves, claiming this little stray had stolen a book and attacked them like a rabid dog. Luosa quietly walked over to Yoon Yin and looked down at the book she was protecting. She pointed out that every single library book carried the royal seal, asking if that one had it too. The bullies went dead silent, knowing there was no seal on that scrap. Realizing that dirty book was probably just something dragged out of the trash, Luosa pulled out a brand new, beautiful book with a gorgeous floral design on the cover. She handed it to Yun Yin, telling her to take this fresh one and toss the garbage away. Yun Yin just stared at the shiny cover with wide, disbelief-filled eyes. But get this, to Luosa's shock, she actually shakes her head. She rejected the royal gift, hugging her ruined pages tightly. Ignoring the princess entirely, Yun Yin knelt down to gently gather the scattered paper scraps off the floor. Clutching those shredded pieces of paper, she walked away, tears silently streaming down her face. That was when Luosa realized something. To this girl, a pile of torn paper meant way more than any brand new treasure. She watched Yun Yin sit all by herself in a dark hallway corner, the absolute only spot where a single ray of sunlight hit the floor. Staring at that tiny hand clutching the cover, Luosa realized that broken book was probably the only source of light and warmth Yun Yin had in her miserable life. Even if it was ruined, to Yun Yin, this beat any royal handout because it was something real she could protect herself. Luosa started visiting that corner all the time, sometimes helping her out, sometimes just quietly watching. Eventually, Luosa begged the king to make Yun Yin her personal guard. Having an official royal title finally put an end to all that public abuse. But Luosa explains that while the public abuse finally stopped, the torment simply moved into the shadows. Hiding her identity at the academy was meant to keep her safe, but now Yun Yin has been dragged right back into a deadly trap. Luosa warns Yuna about the Shadow Guards, explaining they are the king's personal black ops unit. They are absolute monsters who would gladly slaughter an entire innocent family rather than let a single target slip away. Desperate and crying, Luosa bows her head low, begging Yun to save her friend, promising to do absolutely anything to repay the debt. She begs him to say the word if there is anything else she can do. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon, Yun uses his mirror world ability to phase straight through the prison walls, arriving just in time to catch a sickening sight. The brutal bladed chain used to bind Yun Yin lies discarded on a floor covered in fresh blood. Yun Yin stands there covered in deep cuts and blood, looking absolutely battered, yet her eyes are still blazing with defiance while the guard holds a jagged blade. He grins cruelly, mocking her for being so stubborn before reminding her that he has custody of her for the entire night. With eyes glowing a sinister red, the guard glares down at her, warning her that the night is long and he has endless ways to break her. Just as he screams that nobody is coming to save her, a foot suddenly appears out of thin air. Now watch this. Yun delivers an absolutely brutal kick straight to the Shadow Guard's face, creating a massive shockwave and blasting him away from Yun Yin. Yun Yin looks up, her eyes wide with disbelief, unable to process that someone actually came to rescue her. Yun, with his hood pulled high and eyes glowing a sharp purple, turns to her and calmly asks if she is all right. The Shadow Guard slowly pushes himself up from the rubble, growling that he finally smoked out the little intruder. Wiping blood from his mouth, he realizes Yun is the killer who took out Dingen, but mocks the dead legend as a weak mascot who hid in the dark too long. Ignoring the trash talk completely, Yun focuses entirely on Yun Yin, gently pouring a healing potion down her throat. The guard keeps rambling, guessing Yun must belong to the old Yun family since they are the only clan holding a grudge against Dingen. He boasts that he used Yun Yin as simple bait to prove his theory, and Yun just walks straight into his spiderweb. Still ignoring him, Yun triggers his Peace Dancer class skills, summoning a massive glowing bell over Yun Yin to instantly stabilize her critical condition. The guard pulls down his hood, showing off a deeply scarred face. He sneers that it was pretty lucky the king kept these family remnants as bait, admitting that without this trap, Yun's insane stealth skills would have been a massive pain to deal with, especially since a citywide manhunt failed to catch him. Suddenly, a massive pink energy barrier flares up around them, sealing the entire area. The guard laughs, declaring that this lockdown formation means absolute game over for Yun. He smirks, boasting that this barrier is so incredibly tough. He is probably the only S-rank strong enough to shatter it. The system identifies this enemy as Shadow 33, a juggler. Gripping his jagged, chain blades, he tells Yun that hiding his face is pointless, and tells him to surrender, but his raw cruelty shows immediately. Swinging his massive blades at terrifying speeds, this sick guard boasts he will play with Yun Yin first, but see how Yun instantly counters by activating his peace domain. A massive golden aura explodes outward, forming a zone that shields his allies and slows down his enemies. As Shadow 33's blades come crashing down, Yun stands his ground. With precise movements, he deflects the heavy attacks with his staff, tossing them aside like nothing. Yun's eyes burn with a cold, dangerous light. He looks at the Shadow Guard and asks a chilling question, demanding to know if they tortured Yun Yin just for fun. Shadow 33 sneers and proudly admits they did. He boasts that their terrifying reputation as the Shadow Guards was more than enough to lure Yun right into their trap. He unleashes his signature Blade Fury attack, sending a storm of red triangular blades raining down. In response, Yoon summons the undead spirit of chaos. The ghostly warrior stands in front of them and triggers powerful defensive skills, including iron armor and group shield to block the incoming strike. Yoon watches silently as his summon prepares. The name Shadow Guards makes Yoon remember that painful night when Lui led his forces to wipe out the Yoon family under a blood-red moon. He remembered the utter destruction, how everyone was brutally tormented and then slaughtered with absolutely no survivors. Breaking free from the memory, Yoon tells Shadow 33 that he just made a massive mistake. The spirit of chaos successfully blocks the blade Fury, shattering the red blades against its heavy shield. With the enemy attack stopped, Yoon's hand glows with purple energy to summon a new weapon. Switching to deterrence mode, his attack power skyrockets. Wrapped in pure darkness, holding a newly formed dagger, he declares that the Shadow Guards butchered his family and now dare to harm an innocent child. He activates several reverse chanter skills, with each buff multiplying his power through his blade of trickery. His eyes blaze with pure fury as Yoon fiercely warns his enemies that they are the ones who shouldn't dream of escaping. Shadow 33 looks at Yoon's weapon, asking with a smug smile if it can actually change shapes. He triggers a powerful technique called Thousand Blade Spin, quickly summoning dozens of dark spinning portals. He confidently claims that since Yoon only relies on high-level healing and aura skills, he must be a harmless support class with zero attack capabilities. Continuing his smug taunts, Shadow 33 unleashes his Thousand Blade Spin, firing a massive storm of red projectiles from the portals. He mocks Yoon, laughing that changing weapons is useless when you're still just a helpless target. And honestly, this is where Yoon completely stops holding back. He whips his dark purple chains, easily swatting away every single projectile. He then begins teleporting directly around Shadow 33, utilizing the enemy's own portals to strike back. He triggers his Martial Deterrence Domain, a powerful deterrence skill. This ability creates a specialized zone where his enemies take increased damage while boosting his own movement speed significantly. Shadow 33's arrogance fades, replaced by a wild grin as he admits Yun's moves are impressive enough to explain how he killed Dinghun. Even so, he still believes he's superior, screaming that Yoon is far behind him. He lunges forward, but Yun vanishes right before the strike lands. Suddenly, a purple blur appears directly above his head. Yoon teleports high into the sky and dives straight down, leaving the completely blindsided guard looking up in utter confusion. Yun's dark chains shoot down, pinning the guard's shoulders to the ground as he writhes in pure agony and finally understands. He realizes Yoon came out of a mirror. Finally, understanding the secret of his stealth, he curses, shocked that such a broken ability exists to keep Yoon hidden. Even while bleeding, Shadow 33 mocks Yun for revealing his ultimate trick just to cause a small scratch, laughing that he's still a weak support. But right at that exact moment, a devastating shadowy attack blasts him from behind. The system announces the Deterioration Blade skill, another deterrence mode ability that violently amplifies all incoming damage and negative status effects. The guard staggers, utterly shocked as the brutal attack tears right through him. He is completely stunned, unable to believe he actually got hit. He screams in disbelief, demanding to know Yoon's true class and how a support could have such high damage. Vowing to stop holding back, he prepares his ultimate attack. The desperate Shadow Guard triggers his splitting trick skill. A storm of countless red triangular blades flooded the entire area. He sneered that Yoon could not use his mirrors to escape this time, and that none of his summons could block such a massive attack. He screamed at Yoon and Yoon Yin, demanding they die a death by 1,000 cuts. Despite the terrifying storm of blades raining down on him, Yoon remained completely calm, simply raising one finger to the sky. With a quiet word, he activated his own legendary skill dance of finale, Celestial Requiem Bell. A giant golden bell materialized in the air, surrounded by glowing angelic figures playing trumpets. This legendary skill reflected any attack aimed at the angels straight back at the sender. Shadowguard 33 stared in absolute horror as his own reflection showed those same holy figures. His storm of blades rained down, but instead of hitting their targets, they all whipped back toward him. He got slammed by his own blades hundreds of times, screaming in pure agony. He simply could not comprehend how his opponent possessed a skill that granted both total invincibility and damage reflection. The devastating force of that reflected counterattack was so immense, it shattered the lockdown formation he had carefully built. As the skill faded, Yoon walked forward with complete composure. Shadowguard 33 lay broken on the ground, destroyed by his own absolute power. Standing right beside Yoon Yin and the undead soul of Dinghun, Yoon gripped his blade, speaking softly to the girl he just rescued. He gently asked her to look away for just a second so she would not have to watch what came next. Yun pressed his cold blade against the throat of the defeated Shadowguard 33. Shaking in terror, the guard stammered out, "What are you doing with me?" From beneath the dark shadows of his hood, Yoon's eyes flared with a cold purple light, delivering a simple promise. 100-fold payback. That was his promise. Shaking in terror, the guard desperately tried to threaten him. He barked out that his backup would arrive any second, and there was no way Yoon could fight 3 S ranks at once. He begged the boy, claiming it was not too late for him to walk away with his life. As the sharp metal bit deeper, the guard shrieked that he was the king's personal elite and that killing him meant the throne would hunt Yun down. From a distance, Yin watched the confrontation, utterly shocked by the terrifying coldness of Yun's fury. The shattered guard kept whimpering, begging Yoon to stay away and calling him an absolute maniac. And just like that, the wall behind them completely shatters as 3 more hooded shadow guards burst into the room. Taking in the scene, they charge straight ahead, branding Yoon a rebel and screaming for his surrender. But then they freeze, utterly paralyzed by what stands before them. Standing right before Yoon is the newly summoned undead spirit of their own comrade, Shadow Guard 33. He is kneeling in complete submission, bound by a heavy dark chain, as Yoon glares at the newcomers with glowing purple eyes. She watches, stunned. Pure, absolute silence. She stares in utter disbelief, realizing with a mix of deep awe and terror that Yoon did not just defeat those 3 S-rank reinforcements. He had slaughtered them in an instant, adding them directly to his undead horde. Yoon now stands over the fresh corpses of his victims. He casually holds the dark chain bound to the spirit of their first guard. He had completely and effortlessly crushed his powerful enemies. Having dealt with the shadow guards, Yoon turns back to Yin. He tells her that Lu Sha has set up a safe house nearby for backup, and she needs to head there immediately. He promises his undead soldiers will escort her safely, but a worried Yin can only ask what he intends to do next. Standing over the bodies, Yoon has news. He still has cleanup work to do. He admits his worry. He has no idea how many royal guards are actually crawling around, or if he can keep this a secret. So he shifts focus to his real objective, summoning his growing undead army to hunt down any surviving threats. With his forces ready, he eyes his newest servant. He remembers all too well these shadow guards belong to the exact same unit that Lui led to wipe out the Yoon family. He looks the spirit in the eyes, asking a dark, crucial question: were you there during the massacre all those years ago? The undead soul of Shadow Guard 33 nods, confirming that he indeed participated in that bloody massacre. Yoon demands the names of every single guard who took part in the slaughter. The spirit slowly rattles off the names it remembers: Shadow 3 and Shadow 5. Hearing these coded, uniform designations, Yoon deduces they must have been raised in secret since they were just young children. He presses the spirit for more identities, demanding to know who else was there. The ghost gives a response that completely blindsides him. His own older brother, Yoon Yi, was one of them, a shocking revelation that stops Yoon completely cold as he stands frozen in disbelief. He slowly turns, heart stopped, face contorted in sheer shock and disbelief. He stammers his brother's name, unable to accept this nightmare, remembering only the kind, protective sibling he used to look up to. Meanwhile, inside a chaotic, luxurious chamber, a mysterious man wearing a dark hood lounges on a sofa completely surrounded by women. Here is Yoon Yi, the newly minted captain of the Shadow Guards. Suddenly, a subordinate reports that Shadow 22 went completely silent after heading out to capture Yoon Yin. Checking the dungeon revealed a bloody mess, just dead bodies of the Shadow Guards, and Yoon Yin is nowhere to be found. Yoon Yi abruptly stands up, his dark energy swirling and throwing the women back. Shocked that his elite guards are dead, he stares coldly with glowing red eyes. He wonders if some hidden survivors of the Yoon family are actually behind this devastation. He immediately orders his men to contact every single base. He decides it is time to turn the public against her. He orders them to release Yoon Yin's photo and spread rumors that she is a descendant of the traitorous Yoon family. Talk about a real nightmare. Within seconds, everyone in the city starts getting these frantic emergency alerts. A massive holographic billboard lights up the plaza, exposing Yoon Yin's face and all her personal files. The horrified crowd looks on in disbelief. They can't believe a descendant of the infamous Yoon family is still breathing. Down on the streets, rage starts boiling over. Angry citizens shout about why this is only coming out now, wondering how she survived so long. Soon, the news spreads to the local academy. Students crowd the courtyards, frantically whispering and asking if anyone else has seen the shocking report about Yoon Yin. One boy claims it feels fake, but admits it must be true since the government released it. Still, his hooded friend feels sympathetic. He argues that even if the news is real, Yoon Yin is just a young girl. What happened back then simply wasn't her fault. Comparing her to Qiaoji, he insists that she is probably completely innocent, yet she has suffered for years simply for carrying her family's name. His well-dressed friend rubs his neck, admitting that is true, but he immediately points out a brutal reality: only the younger generation is going to see things from that perspective. He confesses that if he ever uttered those words to his family, his grandfather would probably beat him to death. The hooded boy sighs in agreement. To the public, she remains the bloodline of the wicked traitor Yoon who destroyed their entire empire. Out on the streets, 2 women walk by, spitting in disgust that a Yoon descendant dares to exist. They mutter that she should kneel and die before the king's statue to pay for her family's sins. Meanwhile, Yun Yin hides inside a dark building, peering through the window at the raging mob gathered below. She can hear them screaming that a clean death is too easy, they want her brutally tortured first. In the crowd, a young guy hesitantly suggests that although she deserves death, torture is going too far, but his sudden hesitation instantly sparks massive outrage. A massive thug grabs the terrified student by the collar, roaring in his face. He asks if he has completely forgotten the history of their worst traitor. The brute keeps screaming, shouting that millions died because of the Yoon family and his own parents were among the victims. Under this intense pressure, the student completely breaks. He quickly agrees with the mob. Forcing a nervous smile, he shouts that a sinner's child has no right to live and should just do everyone a favor and end her own life. Inside her dark room, Yoon Yin stands in total silence. Her face is completely blank as she listens to their hatred, secretly wishing for her own demise. Her fragile mind is overwhelmed with cruel voices from her past and present. They mock her hollow eyes, insult her deceased mother, and tell her she should end her life just like her mom did. Suddenly, a warm ray of light cuts the darkness as the door swings open. Yoon Yin looks up in shock as a voice warns her that the security chief is here and they need to relocate immediately. In another hidden room, Yun sits next to Lu Sha. Yoon ponders the tense situation, asking how on earth Yoon Yin's identity could be leaked this incredibly fast. He reasons that the security bureau must have ties to the shadow guards, considering they definitely knew the plan was to hunt down Yoon Yin. Yoon reveals that the security bureau has actually been secretly watching him for quite some time. He realizes that the agents must have spotted Lu Sha the night she came looking for him, even if he shook them off later. Yoon calmly analyzes their dangerous situation. He notes that with the dead shadow guards and Yoon Yin going off the grid, the authorities now have a solid reason to suspect him. With the hero's mysterious death and the public exposure of Yoon Yin's identity, things look incredibly bad for them. The enemy now has a solid excuse to blame him for everything. He recalls walking past the statues with Lu Sha disguised in a dark cloak. It makes total sense for investigators to assume he was that mysterious cloaked figure and label him as the hero's assassin. Think about it, their goal is to force him to unleash his real power just to secure the proof they need. He explains that a bit of luck actually saved him in the end. The principal steps in, using his magic to blast the security chief away and stop Yoon from being exposed. She admits that if the principal had not been keeping watch on her precarious situation, if all those security guards had surrounded her, she would have been in deep trouble. Lu Sha blamed herself, thinking her own carelessness had almost got them killed. Yoon pointed out they got lucky, but he was still shocked to find out the principal was actually Lu Sha's great-uncle. Hours earlier, in his office, Principal Bolin looked completely stressed out. He scolded Lu Sha for being incredibly reckless. While he could easily handle the local security chief, he would be completely powerless if the king's elite shadow guards showed up. Lu Sha tried to butter up her great-uncle, but Bolin cut her off. He warned her not to underestimate those shadow guards, they were far deadlier than mere S-rank fighters. He sternly reminded her of his old warning to never bring Yoon Yin along with her anymore. Staring seriously, the principal told her to make her final choice. He reminded her of the king's direct order to return to the palace. Then, he gave her a brutal reality check about her friend. If she tried taking Yoon Yin back with her, there was no way she could hide her. The palace was crawling with eyes, and those elite shadow guards would definitely track down the fugitive. He advised Lu Sha that her only real option was returning completely alone. But check out her reaction here, standing outside the door. Yoon Yin has heard everything. Guilt completely consumes her, and she blames herself for putting everyone in danger. Looking down in pure sadness, she felt like a total burden. She had leaned on Lu Sha for way too long. What would her friend's life look like without her? Without the crushing weight of a traitor's descendant, Lu Sha could have lived a much better life. Then she thought about Yun, and the guilt got even worse. Now she had dragged him down too. Yoon would have been perfectly safe if he hadn't blown his own cover just to rescue her. Suddenly, a gut-wrenching memory from her childhood flashed before her eyes. A young Yoon Yin, standing right before her mother, who had ended her own life. Haunted by the past and refusing to drag anyone else down, she quietly turned away from the door. She decided it was time to run away. Right then, Yoon opened the door and told her to follow. Shocked, she listened as he explained their secret escape. He revealed a safe secret realm where they could easily hide from the authorities. Lu Sha quickly joined them. Fully agreeing with his escape plan, she urged Yoon Yin inside, suggesting they all head to this secret realm together now. Flashing a bright wink, Lu Sha tried to cheer them up, pointing out that Yoon was completely innocent. She could easily beg the king to let them stay in school. Yet, Yoon was drowning in guilt. Yoon Yin refused to budge, sobbing that she had only brought ruin and that he didn't need to save her. She reminded Lu Sha that she couldn't disobey the king's direct order. But Lu Sha just laughed off the heavy mood, wrapping Yoon Yin in a cheerful hug. They could simply act like they went out for some fun behind her great-uncle's back. She knew he would back them up. But then, Yun made a dark confession. He stared at them and admitted that he was the real reason Yun Yin was in this mess. Clouded with confusion, Yun Yin looked back gently, asking how that could possibly be true. With a dark expression, Yun confessed that all of her lifetime of pain actually started because of him. The true tragedy lay with him. He knew his past ties to King Lui were the spark that triggered the brutal massacre of the Yun family decades ago. His mind then drifted to his older brother. He silently wondered about Yun Yi. What part did he play, and why did he join the shadow guards who slaughtered their own blood? As they packed, Lu Sha asked which secret realm they were headed to. Yun revealed he had pried the coordinates directly from the soul of the dead shadow guard he had recently crushed. And look at this, they arrive at massive floating ruins, shining with golden light. This was the legendary Golden City secret realm, the exact place where Yun's brother, Yun Yi, was currently hiding. Yun spotted a colossal beacon of light in the distance, remembering the dead shadow guard's promise that his brother, Yun Yi, was there. He estimated they would reach it within just half a day, but peering down from a steep cliff, they found their path blocked by dangerous level 58 monsters, the laborback gorillas. Yet, Yun remained perfectly calm. He recalled from his past life that these beasts dropped gold iron ore, the very material required to repair his damaged flowing cloud sword. Seeing a golden opportunity to restore his weapon, he unsheathed his blade with absolute resolve. Triggering its skill, the blade glowed and morphed into a deadly chain blade. Though the system warned it was heavily damaged, the weapon could still coil around the massive gorillas to bind them, heavily boosting his agility. Then he shifts it into a massive giant scythe, completely sacrificing speed and defense to gain over 5,000 extra attack power. Seeing him gear up to strike, Lu Sha steps in to assist, casting her Starplay secret art to boost his spirit and attack power. The sword's unique buff adaptation instantly absorbs her magic, feeding those stats straight into the blade. Armed with that ridiculous power surge, Yun swings the massive scythe in a sweeping arc. It is a devastating blow, cleanly splitting the level 58 monsters in one single strike. As the dust clears, Yun lands gracefully while Lu Sha walks up, staring at the weapon in his hand with pure shock. She wonders if this is really the flowing cloud sword, shocked that such a damaged weapon hits this hard. Yun smiles and explains the weapon is not normally this strong, revealing that her help actually allowed him to start the repair process. How did this happen? Let's check. Originally, the Academy principal only planned to gift Yun some skill books for saving everyone back at the Valor Secret Realm. But since Lu Sha kept pestering her great uncle, the principal had no choice but to upgrade the reward. Though he could not part with the Life Nursery, he handed over a glowing gold lump of World Tree resin. Yun used this rare resin, which the principal spent ages collecting, to act as a sort of magical glue. He realized that even though it was his absolute best material, it could only kickstart the repair work. A system alert soon confirmed that absorbing the resin pushed his weapon's repair progress to 11.2%. Even better, this initial repair unlocked the crucial buff adaptation feature, allowing the sword to duplicate and apply his active buffs. Returning to the present, Yun gathers the loot dropped by those monsters, finding gold and iron ore, which seem pretty common here. As the sword absorbs the ore, the repair progress ticks up just a bit more. Yun watches his attack power climb by 40 points, proving that the local drops are absolutely perfect for restoring his weapon. Standing ready for the next clash, Yun's high-tier gear radiates pure energy. He realizes that unlike that rare resin, he can easily farm this ore just by slaying mobs, so he orders his undead army to charge. Yun decides that as long as there are beasts to hunt, he will keep fixing up his flowing cloud sword. Staring at that distant pillar of light, he hopes to finish a good chunk of repairs before confronting his brother, Yun Yi. The battle erupts instantly. Yun leaps into the air, swinging his blade with dizzying speed to carve up a giant labor gorilla. Switching to chain blade form, he unleashes a storm of rapid-fire cuts, shredding the beast from every single angle. With a quick command, the chains wrap tightly around the beast, locking it down completely. Perched on the trapped beast, Yun calls out to Yun Yin, who dashes forward while summoning a brilliant energy dagger. With one devastating slash, she cuts the massive beast in half, proving just how much stronger she has become. Standing on a high cliff after the clash, the system alerts them that Yun, Lu Sha, and Yun Yin have all leveled up. Yun Yin walks up to Yun with a worried look, asking if dragging them along is holding his own progress back. He gently reassures her while collecting 15 fresh pieces of gold iron ore. Surrounded by his undead summons, including the fierce spirit of Kun, he explains that his shadows are constantly farming mobs, so he is not losing any ground. To keep things under wraps, he actually has dozens of spirits slaying beasts inside the mirror world, meaning his real kill speed is way faster than it looks. He feeds the raw ore into his weapon, boosting its attack power by 300 points and pushing the repair rate past 20%. Lu Sha leaps down to join him, noting that he seems incredibly confident and clearly knows exactly what he is aiming for. She points toward that giant pillar of light rising in the distance, asking what is waiting over there. Yun stares at the glowing light and drops the truth. Lu Sha is stunned and falls silent, realizing the weight of his words, while Yun Yin listens intently from behind them. Yun explains that 40 years ago, the Golden City's secret realm expanded and swallowed the ruins, preserving them. He then turns to Yun Yin, whose eyes go wide with absolute shock as he tells her that her grandfather might be alive right inside there. Inside a small room deep within the Yun family ruins, Yun Yi sits by the window as a subordinate reports there is still zero news about Yun Yin, despite her identity leaking ages ago. The hooded subordinate kneels on the stone floor. He explains that with public rage boiling over, it is hard for Yun Yin to travel, and she will likely be caught soon, but they have a backup plan. Showing off 3 glowing locator scepters, he explains that a secret tracking device was planted on Yun Yin a very long time ago. He explains that if these scepters come within 1,000 meters of her, they will show her exact position. His subordinate adds that since the scepters are spread out, Yun Yin cannot hide for much longer. Yun Yi stands up and walks through the dusty room, deciding his time for looking back is over. Holding one of the glowing scepters, he declares it is time to get rid of the last remnant. Hold on, check out his face. Suddenly, a system window pops up, sending a jolt of pure shock straight through Yun Yi. Meanwhile, Yun and Yun Yin continue their fight through the secret realm. They fight side by side, Yun wielding his scythe and Yun Yin using her dagger to slay monsters. With a huge swing, Yun slices 2 beasts in half and collects 2 more pieces of gold iron ore. After the battle, Yun holds his glowing sword and glances at Yun Yin, who stands silently looking at a screen. Several hours ago, Yun had revealed the hard truth to her. He had told her that Yun Yi was now Lui's shadow guard captain, and more importantly, the person who killed the Yun family. Standing in the empty landscape, the two had shared a quiet moment. Yun told her that he didn't know what kind of person his brother was now or how he would treat his own daughter. He reassured Yun Yin that she and the rest of the Yun family were completely innocent. He then gave her a choice. If she didn't want to face her father, she could stay behind and he would leave undead spirits to protect her. Yun Yin stood in silence, clutching her dagger tightly, clearly shaken by what she had just heard. She felt that being told all of this so suddenly made it impossible to process her tangled feelings right away. Her mind raced with the shocking news, knowing it would take a long time to understand, yet she still came to a serious resolution. She reasoned that no matter what happened in the past, the reality was that she had grown up entirely alone. She decided that since he chose to be a shadow guard, her own life wouldn't change. Despite the pain, her expression back then had hardened with determination as she chose to go forward. Meanwhile, Yun stands on a ledge, looking out over the landscape. He begins to doubt his decision, thinking that maybe he should have left Yun Yin behind in safety. He decides it is best to face his brother Yun Yi by himself first, and then decide whether to let Yun Yin meet him. Suddenly, Yun looks down and is surprised by what he sees below. Scattered on the ground are the remains of wooden dummies and weapon racks, making him recognize the ruins of their old training ground. And here is where we get a look into his past. As he stares, a warm memory of his younger self suddenly plays over the ruins. He saw his brother Yun Yi and his sister Yun Tier happily playing and practicing swordsmanship together in that very spot. Standing there with the undead spirits of Chain and Dingun, a sudden idea strikes Yun. He activates his skill and enters the mirror world. As he lands, he thinks that since his friend Benben's soul stayed in this secret realm, his murdered family's souls might also be wandering here. Yun stands in the ghostly ruins of the mirror world training ground, searching for his family's souls. Sadly, he realizes there are no souls left here. A system notification confirms his exit as he returns to the dusty ruins of the present day. Wondering if his search was in vain, he surveys the desolate area and notices an old sword lying in the rubble, falling completely silent. His purple eyes stare as the old training grounds trigger a vivid memory from long ago, back when the grounds were bustling with life. Swords clashed as a younger Yun Yi engaged in a fierce sparring match while an excited crowd cheered for the fighters. Impressed by their skill, the onlookers remarked that these men were the absolute best, and one would surely become champion. During the exchange, Yun Yi's opponent slipped on loose stones and stumbled, despairing as he believed the fight was over and he had lost. But instead of finishing him off, Yun Yi stops his weapon mid-swing. Smiling calmly, he noted there shouldn't be loose stones on the field and offered to restart, an honorable act that brought a roar of approval. The crowd cheered for Yun Yi's noble character, calling him a true member of the Yun family. When the duel resumed, Yun Yi still emerged victorious, leaving his opponent kneeling before him. Onlookers cheered that he won even after giving his opponent a second chance, while one man grumbled that on a real battlefield, such soft nobility would cost him his life. Confident as always, Yun Yi simply smiled. He declared that if he lost an advantage, he would simply win it back, just as he did today, leaving the proud crowd roaring with laughter. Sometime later, the situation changed dramatically when a shocked Yun Yi, covered in sweat and dirt, stood completely defeated. Standing right before him was his younger brother Yun, who had just bested him in a fierce fight. The crowd looked on in absolute disbelief, unable to grasp how Yoon Yi lost to someone 4 years younger, realizing Yoon was an unimaginable genius. Back in the ruins, an older Yoon Yi steps out from the shadows, his face grim as he looks over the destroyed halls of his old home. He remembered a talk with a young Lui. Lui joked about Yoon Yi being too good, saying he would want to kill his own brother if he got outshined. Yoon Yi quickly warned him not to badmouth the royals. He felt nothing but pride for his younger brother's amazing talent. Lui admitted he was jealous because everyone, from Yoon Yi to their master, always spoiled Yoon. Yoon Yi was genuinely surprised to hear that. Their master relaxed with young Yoon, letting his guard down in ways he never did. Wearing a sly smile, Lui asked if their master would pass his title to Yoon, planting a nasty seed of doubt in his mind. Young Yoon Yi brushed it off, though the question still haunted him. Then, another memory flashed back to a chaotic day when bandits overran Luan village. A younger, armored Yoon Yi fought desperately, right in the middle of the flames. They were outnumbered, but he was determined to protect the villagers, jumping in to deflect arrows and fight back. Swinging his sword in wide arcs, he fought with everything he had to protect a crying child and fend off the attackers. But they were too short-handed, failing to hold back the enemy tide. Lui screamed from nearby that they could not stop the bandits, proposing a ruthless new strategy. They had to focus everything on killing the bandit leader. It meant sacrificing more villagers, but he saw no other choice and forced Captain Yoon Yi to decide. The heavy choice pressed down on an exhausted Yoon Yi. So many innocent lives depended entirely on his next command. Staring at this impossible choice, he hesitated, knowing the terrible sacrifice it would take. Just as he was about to order the retreat, a shadow blurred. Look at that, Yoon leaped right over the line, charging straight into the bandit horde. Yoon Yi watched in absolute shock as his younger brother plunged into the enemy, cutting them down like a whirlwind. Yoon charged fearlessly straight toward the bandit leader. An arrow tore right through his cheek, but his face remained a mask of pure focus. In a split second, he leaped high and swung his sword, decapitating the leader. Standing on a rock, he held the severed head high, shouting to the bandits that their leader was dead but they could live if they surrendered. Watching this, Yoon Yi was speechless, stunned by his brother's sheer power. Later at dinner, their master proudly ruffled Yoon's hair, praising him for being even better than his own older brother. Meanwhile, Yoon Yi stood alone, deeply troubled. He admitted to himself that he had almost chosen to sacrifice those villagers. Lui approached to justify that terrible decision, arguing that sacrificing a few was sometimes necessary for the greater good, and that reckless charges did not always work. Wearing a sly grin, Lui insisted that Yoon Yi's brutal plan was the only right choice. In another memory, a scarred man knelt before Yoon Yi, begging for mercy. The man wept, explaining his wife was sick and he had only borrowed the items. He pleaded, reminding Yoon Yi that he taught him how to ride, but Yoon Yi only stared back with a freezing glare. Lui warned that they had to make a harsh example to protect their family. Lui brought up an old proverb about how losing a single nail could cost a kingdom, pushing for absolute, ruthless order. He told Yoon Yi to focus on the big picture to save their name because Yoon was too reckless. Then, Yoon Yi brutally executed the man. Later, he was seen strangling a long-haired woman among the pile of bodies he had slaughtered. Under a menacing red moon, cloaked figures stood on a cliff led by a rider on a rearing horse. Get ready, because the devastating truth is finally revealed. To save the kingdom and hit his goals, Yoon Yi partnered with Lui and sacrificed his family, while Lui blamed Yoon. Back in the present, Yoon walks through the quiet ruins of his old home. Suddenly, he freezes, feeling an incredibly powerful and familiar pressure nearby. A massive aura swirls in the distance. Could it be his brother? Grip tightening on his sword, heavy with grief, he wonders how his brother could have become this. A rider appears in the distance. Yoon gasps in shock as he looks at the figure. It is not his brother. Pure rage fills him as he realizes it is his betrayer, Lui. Sitting on his horse, Lui looks down with a smirk, asking how Yoon even recognizes him. Facing his old enemy, Yoon shakes with rage. Lui casually asks from atop his mount what he even looks like right now, saying he should look 20 at most. This only makes Yoon angrier, his face twisting in a silent snarl. Lui smiles smugly, explaining that since all official portraits show him in his 40s, that must be how Yoon recognizes him despite looking so young. Suddenly, a massive army of armored soldiers appears on the horizon. They surround the entire area and seal off every single exit. Then, Luosh, Sha, and Yunyin land gracefully. Yoon just stares at them with a totally unreadable look. Standing way up high, Lui looks down and tells him that his name is quite interesting. Then, he starts putting the pieces together, explaining how his Shadow Guard captain used Yunyin as bait to trap the rebel who murdered the hero, Ding Kun. He details how this mysterious savior broke Yunyin out of the dungeon and slaughtered his elite guards. Looking down at them, Lui notes that since both Yoon and little Yunyin are here, the mystery is solved. Lui gathers a blinding light at his fingertip, With absolute authority, he points right at Yoon and declares him to be the exact rebel he has been hunting down. He shrugs Yoon off as a mere pest who belongs in the dust. And get this, both Luo Sha and Yoon Yin can only watch in total terror as Louis prepares to fire. In a frantic move to protect him, both girls rush forward, throwing their bodies right in front of Yoon to shield him from the deadly blast. Louis pauses, a pretty confused look spreading across his face when he sees what they just did. A massive beam of golden energy erupts from his hand, barely missing the three of them as they stand against the blinding flash. The beam slams into the ground far away, triggering a massive explosion that literally shakes the entire battlefield. Shaken to the core, Luo Sha and Yoon Yin turn to look back at the devastation. The scale of this attack is just unreal, painting the sky in fiery orange. Yoon Yin realizes with pure dread that if that shot had actually connected, she would be completely dead. Louis looks down at his granddaughter and scolds her, sighing that she is being naughty again and he almost blasted her to pieces. The two girls can only stare back, their faces totally pale with fright. Yoon Yin secretly wonders if Yoon got wiped out in the explosion. Meanwhile, Louis smiles like a parent, telling Luo Sha to behave and stop causing trouble. He orders her to fall in line for now and get ready to head back to base with him. An armored guard stands quietly behind him. Just as Louis gives the order, Yoon steps out of the mirror world, surrounded by a menacing pink aura. A sudden system alert confirms that his intimidation mode is now active. His eyes glow with raw, unbridled rage as he stares down his target and screams his name. As his anger and power spike, his blade transforms into a massive jagged sword while several attack buffs pop up. He yells that Louis is nothing but poisonous scum who has no right stepping on the sacred land of the Yun family, as a massive shockwave erupts from him. Still shouting in pure fury, he screams that all the kindness and years of friendship he showed Louis were not cheap gambling chips to be thrown away like garbage, promising the man will pay for his betrayal today. Yoon leaps high into the air, raising his blade for a crushing blow as the system confirms he has completely left the mirror world. He swings the giant blade down with everything he's got, but Louis just stands there, meeting the strike with a cold, calm stare. Luo Sha and Yoon Yin can only watch in stunned silence as this insane clash of power unfolds. With a simple wave of his hand, Louis summons a golden energy shield that effortlessly blocks the entire strike. The backlash is so devastating it actually wounds Yun, who grinds his teeth as he realizes his opponent is a legendary SSS rank user. That shockwave blows him backward through the crumbling ruins. Unbothered, Louis raises his arm, summoning a giant golden hand that reaches out to grab him. But hold on, right before those massive fingers can snap shut, Yoon completely disappears in a bright flash. Louis freezes in surprise, wondering where the kid could have run off to. That shock quickly turns into a sly grin when he realizes Yoon has a stealth skill good enough to bypass his godly senses. Back inside the crystalline mirror world, Yoon crashes hard into a wall, the brutal impact fracturing the glass surface around him. He is in critical condition, suffering from a non-healable bleeding effect that will drain his life for the next 60 minutes. On top of that, a mental spell shock leaves his mind completely disoriented, his health plummeting to just 272, putting him right at death's door. Bloodied and beaten, he slips into unconsciousness with under 5 minutes left on his skill. Luo Sha frantically speaks to Louis, her voice filled with worry. But Louis stays completely calm and cold. He tells her that Yoon got wrecked by his passive counterdamage skill anyway. With absolute confidence, he declares that the traitor is definitely taking his last breath and won't survive the night. Luo Sha is totally shocked by his cruelty. Louis simply adds that they are finally safe now. He turns and orders Yoon, commanding him to lead a few squads straight to the exact spot where Yoon fell. Louis finishes his order with chilling absolute certainty, saying that even if the target is just a pest, they must sweep the area clean. Yoon Yi accepted the command to search for his brother's body, his face completely cold and emotionless. A memory from long ago flashes before Yoon. In this vision, his father is scolding his mother, telling her she shouldn't spoil Yoon because he should have been up training since sunrise. Yoon's mother jokes back, playfully poking her husband's face. She teases him by asking if he never slept in, reminding him how he behaved when they first got married. Sweating from embarrassment, Yoon's father quickly gives up, begging her to stop and finally agreeing to let Yoon sleep. The vision shifts to show a young Yoon, Yun's little sister. Holding a plate of bread, she looks up with a bright smile, telling her brother to eat. In the present, Yoon watches these ghosts of his father, mother, and sister. His expression is deeply sorrowful as a purple aura surrounds his body. Overcome with emotion, Yoon reaches his glowing hand toward his sister's image, desperate to touch her across the memory. But the second he tries to touch her, she turns into white smoke. It's honestly heartbreaking to watch. Watching the image fade, pain fills Yoon's face as reality strikes. Then, another memory forms, with Yoon appearing once more to tease her brother. She tells him that since he skipped his training and caused trouble, their father lost his patience and hired a strict swordsmanship teacher. Right beside her stands a healthy Yoon. He warns Yoon that he is in deep trouble because the new instructor, Xiaowan, is a master stronger than their father before giving a supportive thumbs up. Yoon tells Yoon that thanks to him, he gets to learn from the master as well. Yoon stares at his older brother's smiling face, whispering Yoon name sadly, fully aware of the dark fate awaiting him. Standing completely alone in the empty ruins, the illusions of his brother and sister vanish, leaving him in silence. Later in the family study, Yoon's father stands behind his desk praising Yoon, saying he sees his own youthful style in his son. Sitting nearby, Yoon's mother tells Yoon to teach his younger brother more and ensure he doesn't slack off. Smiling warmly, Yoon defends his brother, telling their mother that even though Yoon seems pretty lazy, his martial skills are actually solid. Suddenly, little Yoon jumps in passionately. She argues that she saw Yoon training and claims his whirlwind slash is cooler than Yoon's stiff moves. Watching his family, Yoon's face softens into a sad smile. The memory shifts once more, showing Yoon wearing a witch's hat surrounded by floating magic lights. She proudly tells Yoon that she has finally awakened the priest class. With a big smile, she promises to heal him whenever he gets hurt from now on. Striking a confident pose, she boasts that she healed everyone today, and they all praise her for being absolutely amazing. Yoon looks at his excited sister with deep affection, playing along and agreeing she is the absolute best. Suddenly, Yoon leans in close, her eyes wide as she shares some big news. The scene changes to a hallway where Yoon is dragging a shy blonde girl along by the hand. She yells to her brother that she found him a wife, while the blonde girl protests that she never agreed. Yoon explains her logic since this girl is instructor, Shia-won's daughter. Dating her means the strict teacher will go easier on Yoon. Knowing that brutal teacher, you just know this crazy plan would have only gotten poor Yoon beaten even harder. Yoon hugs the shy girl tight, explaining that she is also a priest with incredible healing skills. Pretending to be annoyed, she warns her brother not to come to her when he gets hurt, but to find this girl instead. Whispering, Yoon reveals her actual plan, pointing out that this matchmaking setup lets Yoon spend a lot more time with the girl. Yoon looks down in pain, softly whispering his sister's name, and the phantom of Yoon instantly reacts to his sorrow. She leans forward, asking him what is wrong and why he looks so deeply sad. Tears welling in his eyes, Yoon whispers to the empty air, confessing how terribly he misses them before the vision shifts to an entirely different time. A fireplace burns in the study, but the mood is incredibly tense as Yoon's father taps a document, scolding Yoon. He tells his eldest son that he is far too harsh on their subjects, and his punishments are too extreme. Sitting sternly, the father decides it is way too early for Yoon to manage these matters, ordering him to step down and do something else. Yoon stands there, stressed and defensive, arguing back by asking who would handle the work if he did not do it. Desperate to hold his position, Yoon asks if their father plans to give the role to Yoon instead, claiming his brother is not suited for it. His father coldly replies that Yoon does not need to worry about that just yet. The father's face darkens with a final warning, ordering Yoon to cut all ties with Prince Luin and stop getting involved. Yoon is completely shocked, sweating as he realizes his father already knows about his secret dealings with the royal family. Frustrated and cornered, Yoon gritted his teeth in anger. Unable to accept the decision, the atmosphere grew heavy with the threat of war. He heard reports that other lords were already preparing their weapons and horses. Yoon completely lost his temper. He shouted at his father, calling his kindness a weakness that would ruin their family's entire future. Furious at such blatant disrespect, the father stood up tall. He scolded Yoon for his rudeness, asking if his knightly spirit taught him to defy the family head. Yoon's mother stepped in to stop them. Terrified, she begged them to stop arguing, scolding Yoon for speaking to his father with such disrespect. Consumed by pure rage, Yoon screamed at his mother to shut up if she did not understand. This sudden outburst startled Yoon, who stood frozen, watching her family tear itself apart. Shaking with absolute terror, Yoon whispered that she was scared. Yoon watched his sister's fear with a shattered heart. Desperate to protect her, even knowing it was just an illusion, he rushed forward to wrap his arms around the phantom of his little sister. Softly, he tried comforting her, promising that he would protect her. But the moment he spoke, Yoon dissolved into white smoke, slipping helplessly right through his trembling fingers. Suddenly, the fireplace flares violently. Watch this, because the memory shifts into pure destruction. The illusion shifts directly to that fateful night. Yoon drops to his knees in the study, surrounded by the bloody bodies of his father, mother, and sister. Completely overwhelmed by the trauma, Yoon stares blankly at his empty hand, his face twisted with grief and horror. Consumed by pure guilt, Yoon kneels before the phantom of his sister's body, whispering a heartbreaking apology and blaming himself for failing to protect her. Suddenly, a hand gently taps his shoulder. A soft voice cuts through his despair, telling him that his words are not true. Yoon freezes, eyes wide with shock, turning sharply to feel a real touch in the ruins. A glowing spirit rises behind him amidst magical butterflies. It is the spirit of Yoon in her priestess clothes, casting a warm, healing light over him. The pure golden light washes over Yun's face, bringing a warmth and peace that contrasts sharply with the cold ruins. Stunned, Yun stares at the ghost, his eyes shaking as he processes this impossible sight. As the spirit floats gracefully before him, Yun stammers her name, realizing his little sister's soul has truly returned as a spirit. Meanwhile, in the real world, King Lui sits comfortably drinking wine. He tells the two girls, Luo Sha and Yun Yin, to relax. Nervously addressing him as Your Majesty, Luo Sha asks why he has traveled to such a desolate secret realm. Lui smiles, replying that he only came to pick her up, reminding her of his direct order to return home. He reveals he already knows she used her great-uncle's connections to sneak into this dangerous secret realm, implying that absolutely nothing escapes his gaze. Seeing Luo Sha's terror, Lui assures her he is not angry, warning her against being naughty again. The door opens and Yun Yi enters to report. He informs the king that they searched the entire area but found no trace of Yun, suggesting he might have outside accomplices. Yun Yi urgently begs Lui to return to the imperial city for his safety, but the king dismissively replies there is no rush. Lui then turns to little Yun Yin, and you can just feel the sick mind games starting as he mentions her resentment. Yun Yin stands frozen, gripped by deep fear and suppressed rage. Lui smiles cruelly, telling her there is absolutely no need to hide her true feelings. He explains that years ago, he spared her mother from execution, believing the child was entirely innocent despite the Yun family's treasonous rebellion, sighing with fake regret, claiming he never expected the public hatred toward the Yun family to be so intense that it drove her mother to suicide, while Yun Yin trembles with suppressed anger. To prove his complete lack of bias, Lui gestures to the armored man standing right behind him, his shadow guard captain. He asks why, if he truly hated the Yun family, he would make Yun Yi his captain. Yun Yin stares at the warrior, realizing this is the relative Yun had mentioned. Lui claims his relationship with Yun Yi is close, asserting he never would have raised a hand against their family if not for Yun's rebellion. Faking deep pain, he blames everything on Yun. Yun Yin remains silent, trying to process his twisted story. She remembers rumors that her mother was the illegitimate child of a Yun rebel. But since Yun Yi serves the king, she realizes her rebellious bloodline must stem from a completely different source. Lui confirms her deduction, revealing that Yun's grandmother was actually Yunir, Yun Yi's sister. This makes the shadow guard her great-uncle. Lui then commands that she must now follow Yun Yi. Luo Sha frantically intervenes, arguing that Yun Yin is her bodyguard. Lui leans in with a chilling smile, reminding his niece that he was the one who told her to take Yun Yin as a bodyguard, proving this entire setup was his design. Luo Sha tries to explain, but Lui twists the narrative, claiming she completed his request perfectly, and a generous reward is already prepared. When Lu Sha tries to deny everything, Lui uses his mind control to float her into the air. He says they shouldn't ruin the family reunion and it's time to head home. He walks off, dragging the floating Lu Sha and leaving Yun Yin entirely alone with the shadow guard. Yun Yin stands there frozen as her friend is dragged away. Meanwhile, deep inside the mirror world, Yun is stunned to see the glowing, ghostly spirit of Tyr. He shouts her name and runs right toward her, asking how she is even here. Then it hits him as a Yun family member. Her soul would naturally linger in their ancestral home. He desperately asks if she still remembers him, but the spirit stays quiet. Instead of speaking, she raises a glowing hand to heal a nearby spirit. Yun is totally stunned. Her first instinct is still just to heal. Overwhelmed by grief, he hugs his sister's cold spirit, begging for forgiveness and blaming himself for her tragic end. To his absolute shock, she hugs him right back, gently trying to comfort him. A faint voice enters his mind as the spirit slowly whispers his name and the word heal, showing actual consciousness. Suddenly, a dead spirit contract window pops up, revealing that signing it will let her soul leave the mirror world and fight by his side. Stunned that she spoke his name, he doesn't hesitate. Look at this, leveling the mirror world to level 3 brings a massive upgrade. Embracing his sister's soul, he feels a surge of hope. If level 3 can restore this much of her mind, there has to be a way to bring her back completely. Filled with determination, he vows to save her. Meanwhile, back in the real-world ruins, Uni is commanding his forces. He's convinced the remaining rebels are still hiding close by, so he orders a squad to keep searching the east. A trembling Union addresses him as great uncle, trying to stop the hunt now that the king has already left the area. Uni turns slowly, eyes glowing red, and chillingly notes that he almost forgot she needs to be dealt with too. Summoning chains of dark energy, he binds Yun Yin completely and hoists her high into the air, casually asking his men how they should throw this trash away. Dangling in the air, Yun Yin is terrified by her great-uncle's sheer, heartless cruelty. Suddenly, a massive pillar of golden energy explodes nearby, completely shattering the barrier. The blast catches everyone off guard. Panic spreads as the secret realm begins to collapse, which only happens when its lord is dead. As the dust settles, Yun stands on a high cliff, surrounded by floating debris. Fresh out of the mirror world, his glowing purple eyes burn with a deeply suppressed, violent rage. A flashback revealed what happened in the mirror world. Yoon asked his sister Tear's spirit if their older brother Yooni really took part in the family massacre. Her face overflowed with deep sorrow. Looking absolutely devastated, she revealed that on that fateful, dark day, Yooni came home pretending to be worried just to get their father completely alone. Exploiting his trust, Yooni executed a cheap sneak attack, backstabbing the family head. Her spirit trembled as she delivered the agonizing truth: every single member of the Yoon family died by Yooni's own hands. Back in the present, Yoon burns with completely uncontrollable fury. Having finally confirmed his brother's absolute betrayal, he stands ready to unleash his ultimate wrath. But to understand his pain, we have to look back. Years ago, T-Year burst into the training room, screaming at the rookies to wake up, while they complained it was barely past midnight. Ignoring their whiny complaints, T-Year swung her sword in a comical rage. She warned that her big brother was back and would thrash them if they ever bullied Lu Sha again. A timid Lu Sha stood at the door, telling T-Year it was okay, but the men kept gossiping, calling her a weak disgrace for a swordmaster's daughter. The memory shifted to a hallway where T-Year violently kicked a door open. She yelled out for her father, shouting that she wanted to borrow her big brother to teach some bullies a lesson. But her voice quickly died in sheer terror as she stepped inside. There stood her older brother Yooni, holding a weapon over a body. Her father lay on the floor in a growing pool of blood, desperately using his last breath to tell his daughter to run. Yooni finished his cold-blooded strike, driving his blade straight through their father's neck. T-Year stood frozen, horror-struck as the warm blood splattered across her face. Absolute chaos erupted as a loyal guard stepped in to hold back the killers, screaming at her to run. T-Year stood completely paralyzed, the horrific brutality burning into her terrified eyes. Out of nowhere, Lu Sha grabbed her hand, the once timid girl now using desperate strength to drag T-Year away from the slaughter. They bolted past windows silhouetted against the blood-red glow of their burning, ruined home. As they fled, T-Year looked down in absolute horror at the floor, which was covered in the lifeless bodies of everyone she loved. There lay Nena, Auntie Belle, and the uncle guard. Drowning in confusion and betrayal, T-Year couldn't understand why her older brother Yooni would do something so horrible. Elsewhere in the manor, T-Year's mother walked anxiously through the red-lit corridors, frantically calling out her daughter's name. She suddenly froze, spotting a figure down the hallway. Hiding nearby, Shia clamped a hand over T-Year's mouth to keep her quiet as she stared with wide, tear-filled eyes, desperately wanting to cry out. Completely unaware of the dark truth, the mother ran toward Yooni, panicking and yelling that someone was attacking their family. She desperately ordered her eldest son to go find and protect his little sister. And here is the absolute worst part. Yooni embraced his own mother, only to drive his cold blade right through her, killing her instantly. Just feet away, Shia kept her hand locked over T-Year's mouth to stifle her screams, her own face pale with shock as they hid in the bushes. Shia frantically whispered her plan. They must find her father, Swordmaster Xian, only he was strong enough to help them get out alive. She remembered a secret childhood path Yoon had carved through the bushes to skip out on training, but a cloaked figure stood watch high on the manor walls, making Shia bite her thumb in sheer anxiety. They knew the estate's layout perfectly, all thanks to Yooni's betrayal. Understanding they would both be caught if they stuck together, Shia made a brave decision. Handing T-Year her sword, she declared she would act as a decoy to draw the guards away so T-Year could escape through a hole in the wall. T-Year sat frozen, trying to protest, but Shia grabbed her face with intense desperation, begging her to find her father so they could return for her later. Shia crawled out of the bushes, intentionally exposing herself, while T-Year fled into the secret tunnel, looking back one final time. Standing tall, Shia shouted up at Yooni on the balcony to draw his attention. The result was instant and fatal. Yooni's blade pierced right through Shia, ending her life while T-Year crawled desperately through the tunnel. Hearing the commotion, T-Year burst into tears, realizing her friend had just sacrificed herself. But the moment she exited, Yooni was already standing right before her, flanked by his cloak's subordinates as he paused amidst the slaughter. Looking back over his shoulder, he whispered his sister's name, then swung his blade, quietly telling her not to blame him. Back in the present, the entire Golden City dungeon begins to collapse, its structures dissolving into light. Up on a nearby battlement, garrison soldiers watch in absolute shock, wondering why the dungeon is suddenly vanishing as they scramble to investigate the chaos. Meanwhile, Yoon stands on a cliff overlooking the enemy camp. With the undead spirit of T-Year beside him, he grits his teeth and growls his brother's name, desperate to kill Yooni for his betrayal. Below them, a massive army stands in formation. In the middle of everything, Yoon Yin hangs tied up by her wrists from a wooden post. She looks helpless while Yooni stands beneath her, cold red eyes scanning the area. He figures out that Yoon caused the dungeon's collapse, wondering if his brother is trying to trick him into thinking he escaped, so he decides to force Yoon's hand. He loudly orders his troops to spread the word that Yun Yin will be beheaded in just 2 hours. Standing right below his captured niece, Yuni commands his entire army to stay on high alert for any rebel attacks, setting a perfect trap for his brother. As Yunyan hangs in the air, her face is tight with pain, fully realizing that Yuni is using her as bait to lure Yun out. Drowned in guilt, she hates that Yun will have to risk his life yet again to save her. In her despair, her eyes turn empty as she wonders if it would be better if she just died. Yun Yin just hangs from the post, silently begging Yun not to come. But wait, look at that. A massive explosion suddenly erupts behind the platform, lighting up Yun Yin's shocked face. The blast is absolutely devastating, tearing through armored soldiers as a wave of golden energy sends dozens of guards flying, shattering their formation. The soldiers are helpless against the overwhelming force, and from his vantage point, Yun watches the destruction. His eyes widen in pure shock as he stares at the center of the blast. He stammers, recognizing the energy, whispering that it is definitely that person. Descending from the sky in a pillar of light, a female warrior in silver and gold armor swings her sword with incredible power, crushing the soldiers beneath her. Her true identity is revealed as she glares forward with glowing eyes. It is Shaya, the very girl everyone thought died years ago. However, Yuni does not look worried at all. Instead, a sinister grin spreads across his face. Dark red energy crackles around him as he looks at the newcomer, speaking with cold satisfaction that his plan worked even better than he expected. He boasts that he has finally lured her out, confirming Shaya is indeed alive and has fallen right into his deadly trap. Yun is completely shocked to see Shaya alive, wondering how this is even possible when he believes she died years ago. His confusion only grows upon noticing that Shaya, just like Yuni, Lui, and Lanshan, looks unnaturally young for her age. This reminded Yuni of his recent clash with the undead Ding Kun, where he demanded to know the secret to his youth. Ding Kun confessed that Lui rewarded his betrayal with a bizarre skill book, allowing him to drain his relative's life essence to cheat death. But the fool eventually realized Lui played him, since the mastermind never touched that twisted technique himself. Instead, Lui treated Ding Kun as a disposable lab rat, sacrificing his entire family just to observe the wicked skill's effects. Yun Yi wondered where Lui could have grabbed such a rare, life-extending technique. After years of frontline warfare, Yun Yi found it strange. He had never heard of it, while also wondering how Shaya triggered that massive explosion. Shaya unleashed a devastating city, destroying Slash, lighting up the entire battlefield as she mowed down the surrounding Imperial soldiers. Mid-attack, an S-rank assassin named Shadow 13 lunged from the shadows above, driving his blade straight towards Shaya. Shaya intercepted the strike, countering his blade with a brilliant, glowing parry called the Oath of Holiest Slash. Yuni just watched, calm and quiet. He realized Shaya had somehow pulled off a second-class change without alerting any officials, which was incredibly impressive given the sealed dungeon. She was a level 85 SS rank Oath Paladin, a tier Yuni knew was strictly meant for city lords. Staring down this legendary paladin while Yun Yin hung helplessly, Yuni quietly reasoned that the system still had major loopholes. And check this out, Shaya vaults past Yuni. He just smiles. With a lightning-fast strike of her blade, Shaya shattered the heavy chains holding Yun Yin and caught the falling girl, whispering that she was safe. A completely dazed Yun Yin tried to question her savior, but an exhausted Shaya cut her off, saying explanations would have to wait. Promising to get her out alive, Shaya triggered Night Charge, clearing a bloody path with a massive wave of golden energy. Giant barbarian warriors rushed to block her path, slamming their massive axes down as an S-rank captain stepped up to confront her. The captain mocked her for charging enemy lines alone, thinking she could actually escape. While Shaya's eyes glowed with fierce rage, the captain sneered that she would die here before Yuni even needed to help. Watching from above, Yuni pointed out her fatal flaw, mocking how much strength she could actually use while carrying baggage. Forced onto the defensive, Shaya activated Devout Shield, summoning a golden dome over herself and Yun Yin to absorb a devastating slash. Yuni mocked her desperate struggle, noting that her golden barrier could not hold out forever. Signaling his archers to draw their bows, he sneered that her life was now on a countdown. A massive black rain of arrows plummeted towards Shaya. The explosive clash quickly drew the attention of noble observers standing on the balcony of a nearby castle. Seeing the banners raised earlier, one noble guessed Yun Yin was being executed, while another asked if the legendary rebel's child was finally caught. Hating the rebels, the elite crowd sneered with cruel joy. Watching the army surround the two, they cheered for the slaughter, just as Shaya's golden dome finally shattered under the relentless assault. With blood dripping down her cut cheek, Shaya stood like a stone wall, keeping her body firmly between the enemy and Yun Yin. But talk about a close call, Shaya suddenly blows the barbarians back with a golden blast. She then cast Oath of Vengeance Holy Shield, firing a blinding, cross-shaped burst of divine light right into the horde. Caught in the searing flash, the barbarian captain screamed in agony as his skin instantly shriveled and burned. Yuni stood unfazed. Raising a hand, he ordered mages to heal them. The mages unleashed their recovery spells, bathing the charred captain in a green glow that completely restored his body and morale. Yuni sneered that the military had advanced over the decades, boasting that their healers could easily erase any damage a single fighter inflicted. Gritting her teeth, Shai struck back. Sin eradication slash. Yuni taunted her even if she slaughtered thousands. She could never defeat 10,000. Bruised and panting heavily, Shai realized the bitter truth as Yuni wrapped himself in swirling dark energy and told her to surrender. He mocked her, saying she could have easily survived by hiding like a parasite. Unleashing his true power, Yuni flared with a toxic green aura as a titanic shadow construct rose behind him, revealing his status as a level 99 SS-RANK shadow hunter. He declared that she was now his prey, while Shia frantically bashed through oncoming barbarians to keep the helpless Union safe behind her. Yuni warned her not to fight against the Empire's progress, shaping his arm into a massive shadow claw and casting shadow quicksand to trap Shia and Yunyin in a swirling dark vortex. He declared her rebel blood would only bring ruin to everyone around her. As dark, spectral hands clawed at Shia's legs, Yuni laughed that she would never find peace. Wearing a sadistic smirk, Yuni clenched his glowing fist. It was over. Calling her completely isolated, he unleashed Shadow Hunt Iron Maiden, summoning massive dark spikes to crush the girls. Shia panicked as the lethal spikes rapidly closed in on them from all sides. Right before the impact, two massive swords flew through the air, slashing the dark energy and shattering the Iron Maiden. Shia and Union watched in total disbelief as the spikes dissolved harmlessly. Yuni smirked, knowing another sewer rat was hiding nearby. Yuna stepped forward, standing guard in front of them with drawn swords. Yuni mockingly noted that this newcomer shared the name of his dead brother, Yoon. Staring at her savior, Shia's eyes widened in shock as she called out his name, finally recognizing him. The crowd watched this new arrival with growing anger. An armored man complained about yet another rebel, calling them an endless stream of sewer rats. A smug-looking man grinned, calling it a blessing in disguise as he suggested using this opportunity to hunt down and eliminate every last rebel. Confident no tiny rebel squad could beat their massive army. Yuna took a heavy step forward as dark energy swirled wildly around his feet. Screaming his brother's name, Yoon unleashed his necromantic power, summoning massive undead knights engulfed in green flames. As his dark power surged, Yoon raised his weapon. The blade glowed gold, transforming into a massive sword. Standing before his undead legion, he pointed the weapon at his brother, declaring Yuni's sins unforgivable. Staring at the weapon, Yuni instantly recognized it as their family's legendary flowing cloud sword. His shock twisted into an enraged grin. With glowing red eyes, Yuni mocked Yoon, sneering that his cheap imitation of the family's technique was flawless. Deep within the Golden City dungeon, Yoon's summon confronted the giant boss of the dungeon, the Ironback Slave Master. Undead Shadow 33 went wild, binding the massive beast with dark chains. With one decisive, brutal strike, the undead assassin executed the dungeon lord. And here is where it gets good. A massive system reward drops gold and iron ore, which Yuna immediately uses to repair his damaged weapon. The flowing cloud sword rapidly absorbed the materials, steadily raising its overall repair progress. As the progress slowly approached 30%, Yoon noted that the low-grade gold iron ore was losing its punch, realizing he would need much rarer materials to fully restore the legendary blade. But even with this partial repair, he noticed a massive jump in power. A system alert revealed that despite still being severely damaged, the blade's raw attack power had skyrocketed, gaining a sweet 20% armor penetration buff. Armed with his newly enhanced blade, Yun dove headfirst into the enemy ranks, effortlessly carving up armored soldiers with lightning-fast strikes. Panic-stricken soldiers desperately tried to overwhelm him with a coordinated, all-out charge. It was completely useless. Yoon easily sliced them down, his basic attacks proving totally lethal against their heavy armor. Watching the slaughter from afar, a terrified soldier reported to Yuni, screaming that Yoon's raw power was so ridiculously high, he was instantly killing their best troops without even using skills. Remaining dead calm, Yuni ordered the outside garrison troops to immediately reinforce the front lines, believing that no matter how strong a single warrior was, their stamina had limits and they would eventually collapse against an endless army. The battered soldier hesitated, desperately trying to speak up. He frantically pointed out another terrifying nightmare on the battlefield. The soldier reported that their troops were being slaughtered by Yun's undead legion, noting they kept reviving and some even reached S-rank power. The undead Ding Kun unleashed this terrifying power, effortlessly slicing through multiple soldiers in rapid succession. The soldier continued to explain the horrific nature of this necromancy, explaining that while the first summons were just weak, low-level trash, they were now evolving as their own dead comrades rose up to join the undead, keeping all of their original strength and skills to brutally slaughter their former allies. Completely unfazed and annoyed by these excuses, Yoon Yi coldly repeated his order to deploy the garrison reinforcements, his eyes glowing blood red. Down on the messy battlefield, Yoon continued his relentless massacre. using his high-speed movement skill to constantly blink around the terrified soldiers, striking them from every possible angle. Can you imagine trying to counter this? Yoon watches his brother's chaotic teleporting style with silent fury as Yoon continuously flashes to evade attacks. Analyzing this high-speed technique, Yoon recalled Yoon's earlier escape from King Lui. He recalled how he originally believed that this teleportation skill required physical mirrors to function. But seeing his brother's current insane mobility, Yoon finally realized the terrifying truth: it only needs any surface that can reflect an image. Glancing over at his heavily armored troops, Yoon realized that the polished blades and reflective armor of his own men were giving Yoon infinite targets to teleport through, making the skill impossible to seal. Meanwhile, Yoon whips a dark magical chain across the battlefield. The chain catches those armored soldiers off guard, wrapping tightly around them. Using his wild speed and the chain to break their formation, Yoon strikes down soldier after soldier in a total blur. Watching closely, Yoon narrows his eyes as he recognizes that fighting stance is way too familiar to him. Suddenly, a brilliant golden glow lights up the area behind Yoon, catching his eye. A system alert shows a skill called Oath of Enmity, which marks a target so any follow-up attacks deal insane bonus damage. Recognizing exactly what that skill does, Yoon whips around fast. The royal army gets completely blinded as radiant light floods their ranks, and Yoon shields his eyes, wondering if this is Shia's work. Shia stands tall, her blade crackling with pure energy as she triggers her awakening skill. She unleashes Holy Judgment, a massive eruption of golden power that blasts those armored soldiers into the sky. The sheer power of the strike rips a massive smoking chasm right through the battlefield, wiping out a huge chunk of the enemy. Those surviving soldiers look on in horror, wondering how things could possibly fall apart this fast. Panic sweeps the ranks as they wonder how a single powerhouse can turn the tide when they supposedly had the advantage, and they start fearing that their massive royal army might actually get crushed here. Standing protectively near Yoon, Shia gasps that her mana is pretty much gone. They have to use this opening to break out and escape. But of course, Yoon suddenly materializes from the dark shadows right behind her. He warns her not to even think about running, ruthlessly aiming a deadly shadow-pierced strike straight at her back. Seeing the sudden ambush, Yoon screams out Shia's name in a total panic of absolute rage. Redirecting his fury, Yoon lunges straight at the mastermind, Yoon, with his blade drawn. Yoon stays completely unfazed, casually summoning a thick barrier of dark shadow spikes to block Yoon's strike. As Yoon furiously slices the shadow spikes to pieces, Yoon asks why the boy hates him so much. He arrogantly mocks that he always cleans up his massacres, meaning a kid Yoon's age shouldn't even know his name. Evading the non-stop counter, Yoon uses his skills to vanish into thin air, dissolving into the shadows. Yoon instantly reappears right above him to keep up the heavy attack. Blocking the blows, Yoon is shocked by how perfectly this kid wields the Yoon family's flowing cloud sword. Yoon slams down with another massive blow, forcing Yoon to raise another shadow shield. The older brother gets pretty suspicious, realizing his attacker knows all his old defensive blind spots. And as Yoon fires off a fierce barrage of glowing purple slashes, the truth finally clicks. He realizes with total shock that this boy's fighting stance is exactly like his supposedly dead younger brother's, and that burning hatred basically confirms it. Just look at this intense moment. Yoon screams his older brother's name as he attacks, while Shia watches this crazy clash unfold in utter shock. Completely confused by the boy's sudden, emotional outburst, Shia whispers to Yoon, asking if she knows him, wondering who this mystery savior actually is. With glowing purple eyes full of pure grief and rage, Yoon demands to know why his brother betrayed them, slamming his blade against those shadow barriers. He furiously screams, asking why his own brother would ever turn into King Lui's pathetic lackey. Continuing his brutal assault, Yoon demands to know why he had their entire family brutally slaughtered. Yoon glares with absolute burning hatred, putting every ounce of his strength into his next blow. With one massive hit, Yoon's sword shatters completely through Yoon's dark shadow defenses. Smashing the barrier, Yoon roars in pure agony, demanding how Yoon could ever bring himself to murder their sweet little sister, Tyr. Hearing this deeply personal accusation, Yoon falls completely silent as the final pieces of the puzzle click into place. A twisted, sinister grin spreads across Yoon's face as he lets out a sharp, amused laugh, and he suddenly fires a massive blast of dark energy to force Yoon into a violent retreat to avoid the shockwave. Looking at him with a mix of dark realization and twisted amusement, Yoon finally accepts the impossible truth. As Yoon skids backward to a halt, Yoon boldly declares his true identity to the entire battlefield, calling him his supposedly dead younger brother, Yoon. Yoon glares back, his face hard with absolute fury and unwavering resolve. Overhearing their talk, Shia and Yoon stood completely frozen, shocked to discover that this young man was actually the legendary, long-dead Yoon. Yoon flashed a wicked smile, amused that his brother was somehow back from the dead, realizing all those strange events finally made sense. Yun stared blankly at him, whispering his name. It was really him, the legendary Yun. The truth finally washed over her, proving he was not the horrible traitor that history claimed. Only, he was her actual great-uncle. Beside her, Shea watched in shock, unable to believe Yun was alive. Unmoved by their emotional reunion, Yuni just glared at his younger brother with a cold smirk, casually welcoming him back. Lunging forward without hesitation, Yuni screamed that he would just kill him all over again. Their blades clashed fiercely, sparks flying as steel met steel with incredible power. Tightening his grip on his glowing sword, Yun channeled his soaring energy. With a loud roar, he slashed back, slamming Yuni away with a heavy hit. Yuni recovered, coldly noting how incredibly high his brother's raw power actually was. He immediately fired back with Shadow Pierce, sending sharp, dark spikes ripping through the earth toward Yun. As the spikes burst upward, Yun used his displacement skill to vanish completely, reappearing high in the air to bring down a lethal strike. Blinded by rage, Yun's eyes flared purple as he screamed for his brother to die. Yun swung his sword with absolute fury, but Yuni vanished, instantly reappearing inside a vortex of dark chains to unleash his shadow assault. He mocked Yun, sneering if he honestly believed he was the only one who could teleport around. They are absolutely tearing the place apart now, just look at them clashing in this insane high-speed duel. The sheer intensity forced Yun to disengage, skidding backward across the jagged, rocky ground to buy some distance. Yuni rushed him, mockingly asking if he still honestly believed he was some kind of hero. Yun tried to block the heavy onslaught, but Yuni blew past him with a red energy strike, sneering that he was just a lucky brat. Slammed back, he crashed right through the erupting dark spikes. Yuni laughed off his old achievements, claiming anyone could have done it. Bleeding from a fresh chest wound, Yun landed hard, swinging his sword to shatter the remaining spikes. Giant shadow claws materialized. Yuni mockingly asked if his brother had any idea how prosperous the kingdom became after he died. The massive claws smashed down, tearing up the rocky ground as Yuni declared the kingdom finally became unified once the rebels were wiped out. Yun vaulted high to escape the shockwave and flying rocks, while his brother kept bragging about their soaring food supply and ended border conflicts. Moving with insane speed, Yuni suddenly popped up directly behind the airborne Yun, loudly praising King Lui's advanced machinery. A dark, shadowy arm shot out from Yuni, wrapping tightly around Yun's neck. He claimed the king's inventions made the kingdom run faster. More black tendrils slithered up, grabbing his legs and pinning him midair. Trapping his bleeding brother with shadow magic, Yuni demanded to know if he could finally see the beauty of their new, modern cities. Lethal dark constructs rose from the ground as Yuni mocked the peaceful, smiling faces of the citizens. Hanging there helplessly, Yun was completely surrounded by giant shadow spears pointing straight at his chest. He praised King Lui as their ultimate savior. Yuni triggered a deadly skill called Shadow Burial, launching all the spears directly at his trapped brother. And just like that, he gets completely buried under a mountain of shadow. You think he survives this? The shadowy prison crackled violently with red and yellow energy, trying its absolute best to crush Yun to dust. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of golden light cut through the dark as his celestial requiem bell exploded, utterly vaporizing the shadowy prison with massive force. Standing in the smoking rubble, Yun refused to accept his brother's excuses. Yun challenged this sick logic, asking if burying the tragic truth as a necessary price could ever justify slaughtering their own family. Suddenly, Yun's sword shifted shapes. Yuni coldly defended his actions, declaring that when comparing their family's lives to the kingdom's survival, the choice was completely obvious. Steel clashed violently once more. Yun demanded to know if their father really committed treason. Pushing him even further, he demanded to know if slaughtering their entire family was truly necessary. But Yuni just deflected, blaming the tragedy on Yun's wild nature. Furious beyond belief, Yuni roared that Yun's disrespect for King Lui was what truly doomed them all, screaming that everything he did was solely to guarantee peace. Battered and bleeding, Yuna snapped back that no matter how pretty his brother's excuses sounded, there was still one glaring flaw. He reminded Yuni that if he had not stepped in, absolutely nobody could have stopped that SSS-RANK dungeon disaster. Yuna pointed out that the entire kingdom would have been completely destroyed, worthless. All of Yuni's precious developments are gone. Completely losing his mind, Yuni screamed back that he could have handled the crisis himself, even if Yuna had never shown up. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, Yuni accused Yuna of just stealing the spotlight and hoarding all the kingdom's best resources. Hearing this insane rant, a bitter laugh escaped Yuna's lips as the pieces finally clicked, and he murmured in dark realization. Staring at his older brother with deep disappointment, Yuna laid out the brutal truth. Yuni had slaughtered their family and betrayed him out of nothing but pure jealousy, but Yuni looked genuinely confused by the charge. Shaken for a second, his confusion quickly turned to defensive rage, screaming that he had no reason to envy a loser who lost everything. Yuna stayed completely silent as a blazing golden aura started to flare up around his heavily bruised body. Silence. It drove Yuni absolutely mad. Yuni sneered, mocking Yuna as nothing but a helpless pawn trapped in King Lui's grand calculations. Completely unfazed, Yuna fired right back, pointing out that Uni was in the exact same boat, living as the king's mindless puppet. That heavy truth hit a massive nerve, making Yuni's eyes go wide in shock before boiling over into absolute blinding rage. Screaming for Yuna to shut his mouth, Uni summoned another dark claw and lunged, slamming it down to utterly pulverize the stone floor beneath them. Blocked easily, Yuna deflected the strike with his blade. Ready to end this, Yuna glows with energy. And just watch, he pulls out a legendary red artifact that leaves Uni completely stunned. Uni instantly recognized it as King Lui's SSS-RANK accessory, the mirror image crystal core, and demanded to know how Yuna got it. This powerful tool allowed its wielder to copy a skill from any friendly ally. Yuna used the mythical artifact to copy the terrifying body of the berserker's skill from his summon, Lanqian. When Yuna unleashed the stolen skill, wild red lightning crackled around him, boosting his attack power by 300% and speed by 200%. The massive physical strain and overwhelming power of this transformation forced Yuna's hair to turn a brilliant, glowing white. This special skill granted massive multipliers to his strength and speed the more his health dropped. Standing tall with pure white hair and his giant sword wrapped in blazing fire, Yuna completely unleashed the full body of the berserker. Covered in fresh blood, he told his brother he was through with the excuses, declaring they would settle this debt today. Just a bit earlier, Yuna swiped King Lui's SSS-RANK accessory while the king was busy gathering his followers to escape. The mirror image crystal core was resting safely on his chest. Charging forward, Yuna declared he was there to collect a blood debt, slashing right through the king's defense and shearing the accessory clean off his clothes. Once he snatched the prize, Yuna instantly retreated back into the mirror world. Because the accessory was severed from its owner's phantom, the connection broke, turning it into a free item that Yuna quickly caught. Instantly, the system confirmed he acquired the mythical mirror image crystal core, which could copy and store any single skill from an ally. Back in the fight, Yuna used that stolen crystal core to copy the elite body of the berserker skill from his powerful summon, Lanqian. Transformation. His physical body changes instantly. You won't believe this stat boost. Yuna's eyes flare red, his hair turns white, and his attack jumps by 300% and speed by 200%. These wild buffs would keep climbing the lower his health got, leaving Yuna standing tall on the battlefield, wrapped in fire with his massive flaming sword. He proved to his enemies that he was no mere lucky fighter. Absolutely furious at the sight of the stolen treasure, Yuna charged with his blade drawn, screaming at Yuna for taking the king's property. Yuna casually blocked the incoming strike, treating his brother's offense like a complete joke before overpowering it with one fierce sweep of his blazing blade. He unleashed a massive wave of fire and force, throwing Yuna and his nearby soldiers backward. Spewing curses, Yuna activated his specialized martial deterrence domain to suppress his powerful brother. Clashing blades, Yuna mocked him, asking if theft fit a hero's code and where his knightly spirit went. Angrily, he screamed, "How dare you call me jealous?" Remaining perfectly calm, Yuna stared back with blazing red eyes and said his conscience was completely clear. With a sharp upward slash, Yuna caught his older brother off guard. Spitting blood, a stunned Yuna repeated the words, mockingly questioning his brother's clear conscience. Yuna suddenly erupted with dark energy, forcing Yuna to throw up his heavy shield to absorb the blast. Activating his Shadow Hunter skill, Yuna transforms into a massive cloud of pitch-black energy. This state cuts all incoming damage by 50% and reduces his mana costs. Meanwhile, Yunyi mockingly calls Yuna a hypocrite, claiming they both did terrible things for their own selfish desires. Yunyi casts Shadow Mirror. It tanks Yun's attack power and speed, as Yunyi claims his sins were for the greater good. Slipping into the darkness, Yunyi strikes his brother. Yunyi slashes his younger brother, drawing first blood. But as Yun's health drops, his berserker skill triggers. His attack and speed surge with every single blow he absorbs. Despite taking brutal damage, Yun's combat stats just keep climbing. Yun completely ignores the pain, his glowing crimson eyes burning with absolute focus as his health rapidly plummets. Roaring out, Yun's health drops to just 132 out of 2520. Dark flame engulfs his wounded body. Reaching his peak berserker state, Yun's attack power spikes by 600% and his speed by 400%. Gripping his blade, he calls his brother's excuses boring. Leaping high with his burning blade, Yun unleashes a massive wave of fire. He mockingly asks his older brother if he actually enjoyed his life over these past few years. Battered by the onslaught, Yunyi is forced onto the defensive, struggling desperately to block the relentless fiery slashes. Gritting his teeth, Yunyi spits out blood as he silently buckles under the crushing weight of Yun's powered-up attacks. Sensing an opening, Yunyi orders his archers to rain an endless storm of arrows down on the area. He found his brother's fatal flaw. The berserker state completely sacrifices Yun's defense and remaining health for pure, raw, destructive power. As arrows fill the sky, Yunyi laughs that there's no way Yun can dodge them. Even basic soldiers could easily take his life right now. Look at that sky. Shia and Yun look up in dread as arrows rain down, with Shia screaming out his name. Answering Yun's call, the towering undead spirit of Chowan rises to shield the party. He conjures a massive magical barrier, the sword and shield absolute domain, but the sheer volume of the heavy arrows is just too overwhelming. Arrowheads rip right through the undead knight's defense. The lethal barrage keeps plunging toward Yun, who is completely defenseless midair. Determined to save him, Shia raises her hand as blinding holy light erupts, casting her ultimate defensive skill, Purifying Sanctuary. A massive golden dome blankets the battlefield, shattering the incoming projectiles. But pushing that much magical energy takes a severe toll on Shia. She drops to one knee, panting heavily and drenched in sweat as she struggles to regain her breath. Seizing the moment, several enemy soldiers leap forward with weapons raised to strike the exhausted paladin. But right before they land, the undead Dingen intercepts them. He swings his massive greatsword to shield Shia. As her summon clashes with the soldiers, Shia realizes fewer undead are rising. It's clear Yun's mana pool is almost entirely tapped out. Panic sets in. She knows that if Yun doesn't finish this fight immediately, they are all dead. Explosive fireballs continue to hammer the opposition, but the frantic scale of these attacks proves Yun is running on absolute fumes. Pushing beyond his absolute limits, a bloody Yun fires another scorching blast at his older brother, both siblings trading lightning-fast blows. Glaring with glowing red eyes, a furious Yun Yi snarls at Yun, declaring that his younger brother has forced his hand. Utilizing his extreme speed, Yun Yi vanishes, then springs from the darkness in a sudden shadow assault. Standing amidst the ruins, Yun Yi holds up a bizarre, glowing red device and bellows the name of King Lui. Screaming that he will unleash the power granted by the king, the device suddenly shatters. It unleashes a chaotic burst of crimson energy, which wraps around Yun Yi and begins mutating his entire body. Corrupted living armor fuses to his chest as he boasts that this power grants him the ultimate offense and defense on the field. Fully transformed and wielding a colossal red blade, Yun Yi roars with terrifying pressure, absolutely certain that Yun cannot overcome this insane force. But wait for this. Yun completely ignores the transformation, instantly appearing behind a shocked Yun Yi to ask where that confidence went. Preparing to strike, his system reveals that his flowing cloud sword has triggered a hidden buff adaptation, seamlessly linking his blade with the active berserker skill. The weapon perfectly calibrates to these massive buffs. This allows Yun to fully exploit his insane 600% attack and 400% speed boosts, coldly telling his brother not to disappoint him now. Moving like absolute lightning, Yun unleashes a blinding flurry of flaming slashes. This traps Yun Yi entirely, forcing him into a panicked defense. Bracing his foot against the stone, Yun channels every ounce of his augmented strength. He follows up with another blinding tempest of fiery strikes as Yun Yi desperately conjures a shadow shield to absorb the impact. But the ridiculous impact of Yun's berserk attacks is far too overwhelming, completely shattering Yun Yi's shield into tiny fragments. Covered in his own blood, Yun Yi screams in sheer terror, unable to comprehend how the king's power is being broken so effortlessly. Exploiting the shattered guard, Yun lands a clean, devastating slash. The strike cleanly severs Yun Yi's mutated right arm, sending it spinning into the air. Still fueled by berserk rage, Yun swings his glowing blade at his brother's massive shadow, unleashing a lethal finishing blow. Just before the blade can even connect, Yun Yi triggers his shadow form to vanish and completely dodge the slash. Yun Yi then reappears safely behind his front lines. Bleeding heavily, he frantically orders his army to hold his brother back. He screams for the healers and orders all soldiers with reflective armor to fall back. Hearing that order, a shocked soldier realizes Yun has been using their polished metal armor to teleport around. Completely ignoring the frantic troops, Yun plunges from the sky. He slams his greatsword down, releasing a devastating shockwave that forces Yun Yi to dive away. Panicking, Yun Yi orders his shadow guards to block Yun while stripping away every single reflective object on the battlefield. Yun Yi laughs, pointing out that Yun has no health left. And check this out, as soldiers close in, Yun Yi gloats that his brother cannot survive another hit, but Yun just channels his remaining power into dark red lightning. He unleashes a brutal, explosive shockwave, instantly wiping out the nearby forces and sending bodies flying everywhere. With his path cleared, Yun charges straight toward Yun Yi and his remaining men. Suddenly, a massive volley of arrows rains down from above. To escape the deadly storm, Yun slips into the mirror world, a surreal, purple dimension crawling with undead ghosts. Hidden safely inside, an exhausted Yun catches his breath while the spectral spirit of Tyr quickly heals his wounds. But Yun knows his mana is almost completely drained. Unable to keep summoning his undead, he decides to end this fight immediately. Still, he knows Yun Yi will try to drag things out to heal up. He remembers how Lanxian absorbed his own relative's blood to regenerate. Realizing his captive niece, Yun Yin, is in grave danger. Yun immediately exits the mirror world. He warps directly in front of his brother to protect her. Yun coldly mutters that this was exactly what he expected. But as Yun swings, Yun Yi uses his shadow arts to vanish, easily dodging the strike. Yun lands heavily, while his brother reappears safely behind his troops. Nearby, a bleeding Shai uses her sword to pull herself up. Watching the phantom army shrink, she knows they must execute Yun Yi. Shai yells out to Yun, telling him to focus on the boss while she holds the line. Yun refocuses on Yun Yi. Dripping with dark energy, Yun Yi screams his loyalty to the kingdom and King Lui. Eyes glowing blood red with absolute rage, Yun Yi roars that all threats must die as he conjures a massive storm of dark magic. He unleashes his awakening skill, Shadow Hell, summoning a massive tide of red-eyed shadow fiends. As the phantom army charges across the field, Yun firmly plants his foot and concentrates every ounce of his raw power. With one clean sweep of his blazing sword, Yun unleashes a wall of fire, vaporizing the entire shadow army in seconds. Roaring for his brother to die, Yun pours his remaining life force into one final thrust. His flaming sword impales Yun Yi straight through the chest. Yun Yi screams in agony as the fatal strike completely shatters his defenses and burns his flesh. The light fades from Yun Yi's eyes as he finally realizes he has lost. In his final moments, Yun Yi remembered a sunny morning from their childhood. He recalled how a young King Lui had greeted him warmly, leaving the young boy startled and deeply uneasy. Young King Lui called out to young Yun, who was practicing hard with a wooden sword. He urged his friend to hurry, but young Yun only watched them with a heavy, left-out expression, quietly whispering an apology. That old memory showed their tight bond, with young King Lui teasing slow Yun Yi. Then the vision dissolved back to the brutal present. Bleeding out on the cold ground, Yun Yi let out one last weak groan. Defeated and broken, Yun Yi collapses to his knees. Standing directly over his brother, Yun slowly raises his heavy blade for the execution. But wait, just before the blade drops, a coughing Yun Yi begs his king for salvation. Suddenly, a massive golden claw erupts directly beneath Yun. Forced to abort his final blow, Yun leaps backward to dodge the surging wave of golden energy. Yun looks up, completely blindsided by this immense power. Kneeling in a pool of his own blood, Yun Yi feels a mix of relief and deep shame. Out of the sky descends King Lui, completely cloaked in crackling golden lightning. He stares down at his defeated servant, calmly remarking that Yun Yi has grown quite old. Yun grits his teeth in utter shock, thinking the king had already fled the dungeon. As King Lui lands, a humiliated Yun Yi apologizes for failing. King Lui smiles coldly, mocking Yun Yi for failing despite using his gifted power. He could not even defeat a brat with a single class change. Showing zero empathy for his dying loyalist, the cold ruler looks away. Yun Yi stares up in absolute horror as King Lui casually decides to replace him. Stepping right past the dying man, the king declares he needs a new captain. Completely discarded, Yun Yi collapses face first into the dirt. Yun glares in disgust, his expression hardening as he witnesses the king's ultimate betrayal. Stepping right over Yun Yi's twitching body, King Lui approaches Yun. Wearing a twisted, dark smirk, the tyrant offers his hand, casually inviting Yun to become his next Shadow Guard captain. With Yun Yi defeated, King Lui calmly offers Yun his job. Shadow Guard captain. Yun grips his sword, glaring with absolute rage as he questions the offer. Unfazed, the king simply asks if he is angry. The king dismisses his offer as a mere joke. Still, it is Yun's only way out. But watch this, a golden aura lifts Yun, as the king uses mind control, declaring he won't let him escape from this close. Yun struggles against the invisible bind. No use. His efforts are completely wasted. He instantly recognizes the technique as a basic mind control spell, normally used just to move simple objects around. Feeling this force, Yun realizes the power gap is massive. A basic skill should not overpower him this easily. Mocking him, King Lui sparks some golden energy. He calls Yun pretty energetic. The king casts a devastating gravity spell. A crushing pillar of golden light slams down, ordering Yun to kneel. The brutal pressure forces Yun down, shattering his knees against the stone. Bleeding, he realizes King Lui is far stronger than before. The king mockingly tells him to stop struggling, kneel, and repent for the death of his summon, Lanqian. Suddenly, a blinding holy light floods the area as the celestial requiem bell manifests around Yun, surrounded by angelic figures. King Lui looks up, only mildly amused by these angelic figures. Analyzing the magic, the king notes that this skill grants a limited invincibility linked to the angel. Interesting, but he effortlessly shatters it anyway. He arrogantly claims a mere S-rank invincibility spell is completely useless against someone of his level. The force of the king's magic makes the ground erupt, easily throwing the wounded Yun off balance. Gathering golden light, the king coldly warns this next strike is payback for all the soldiers and shadow guards Yun killed. Yun tries to push through the agony, desperately struggling against the crushing weight pinning him down. The system alerts him that the gravity has doubled. Yun realizes this king's current power vastly exceeds his past life's peak strength. Desperate to survive, Yoon uses his remaining energy to summon his undead army. Floating high above, the king points a lightning-crackling finger downward, sneering and calling Yoon nothing but scum. A barrage of golden energy beams obliterates the battlefield, completely wiping out Yoon's undead summons. Watching coldly, the king vows his prey won't escape again. Summoning a golden claw, he reveals he knows Yoon's displacement skill requires a reflective surface. He promises this: no chance will be given to use it. Exhausted and cornered, Yoon knows his battered body is currently far too weak to face the king head-on. The crushing gravity intensifies, grinding down on Yoon's legs. The system alerts him that the spell has officially tripled. The intense pressure drops Yoon onto one knee. The king coldly declares this torture is payback for Yoon's death. Seeing Yoon pinned down, Yunin and Shia launch a desperate surprise attack from behind to save him. But their strike fails instantly as the king raises a golden barrier that effortlessly blocks their attacks. Without even looking back, the king scoffs and unleashes another pressure spell, slamming heavy pillars of golden light onto Shia and Yunin. The massive gravitational force pins both girls down, crushing them until they cough up fresh blood. Forced to watch his niece and friend get crushed, a helpless Yoon screams out their names. Standing over the defeated girls, the king says he will handle their punishment after executing Yoon, then turns his focus back to Yoon. System alert. The gravity spell has now been multiplied by 5. An even larger pillar of light slams into Yoon as the king commands him to bow, punishing him for deceiving Princess Lu Sha. Despite the bone-crushing weight, Yoon remains completely defiant, grinding his teeth as he struggles to resist. Watching him resist, the king remarks that this stubborn attitude makes him look exactly like the legendary, now deceased, Yun. The king admits he would have forced the boy to become his subordinate if he had not killed so many of his men. Buried under the pressure, Yoon just scoffs. Furious, Yoon thinks of everyone who has suffered or died because of this King Lanxian, the soldiers, Yuni, and Lu Sha. Yoon calls out the king's blatant hypocrisy, noting he does not care about his own followers. He realizes his health is dangerously low, meaning the king could easily end him right now, yet is clearly holding back. Recalling Yuni's dying words apologizing for forcing early intervention, Yun finally pieces the puzzle together, looking up to ask what the king is waiting for. Instead of answering, King Lui remains silent, allowing Yun to easily deduce his true plan. Wait, he's only bait to lure someone else in. And right then, the system announces the gravity spell is dispelled. Yun slowly stands up, utterly shocked by his sudden release, while the king grins, pleased that his bait successfully hooked the real target. A new warrior arrives on the field, an old man with white hair carrying multiple swords, whom the king greets as Master Xian. Covered in bruises, Shai looks up at the newcomer, calling him father and pleading for his help. Swordmaster Xian sternly warns the king not to call him master, since he never took him as a student. He makes it clear that he only accepted one true disciple as a personal favor. Turning to Yuni, he asks if he can still stand, leaving the shocked young man to recognize his own long-lost master. Decades ago, a young and completely exhausted Yuni glared back defiantly during a brutal training session. Gripping a real sword, Yuni taunted his opponent and mocked his legendary title, facing off against a much younger version of Xian. Yuni boldly challenged the man's pride, arguing that beating a kid with steel proved nothing, and dared him to use a simple tree branch instead. Genuinely amused by the boy's sheer audacity, Xian calmly picked up a wooden branch to accept the self-imposed handicap. Yuni charged forward with everything he had, but got instantly slammed into the dirt before he could even swing. Towering over the fallen boy, Xian casually asked if he could still fight, prompting Yuni to grit his teeth and drag himself up. Refusing to throw in the towel, Yuni screamed in pure frustration and charged again, only to get swatted right back down. With the sun sinking low on the horizon, Xian stood tall and asked one more time if the boy could keep going. Face down and thoroughly beaten, Yuni stubbornly muttered that his painful wounds were nothing more than tiny scratches. Looking down, Xian noted that although the boy's father had dismissed him as completely unruly, Yuni was clearly not a lost cause. Xian offered a faint smile, admitting that Yuni's fierce drive and raw ambition were actually pretty impressive. Won over by that stubborn spirit, Xian declared he would take Yuni as his student, though the kid muttered he never wanted such an uptight old man for a master. The master explained that his personal style of swordsmanship would only ever be passed down to one single heir. He added that the deep bond between master and disciple was sacred, demanding the same level of respect as father and son. Yuni cynically shot back that he did not even respect his own actual father. Completely unfazed, Xian promised to take full charge of him and shape him into a truly legendary warrior. Wearing a warm yet remarkably serious expression, Xian added that his guidance would cover both the blade and how to walk a righteous path. Standing tall against the glowing sunset, he swore a solemn vow to the young boy, promising to protect Yuni with his very life until he reached manhood. The memory fades, dragging Yuni right back to the chaotic battlefield, where King Lui tries to address Xian as his master, only to get shut down immediately. Xian coldly demands that the king never use that title again, reminding him that he only took on his single true disciple as a personal favor before looking past the ruler at the battered Uni. That is an epic callback. He teasingly asks Uni if he can still fight, noting how his student still falls short. Stunned by this sudden reunion, Uni gasps for air and calls out to his old master. Flooded with relief, Uni realizes he was dead wrong to think every single person he loved from his past was gone forever. Tapping into a sudden wave of strength, Uni forces himself to stand upright. Echoing his childhood's stubbornness, he claims his deep gashes are just minor scratches, overjoyed that Shia and Cheyenne are both alive, while King Lui gathers bright magic, calling the old swordmaster heartless. King Lui points out that Xian used to instruct him as well back in the day, yet chose to only recognize Uni as his genuine apprentice, prompting Xian to draw his swords and step forward. Xian easily deflects a devastating blast from the king, shielding both Uni and Yun Yin from the massive shockwave. He announces that with him on the field, there is no need to worry about anyone else, as King Lui smugly takes flight. Xian orders Uni to seize this perfect chance to escape alongside Shai and Yun Yin, promising him that Shai knows a safe hideout. But Uni hesitates, completely unwilling to abandon his mentor. Xian quickly cuts off his students' protests, explaining that the current king is simply on another level. He warns Uni that even with his new strength, fighting together is a losing battle. Before turning his focus back to the clash, Xian casually tells Uni to visit the mirror world and claim his older brother's spirit, who likely holds crucial intel. Uni's eyes go wide in total shock, baffled by how his master could possibly know about his secret spirit harvesting abilities. Offering no explanation, Xian tosses a glowing blue orb straight to his student, warning him that he is going to need it. The moment Uni catches the object, he realizes it is a crystal absolutely brimming with pure soul energy. Hovering high above them, King Lui raises his hand, gathering a beam of highly concentrated magical energy at his fingertip. Defending his student, Xian grips his blade as his aura crackles with lightning, releasing a massive shockwave that tears up the earth right next to Uni. Leaping backward to escape the destruction, Uni remains completely bewildered. He wonders how his master even knows about the mirror world. After all, he only awakened that power right before his past life ended. Standing nearby, Shia urges him to run for now, promising to explain everything once they make it to safety. She admits she never actually expected Yoon to breathe again. After witnessing this miracle, she jokes that he better not die so easily next time. Shia then dashes up the crumbling rocks, calling for Yoon to follow. Yoon acts fast. He activates his skill. He steps smoothly into the purple dimension of the mirror world, surrounded by floating crystals and his massive undead army. Inside this strange space, Yun stands face to face with the giant spirit of his brother, Yun Yi. Staring at the glowing spirit, Yun realizes his rebirth in this era is no mere coincidence. He then steps back onto the active battlefield. Just watch as those massive explosions tear the ground apart. Yoon grimly acknowledges the terrifying power of his enemies, remembering his past betrayals and the heavy burden of fighting an entire kingdom alone, a lonely war. He believed he had to fight it completely on his own, but seeing his master battle so fiercely to protect him brings instant relief. Yoon finally realizes he is not alone. He still has loyal friends by his side. High up on a rocky ledge, Shia waves urgently, calling him over to where she and his sister wait. She explains that her father secretly constructed a hidden teleportation circle right there. They only have to wait for the magic to charge up so they can escape. Yoon quickly joins the girls inside the glowing blue circle. High above, King Lui spots their escape and furiously unleashes a deadly energy blast. Vowing never to let them escape, he shatters a massive rock formation overhead, sending the boulders crashing down directly on them. Sha and Yoon stare up in absolute horror as the giant boulder crashes down, detonating with a deafening explosion. Yoon's eyes snap wide open as the teleportation circle flares to life at the last second. A blinding blue light wraps around them, pulling them away right before the falling rocks crush them. The spell drops the trio into a dark stone room, but their relief vanishes when they find themselves surrounded by hostile armed fighters. Acting fast, Shai steps in front of Yoon and lowers her sword. She raises a hand to soothe the crowd, telling them to stand down because they are on the same side. Turning back, Shia softly asks Yoon to lower his weapon, proudly introducing this armed crowd as her close friends. They are resistance fighters who spent years gathering to battle the corrupt kingdom. Hearing this, Yoon freezes in shock as the warriors respectfully step aside for Shia to open a set of heavy doors. Pushing them open, she steps into a warm light and welcomes him to their hidden headquarters. Just look at this. Yoon stands in awe of a massive city lit by glowing lava, a secret refuge known as Ember City. Letting out a deep sigh of relief, Shia looks warmly at Yoon. She tells him she has no idea what heavy burden he is carrying, but promises he is finally safe here. From this very moment, she firmly promises he will never have to face his battles alone again. Yoon slowly powers down his combat skills, letting his glowing hair and eyes fade back to normal. Wearing a gentle smile, he softly agrees with her.